After a bit of a wild and woolly day one here in the ECI France, we're back with more. And 4 matches on the card. Say France leading the pack, but Romania and Hungary playing catch-up. Let's see if they can. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECI France, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Bonjour, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 2 in this European Cricket International here at the Dreux Cricket Ground, the DCG in France. And we have 4 T10 matches coming your way. And look, it was a bit of a tough day yesterday. We did kind of have 5 games take place, but only 2 were able to make it to results, and France winning both of those games. But still, you know, with 4 games to play, anything is possible in this series. So we're starting the day with Romania versus Hungary, 2 teams that couldn't pick up a win, although they did pick up some points because of the rain on the opening day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, has the 2 captains.
Match 6, Hungary versus Romania, and it's Romania to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
So the toss has been won by Romania, and Vasusaini has elected to bat first. That doesn't surprise me at all. And just the craziness of yesterday with the weather. Romania, they batted a fair bit, but they only bowled for 1 single over. And when they were batting, I've got to say, Vasusaini looked in the form of his life, didn't he? With a real sparkling half-century in a shortened 7-over game. He really showed that he's got the power to match it at this level. And I think the captaincy agreeing with him with some of his form. As far as Hungary goes, well, they had a bit of a disappointing day, didn't they? Failed to pick up a point in this corresponding fixture yesterday morning. That was against France. But they're a team that have a lot of good players in there. Watch out for Ravindran and Razik at the top. And you just got a few players there I think can step up to the next level. Maybe Mark Desfontaine's the guy I'd like to see maybe get a couple of overs with the ball today, see what he can do. Let's talk about the weather. I can tell you yesterday, obviously, we had a lot of rain. Overnight, there was a lot of rain as well, but this ground has actually sucked it up pretty well. Run-ups are still a little bit soft, and I think that will probably be an adjustment that the Pacers will have to make. But we're not expecting too much rain today, hopefully none at all. Currently about 9 degrees, and it should get up to about 15 today. It was my last day in France. In fact, it's everyone's last day in France. I'll have to pop off a little bit early today to get to Brescia tomorrow. But one guy that will be here for the duration is Rico Fawn. He's standing by. I can tell you in match 6 between Romania and Hungary, the Romanians have won the toss, and shocker, they want to have a hit. Over to you. Let's get ready for the ECI France, day 2.
Bonjour, everybody. Lovely to have you with us on, well, another cold start, cold and drizzly, it has to be said at the moment. And the ground obviously took a pounding yesterday and is a little bit wet. So once again, conditions are not going to be ideal, so players have to be careful. But it's going to be the same for both sides. Vinny already touched on that yesterday was a day that was really interrupted by the weather. We did get the first game on the way, and it was a good one for France. They got a victory, 175 to 118 against Hungary, a 57-run victory. And it was Zayn Ahmed who found similar form that he was in the European Cricket Series here, 76 of 29 deliveries, the player of the match. Next match was abandoned, but after, like Vinny said, Romania did get 114 for 7. That was a 7-over-a-side innings. Romania got their innings. France made a good start, 21 for 1 after the 1 over, but then the rain came, and that was the end of that one. That match was abandoned. The same thing really happened in match number 3 when Romania were playing Hungary. Vasusaini scored a fantastic 62 not out, and again a 7-over match. And Romania got to 122 before the rain came. That was abandoned without Hungary getting a chance to reply. Match number 4 was a 3-over-a-side match. France batting first, and thanks to Gulami, who was the player of the match, 19 he made, helped them to get the win by 9 runs over Hungary. And the last match of the day just didn't happen. It was once again abandoned because of the weather. So basically, you'll have a chance to have a look at the standings. It means that France, with the wins that they got, and one of those wins was taking all the points away from Hungary in match number 1, they're on 11 points. Romania 3 points ahead of Hungary. So this is an opportunity for Hungary. If they can get this win, they put themselves back in contention here. But Romania will know that if they don't slip up, if they get a good win here, then they still got that window of opportunity to go on and topple France and win this international series. This is your lineups here, and we had a chance to look at Hungary, especially more with the ball than we did with the bat. It has to be fair, but Vinod Ravindran, he's been in good form with the bat. Zishan is somebody who's about to click. We saw good innings from Rasik as well. And Mas Baji, I feel that he's on the verge of a big score as well. Ebitas Prashar, I think he's going to be tested here with the ball. It didn't go well for him yesterday, but I did like Abasghani getting an opportunity to have a bowl, and he bowled very well. And maybe someone like Mark Desfontaine, he'll get his chance here as well. Sandip Mondas was good in one match, getting that ball to swing around, but wasn't so great in the other. With Romania, Mohamed Moyes and Vasu Sani both did show good signs with the bat yesterday. But the big news really for them is that injury to Ramesh Sathisen when he got a 50 not out, but he got one on his thumb. That thumb, I've seen it this morning, badly swollen, and he's not able to play in this one. So they do lose a top quality batter in their lineup, so they've got to find a replacement for him. Hungary in this one, 55% to 45% favourites for the win. That's a bit of a surprise, actually, bearing in mind how results have gone so far. But for me, I think this is very much a 50-50. I think I'm going to go on to say that I think this is going to be a victory for the team that handles the conditions better. More on the conditions. It's pretty... The outfield is pretty damp, and the wicketkeeper area also is pretty slippery, so the keepers may have to stand further up than what they would normally like to. But it will be the same for both sides. These conditions are not going to change in the matter of an inning. So I think for the duration of this match, and maybe even the second match, that will be the issues there. The weather in terms of the forecast, we're not expecting too much rain. I think the rain hopefully in the next half an hour to an hour or so will disappear. The light drizzle at the moment, and we'll get clearer skies, though the wind is expected to pick up as well. But we'll keep an eye on that. But as I say, the conditions are the same for both sides. Good morning to everybody that's tuning in around the world. And namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, aibawan vanakkam. Welcome to all of those of you that are tuning in via Pancode. And of course, a very warm welcome to everybody on our YouTube chat. We're ready for the first ball. It will be Sandip Mondas to bowl the first, and he'll be bowling to the bear of Romania, Mohamed Moyes. And that one might even be a no. It's gone past Baji, who makes a good dive to stop this. The umpire has signalled a wide. I get the feeling this is more off the pitch than on. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, that's definitely, for me, that doesn't hit any of the pitch. I wonder if we get a good look at it this angle. Yeah, I get the feeling this might be a no ball. Let's see. I didn't see that catching any part. Yeah, there's the no ball signal from the umpire. So free hit to start off with. Let's just say that's a good old-fashioned loosener from Mohandas. The rain just is persistent. The wind makes it uncomfortable because it's being blown around a little bit, and doesn't help these conditions for the bowler. All right, so free hit to start, and it's going to be Vasu Saini who switches ends to go for it. Hits it pretty well, and he'll get 4 runs. Goes through the offside, gets it in the gap. Cuatro Carrera, so the first legal delivery of day 2 of this international series goes for 4 runs. Or technically, it's a minimum of 5, because 1 for the no ball as well. Zishan just having a word here with Sandip Mondas. Not easy for the bowler. And Sandip normally does get this ball to swing pretty big. He's not the quickest, and that's what makes him quite deceptive, because the ball doesn't come through as quick as he's like. 2 men that are allowed out and on the leg side, long on and mid-wicket. Vasu goes to clip this away. It's a big appeal from the bowler, and I think this is always going down the leg side. It's swinging away. And noticing there that Mars Baji is signalling to the 12 to say get the helmet. I think he's decided that certainly with Vasu, who seems to be batting a long way outside of his crease, that it might be a good option for him to stand up and put a bit more pressure on the batter. Mohamed Moyes just checks the field. He goes for it big and he gets plenty off this. He goes all the way. Bullet. Inna zona shaka lagya. The first maximo of day 2 as well. And, well, Mohamed Moyes, he's keen to get a big score here. It's quite interesting. Both the batters that you see out there have scored plenty of runs on the European Cricket Network and for their countries. Moyes starts today with 1,051. Vasu Saini is close to 1,500 runs. And though they've scored half centuries, neither one of them has scored a century. And looking at those stats there, they don't give you a good reflection of what we saw yesterday. It says 5 matches played, which is incorrect actually, because there were, of course, several abandoned. But the weather played a big part, so you can't read too much into that, to be honest. Though the maximum rate looks quite healthy, and that's probably that 3 over a side match that we had yesterday. That gets dragged to the leg side. It'll take a single. And this is that maximum rate. So this is interesting. So you can see France, they've hit, they're going around about 17.1, Romania, and then Hungary. And we often say on the European Cricket Network that the team that hits the most sixes is the team that's often more fruitful. Thanks to the likes of Ravi and Shazad, who do all the work behind the scenes for the stats. This one's a bit leg-sided, and it should be stopped by the 2 fielders. It will do. There's Rasik. Comes across and makes the stop. Yeah, fielding won't be easy today on a day like this. That ball's going to be nice and wet and slippery. I can see that Adam Gall is there with the lid, but it looks like Marzi might have changed his mind. All right, goes for it down the ground. He's up in the air. Rasik comes across. Can he take the catch? He can take the catch. Well taken. Mohamed Moyes will go. It gets more aerial than distance on it. So they get the breakthrough. Good catch. Well, just in the process of saying that fielding won't be easy. And Rasik comes across and takes the catch. So Mohandas does pick up a wicket off the last ball of the first over, thanks to that very good catch. Do not underestimate how important catching will be on a day like today. So Moyes does hit 1 big 6. But he's going to have to depart just for 7. And well done to Sandeep. He had a lot of issues there controlling the ball. But he does finish well. Finishes on a good note. And remember, Romania, without Ramesh Satheesan in the side, they are slightly weaker with the bat. And they certainly will miss him. That means that somebody in the side would have to score big runs. Now, maybe someone like Mamit Kohli is going to be able to fill that slot at the moment. But for now, it's going to be Shantu Vashist who comes in at number 3. And, well, he comes in out there and in here in the queue. Minnie Sander joins me as we have a look at the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, really exciting news if you weren't aware with the ECC this year. It's been broken into 2 divisions. So a Challenger division and a Premier division. The Challenger division will play in the first 10 days of that 4-week window with 2 teams be promoted to the top division in 2025. As we see Prashar bowling over number 2. I feel he was underutilised a little bit yesterday by Hungary. Admittedly, didn't really get to play as much cricket as they would have liked. Obviously, with these teams, Romania, you see them in Group B, and Hungary also in Group B. So, yeah, these 2 teams will get to know each other really well, and I feel like they're a good match. Group B as well has been mentioned probably the most kind of even group out of the 4 groups in the Premier Division. And I'll throw something in it as well, as this is worked away just a single this time. Vashish gets a promotion to 3. I thought he hit the ball pretty well yesterday in limited opportunities, and he's off the mark this time. Yeah, but with that Group B, you know, a lot depends on, I guess, who's on the park. The deploys will make a big difference for Hungary, you'd imagine.
Yeah.
But let's say, you know, for certain teams, whether it's these teams or other teams, if they don't have a great ECC, they also have to think about survival, because somebody's going to go down. to the Challenger Division in 2025.
That's a big addition to how you've got to tactically play in the group stages, because you've got to be always wary of that and how important the bonus point and net run rate could be. This one's shorter, doesn't quite get hold of this. So good over here by Prussia. I've noticed straight away that one thing he's changed is his line. Yesterday in that when we saw him, he was bowling just a little bit too short.
I mean, 10.5 is about average. You can see yesterday was 11.9, which is basically telling you it's 12 sixes per 10 overs. Again, as you said, you can't read too much into it. But France, just have a look at that rate. That tells me they're a team and they've got batters that have had more batting recently. So they're just able to clear the boundaries more often. Oh, now this one rushes Vashish, but he's able to hook it. I think he's going to get it out of the ground. But, certainly was hurried up there. That's the risk also with the short ball.
He's played this really well, hasn't he, Vinny? I mean, it has tucked him up. I mean, but he's got onto it pretty good. He's clobbered it well. I reckon it probably just might drop just short. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it is for just.
Good shot, though.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he had that kind of instinctive, had to take his eye off the ball just in case he was going to wear it. But, yeah, Vashish, he'll take the 4 runs. As we said, there shouldn't be any rain today. Got a light coating of it at the moment, but hopefully it's just passing. Prashant with a comeback ball, and he goes short again. This time it's more authoritative pull shot from Vashish, and he gets it the distance. Maximo! Well pulled away. And Vashish's a good cricketer. You know, I've always liked what he's done. He sometimes kind of flies under the radar, but I think he's great for his club, United. And he's an excellent fielder. Handy with the ball when called on. And even this is situationally probably 1 or 2 slots higher than he normally bat, but he's doing a good job.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Just when I was saying that, Prashant, it's a good start from him. He was outside the off. He was a bit fuller. First 3 balls were fine, but then he goes back to the short stuff, and it doesn't work. He's got to go back outside the off here.
Last ball of the over, and he goes over the offside this time, and that's going to go all the way as well. Maximo! As Prashant gets taken for 19 in the second. Romania win the toss, batting well. They're 34 for 1 after 2.
Good shot to finish off with. So after dealing with the short stuff, Prashant is forced to go outside the upper. Once again, the length isn't right. That gets put away. And once again, I don't know. Adam Gill here is running backwards and forwards with that lid. And Marzi wants it, then doesn't want it, wants it, doesn't want it. So
Doesn't trust himself to not get one through the legs and go for 5.
Well, maybe he's just keeping the 12 men busy, or he wants to use it only when perhaps a particular batter is on strike. Maybe he wants to use it when Shantu is on strike.
The other thing is, I mean, you don't have to put it on the field. You could put it right behind the boundary line at the back. But I was going to say, part of the thing, I would be keeping up to as many bowlers as I could just because of the footing for the keepers.
For sure.
So I just think, okay, there are risks to keeping up, but it is pretty difficult to move sideways. And we saw that pretty consistently yesterday. Just look where Marzi's standing right now. You can see that the ground there isn't particularly trustworthy. Mohandas is the kind of pace that you should be able to get up there, but Mohandas, one of the things against him, as we see this 4 against him, is Saini just guides it back behind point, and he starts the 3rd over with 4. I was just going to say, but the other thing when you want to keeping up someone, you want to have reliability that or confidence that they can bowl the ball where they want. And with obviously Mohandas, first ball of the day was off the pitch. He's been a little bit all over the place, and partly I think that's the conditions.
Yeah.
So that's another reason that maybe be a bit worried about keeping up.
Nice shot that from Vasu though. He's once again, it's not trying to hit it too hard. He's played 2 nice shots through the offside. You can see now that Vinod Ravindran is trying to strengthen that area. So if you just have a look at this field now, we might be able to have a good look at it a bit later. But he's got an extra body now put out there in that sort of backward point area.
It's funny because he normally does swing it in, but he does have 6 on the offside, and it forces the batter into a mistake, and Marzi's going to take a really good catch. And really, Rico, you called it before this ball. This is all about the field.
Yeah. So,
you know, when you've got a guy that's bowling in swingers and you only see 3 fielders on the leg side, you start thinking, okay, look, that's where I'm going to go. And so it forces the error. It's a bit of a gamble, but it pays off. And it's one member of the Blue Crew catching another. I mean, that'll be interesting around the dinner table, but it's the end of Masu Saini. He goes for 11. It's 38 for 2.
Very good catch from Marzi, very good. And Marzi probably will be thinking his decision not to go with a helmet is a good one, because I think if he's standing up and he's got the lid on, he don't find it.
No way. And I don't think he would have reached it anyway if he had the lid on. So, yeah, that's, again, there's always kind of pros and cons to keeping up.
This would have definitely fallen safely. You can see, I know there's some people who say there's a bit of mayo on that, but I think what he's determined to do is make sure that those hands and those arms never hit the ground.
It's a good catch. He knows there's nobody else there. I mean, Vassusani, I don't think it's a bad choice from him as well. He knows that they're trying to block the offside. He goes across, but it just wasn't the length that he wanted.
Calculated risk. And, why it's good captaincy is that Vasu, to be honest, he was hitting them so well just batting normally.
Yeah.
The field actually the field tempted the batter who was going well on his own steam to do something crazy and a bit different.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't think it was necessarily it's a bad decision in hindsight, but I get the theory between what Vasu was doing there. Meanwhile, we're going to see an opportunity for a run out here if he picks it up cleanly, but he just takes a bit of time to grab that one.
Ouch. Well, you probably just didn't see that on the camera, but that is Aryan Mohammed, who had to really run hard here. But
run on the pitch.
While he's on the pitch, he's fine. As soon as he gets off the pitch, watch him go here. Watch him go.
Oh, yeah. Well, he did run on the pitch for most of it. Anyway, he'll be more knowledgeable for the experience. try and run on that pitch. Misses, going to be hit through the leg side. I tell you what, their three leg side fielders are pretty well placed at the moment. Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see these two in the same group in that ECC. So we'll see them playing at least once. And all the groups that kind of work the same way. Teams will play their opponents in the group. Then there'll be a 4-team finals day with the top two getting the double chance. People are pretty used to that by now.
Mondas looking to finish his spell well. Didn't start well with that Gandino ball, but 2 for 19 with this one. And this one is going to go the distance, though. That's a delightful shot. Beautifully picked up. And Aryan Mohammed adds a 6 to his score as well. And he takes Romania to 46 for 2 in the power play.
Yeah, well, first he slips over, and then he sends one over the rope. And Maximo to finish that over. It's 46 for 2 after 3. It turns out to be a pretty healthy power play. 15, 19 and 12. And hello to Kingston Weatherby. He's saying he says it's annoying how bad a little slip can hurt, but I think at least it's a soft landing here at the moment. Hello to Chris Smith as well, great to see you. And hello to everyone in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Why don't you say hi to us? It's my last day here in France. I suppose it's for everyone, but the reason I'm saying that is because I'll be leaving a little bit early today, probably just towards the end of the third game, because I need to make the journey. It's a slightly long journey, kind of on road to get to airport from here, and then also I'll fly to Milan, and then it's about an hour or so to, we're staying in Brescia, and tomorrow I'll be starting our Italian ECS in Brescia in the north of Italy, and that's actually at a ground we haven't been to before. Well, Vashish gets a taste of it this time.
Yeah, he's probably not got the best. Let's just look here. This time he's actually on the pitch, and he almost goes down.
It's just too wet. The same goes for running.
Yeah, absolutely.
The funny thing there was, it's funny because he didn't hurt himself, is that he thought he might slip on one foot, but it was the other. It was the foot before that got him. It completely threw him out. Good time for a quick single though. And see, Vashish doesn't trust the pitch anymore. He's running off it. But I do think, kind of all things considered, the pitch is probably your best bet to run on. So you've got Aryan Mohammed running on the pitch because he slipped off the pitch, and then you've got Vashish running off the pitch because he slipped on the pitch.
It's quite interesting that we're talking about all of these things on World Day for Safety and Risk. It is also known as Occupational Health and Safety Day. So, yeah, it's interesting. Well, I'll tell you what, this is risky. It's just over the fielder. Now, can they make the stop? Oh, they can. It just stops up before the rope as Vinov gives a little finger he gets on that, stops the ball going to the rope.
Well, this is partly act of man, but partly act of God, where this doesn't go for 4, because they were all helpless on the other side of the line. But you can see that it did stop just in time. Hey, so what did you say? It is World Day for Safety and Health at Work.
Yeah, it is. All right, well, good luck. It's high in the air. Players coming across, and it's being dropped. And that was Amasgani that comes across. I knew it was going to be easy. Goes a long way up in the air. And, not only in conditions like this when he is the ball wet and hard to catch, it also hurts you when you get it on your fingers.
Yeah, I suppose that one just didn't quite get the pinkies together. Never looked particularly confident under that high ball. One of the things when trying to catch a wet ball, this one's high in the air now. This is another opportunity. And can they take this one? They can. That's a really nice catch out there. It went a mile high, didn't it? But Arian Mohammed, he's going to have to go. Mohandas takes a good one out of the sky. And Romania, they bring up their 50, but they've lost a third wicket now. It's 51 for 3.
Good catch. No catching's easy. But you see there, just one hand coming off the bat there from Arian Mohammed. So he doesn't get good balance. So though he does choose to come down the pitch, he doesn't get the ball that he wants. It's well bowled by Rasik. There's another one that gets taken. Good catch. So Rasik does pick up a wicket. It's Fernando will be batter number 5. Yeah, so the World Day for Safety and Health at Work, also known as Occupational Health and Safety Day, is observed today. And it's to encourage the prevention of workplace accidents and diseases around the world.
That's very, very good cause. I was just kind of thinking about the technique for catching in the wet. I suppose most of my career I had gloves on, so it was a lot easier for me. But I suppose, sometimes we talk about having hard hands in this format when the ball's getting hit so hard. They need to be hard enough so that the ball doesn't burst through. Yeah. So that is kind of important. And it's the kind of counter way to think about it a little bit. As Rasik bowls a really good over there. He takes 1 for 5. And Romania are 51 for 3 after 4. But I think in these conditions, when it is wet, if you kind of go too hard-handed, the ball can slip out really easily. So, that's the thing. So you do have to be a bit softer under those high balls, try and make a good catching surface and kind of allow the ball in. So kind of give a bit more under these conditions. But yeah, it isn't easy because the ball's greasy. There's another few things I saw on your list of what day it is today.
Yeah.
It's got me. It's along the same lines of the other day. You know what I'm thinking about.
I know what you're thinking about, but we ain't doing that. And Vinny's referring to the other day, a couple of days ago, it was Hug an Australian Day.
And can I say I was really disappointed that no one offered to give me a hug after I left the queue.
Oh, so
I think we need to do
only me?
I was expecting going around the streets, and as soon as they hear my accent, just have people coming out of the woodwork wanting to give me a big squeeze. Anyway, here's Amasgani over number 5. And Vashish kind of has a look at him and keeps this one out.
We want to stay assertive here, Romania. They've got a good start, but they're just allowing Hungary to come back into this. And the day that Vinny is referring to is, I'll start talking about it here, Kiss Your Mate Day. His kissing is known around the world. Things? And it's fun amongst people of all colour, age and religion. This gets played away. So come and do the right thing. Give your mate a bit of a kiss. There's different kissing styles, of course. And if you love kissing your partner, you will love this day. How about a day full of kisses? No, the answer to that is no. I gave you a hug. I'm not giving you a kiss. So go on, give your loved one. If you haven't quite, it is a Sunday morning, so everybody has a line on a Sunday morning. So go on, lean over and give your mate a kiss as this one gets played away for a single.
I feel like I like the sentiment of Kiss Your Mate Day, but I also feel like it could cause more problems than it solves. Just saying.
Yeah.
Make sure you get permission first.
Yeah, just ask
and also think about is this the kind of person I should be kissing as well? Just seen a few too many mistletoe incidents go wrong. Anyway, this is down leg side, and we'll take it by Mars down leg side. Nice footwork to make sure that goes no further.
Yeah, good take. He's having a good start to the day. Marzi yesterday, probably because it was the first time that he'd put the gloves on in a while, but he had a few mishaps, but today, good start. He's taken a really good catch.
I got a great question.
His movement is good.
Yeah, got a great question from Tevin as well. Hey, Vinny and Rico, do you think the pass score in the ECC Challenger Division would be a bit lower than the Premier Division?
Very good question.
It is a good question, actually. I would say, how about this? He's going to have a chance for a run out and a chance for an overthrow. I don't know if this would have been out or not in the end. Just check out this. This is like when you hit the emergency brakes. Vashisht, he slipped on the pitch. He's gonna essentially go full on forward moonwalk there. I think he might have just been home. Romania just kind of hit the skids a bit in the middle overs, haven't they?
Yeah, well, if he was run out there, I don't think there would have been any kissing, Vinny.
I would say, yeah, I think it would be slightly lower, but only slightly. And this is going to be clipped away, and that is going to run away, but I suppose outfield a little bit slower because of that overnight rain that we had. I'll have to settle for 2 as one hits the edge of the pitch.
Yeah, that's a good example of how sort of heavy rain, which disrupted so much of the play yesterday. It rained heavy throughout the night. I know it was still raining by the time I put my head in my pillow, and there was a bit of rain this morning as well when I got up, so it has certainly slowed the outfield up.
I'll tell you my night. ECC last year, the average run rate was 13.2.
All right.
Okay, come back to that in a second. This will be knocked away kind of into the gap, and it is stopped in the end. Good running by the Romanians. They'll get 2. So, yeah, pretty even first 5 overs. Something for everyone. Romania 56 for 3 after 5 as we welcome you into the cube for the first time. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full, our last day of our 2-week adventure in France. Got to say, it's been wonderful here at the Drua Cricket Ground. Now, first things first, about the run rate. So it was 13.2 last year. I would say it'll be something like this. I think the top division will be about 13.5 and the bottom division will be about 12.5. I think maybe about a 1-run difference. Anyway, you know what I'm here for. You said it's Kiss Your Mate Day. Oh, hold on. We'll come back to that. Yeah, but it's Medina Cup. We're going to talk about that as well. 9th to 12th of May. France, Malta and Belgium on this ground. So that's why we brought that up. And that's only about, 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
Only 2 weeks away from that. Okay, so come back to us, Anders. You said hug an Australian the other day. So
we did give a hug.
Come on. I'm ready.
We gave a hug. And it's Kiss Your Mate Day. Come on.
I mean, okay, that's probably a good compromise.
Yeah.
That's cute.
He's a naughty duck sometimes.
I actually think as this is lifted up, and I don't know if it's going to go or not, it doesn't carry in the end, but it's not held either by Garni. Take on a 2 and they'll get it. Again, it was a tough one. He was kind of grappling with the boundary as well. I was going to say that both kissing James Pond and you are the same because you're a little bit furry.
Anyway. Just a little bit. Yeah, furry. Look, it's better to be furry than prickly. Yeah.
I even closed my eyes and everything for that. Anyway, down the leg side, this quarter wide, they have struggled a little bit to keep it on the straight. This is Waheed bowling over number 6.
Yeah, I like the fact that different bowlers, I mean, Sandeep has bowled both of these, but other than that, Prashar, Rasik, Ghani, now Waheed. So to see that Ravindran is keeping his options open to which bowlers he will use back again. I suppose whoever deals with these conditions the best. That gets dragged out. What they have done here, Hungary, they've got the field well set. It took them a little while to get it the way they wanted. They made the subtle changes which resulted in the wicket of the Romanian captain Vasu Sahini. Since then, field has been right. The leg side has done its job perfectly. You've got quite a wide long on, and mid-wicket is a lot straighter. That's worked well for them. And on the offside, they've stopped everything through there. And Romania, at the moment, not being able to hit over the top. And just as I say that, they finally do. As this one, I think, well, is it 6 or 4? It could even have gone all the way.
Do you think it's hit the rope? I think it's either 4. It might have. Does it hit the rope? I thought it was 4. Oh, actually, it might have gone all the way.
I think it goes all the way when I was looking at this. We slow this right down.
Slow, yeah. I think maybe it has. Oh, no. I'm going to go with 4. Change my mind again.
So close.
I don't really see the rope moving there. I think it will be 4.
Good shot, though. They needed that. It goes up and over. So that's better from Shantu, who needs to really get the acceleration going here now. And Denis Fernando, he's 4 or 5. He's, in my books, pretty close to being pulled off.
Well, Vashisht almost gets kind of knocked off there because that was very, very close to the middle stump.
Marzi now here. Just watch. That's a good take for Marzi. He's going one way. It was similar to he had a catch yesterday which he wasn't able to take because once again his body going one way, but then the ball goes the opposite.
This is the thing though, I mean, if you can practice keeping up as much as possible, do it in the nets if you do have nets, or do it inside if you can. Get like a shadow batter or whatever. But I think it's a really good ball there by Waheed, good slower ball. But I just think in conditions like that, it gives you confidence. And to be honest, you know, with a little bit of practice, I think that every single bowler in this Hungarian lineup you should be able to keep up to. But like I said, it's a confidence thing, and also you don't want to be. There are pros and cons, but for me, just with the footing the way it is,
Yeah,
I just think putting the squeeze on it would be the optimum strategy here.
yeah, I'd agree with that as well. He looks to finish a good over, and, well, he will. This one, again, is going to be probably just the one because things are pretty slow with that part of the ground. So, very good over. So, we've seen a couple of good overs. Waheed only going for the 9 in that one, and the score 65 now at the end of that. 6th over, 65 for 3. So, I think Romania here now, the camp will be starting to think that they may... I mean, you got there? You still got the likes of Monique Conley, who could come out there and just get the acceleration in there for you. And I don't know if there's anybody else that you can really say can go out there. What about someone like Bajinder Singh? Is he can club it a bit, right?
Probably do a bit of a job for you. I mean, there was a late change here as well with Rajshekhar getting injured in the warm-up. So Laurencio Gerasim comes in for him. Look, I mean, Vashish is the main man here, isn't he? He ideally wants to bat the majority of this last 4 overs, and he's going to take this on. He's going to win. Maximo just kind of muscles that one in front of point and gets the result. 6 runs as the Romanians head into the 70s.
Yeah, good, powerful hit. That's what he's got to do. We saw him in the over before. Towards the end of that over, he got one away, got it over the infield, and it just dropped short of the field. So now maybe Vinoth might be thinking about changing the field slightly, maybe getting one more across in that extra cover gap. Maybe he can dispose of square leg, because he hasn't really been in the action at all, has deep square. I mean, mid-wicket and mid-on have. Now, this is important for me here. Denise Fernando, he's had 5 deliveries, just got 4. I'm giving him a couple more deliveries, that's it.
Yeah, maybe it's worth it. He's got the big pressure of the Taranjit jersey number 30. Big shoes to fill. Well, anyway, let's see. And it takes one shot to get him going here. But yeah, pretty even game here so far, I think. Well, he's going straight up in the air. Now, Marzi wants this, and he's going to have to run a country mile, and he's going to keep running, to be honest. He's going to end up the other side of the boundary. Now they throw it to nobody. And if they're smart, they'll get an overthrow. Well, I think that's your good old-fashioned 3. Fernando says that's a good little strike rate booster. I said straight up in the air, but to be honest, Marzi calls it so the fielder does the right thing. I think it's Des Fontaine there, isn't it?
Yeah.
He said, well, he's called it, so he said, I'm going to leave it for him. But Marzi bit off more than he could chew with that one.
Marzi, I don't know where Marzi's running to, but he wasn't going to get anywhere near that. And then
bowler went to the keeper, nobody went to the bowler. Classic. How many was that? I counted 3, but I might
3.
be wrong.
Yeah, because Vashish is on strike.
Now he's going to get at least 1 here. Probably wants to push for 2, but again, no real confidence in the turn.
Yeah, I think you've got to be pushing, because look what happens when the throw comes through. It gets past Marzi.
I know the feeling, though. It goes in the air, and you make a split decision, a snap decision, go, yeah, mine. And then once you've said mine, it's very hard to then kind of Control Z that. So, yeah, I just think it's one of those things. Oh, Taran's watching. Taranjit Singh popped into the chat once we mentioned him. This is just kind of squeezed away. So Ghani's done a good job here, hasn't he? He's kind of bringing it back. As Romania, I'm just going to pull up some numbers. So the kind of first 3 overs, next 3 overs. The first 3 overs went for 46, but the next 3 overs only went for 19. So you can see how much they've been slowed down in the middle overs.
Yeah, it's been very good, and I think Vinoth has done very well the way he's used his bowlers. And the beauty of it is for him is he can go back to them now. So he's gone back to Ghani here, who was good. He'll probably go back to Rasik as well, and also to Waheed.
This is hit pretty well, but can it get over the fielder? It cannot, as Rasik takes a really nice catch. He's been reliable down the ground. So Vashish, he bats well for 38, but it'll go no further. And Romania walking stick 77 for 4. And that's the end of the 7th over. That's good reward as well, I think, for Ghani, who put in a shift there. Now he's got something to show for it. He's going to finish with figures of 1 for 17 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, good catch though, isn't it? And look at the awareness off the boundary as well. He knows exactly where he is. He knows how much room he's got. He can't take a big step back, and he doesn't. Nicely held in these conditions as well. Jenny Fernando, well, 7 balls faced, 8 runs. He isn't really clicking, and I'll tell you who is clicking, all of you guys around the world, because you're certainly clicking your keypad and you're sending some lovely messages. I know a lot of people have loved the action here in France. They've loved this ground, they love the facility, and they've loved some of the cricket in the European Cricket Series here as well, and the international. So thank you for all your messages. Keep them coming.
I'm checking my Instagram. Someone send me a random question. All right, that's my challenge. I'll check it after this over. All right, and then we'll see what we get. Get me out, Mr. Maximo. Anyway, Razik, he holds onto the ball. He bowls over number 8. They're going Kohli here. I think he's a pretty good choice, actually. This is a slower ball that Fernando goes after, and he's going to get it. Maximo! Well, riding his luck here, and he picks that slow ball from Sheikh Razik, and he puts it out of the ground. Well, that's kind of living up to that number 30 shirt we were talking about. He hits a really good strike from Janitha Fernando.
Yeah, Sasri Akal to Taranjit. I hope you're well. So I said I gave him 2 balls. Off those 2 balls, he scored 9. So he's all right for now.
Yeah, I didn't pick the 3. Anyway, this is up in the air, but it's not going so far. Catching opportunity, not an easy one. Comes in and takes it. Well, that's a brilliant bit of fielding out there. And I think that's Cameron Waheed. That takes it full stretch. So 6 and out. Not a bad trade-off, but now Janitha Fernando's time is up for 14, and it's 83 for 5. It'll be Laurentio Gerasim, and that will replace him at the crease. Good catch.
It's a very good catch of Fernando. Just when it looks like he was starting to open up after hitting a big 6, this happens. That's such a good catch because it's dropping in front of him, but he gets the dive in. Without the dive, he ain't going to get there. Good catch. And the standards in the field in difficult conditions from Hungary have been very good. What a lovely catch that is.
Yeah, it's well taken. Anyway, Gerasim comes out and tries to launch. And Laurentiu Gerasim, one of the 2 Gerasim brothers we've seen, young Romanians playing for their country. Marian, his brother, his younger brother, not in the squad this time, but it's great to see that kind of focus on youth. And obviously, generally we see some native representation in the Romanian team. Got Luca Petre in the 11 as well today, still to bat. But Gerasim, he goes after this, and he might get away with it too. He'll get 1, but a quick throw. He might be run out here if the throw was straight. It wasn't. That was one of those interesting ones where if you throw quickly, you normally spook them and they don't try the second run. But it's almost like the Romanians call their bluff here. And sometimes they say a quick throw is better than a good throw. But in this occasion, the Romanians are able to get back for 2.
Yeah, I think they decided, didn't they, from the word go, we're going to go for this.
And Gerasim's probably a bit more of a long-form player. That makes sense. So he's kind of, he's working on trying to get that attacking swagger to his game. But, given an opportunity here, batting above a couple of others, let's see if he can push them to the 100 and beyond.
Yeah, interestingly poised this innings, and tell you a bit more my thought. Well, this one is going to be a dead ball. It goes backwards.
Well, this is the speed gun's got this one at minus 56 an hour, and I reckon it might have hit the umpire. Look at this. Oh yeah, it's got the umpire LBW. Ouch! Look,
does it have the umpire?
Oh, I thought it might have just flicked his knee.
I like that.
I'd love you should be able to hit that
from a tip there, though.
Anyway, goes for it and gets it high again. He'd probably get 2 if it's dropped. Not an easy one. There's no chance he's catching it in the end. Good throw might have him still. Oh, I think it's been fumbled.
Yeah, Marzi takes the bells off but doesn't have the ball. That's disappointment. Because up until there, he was having a good time here, be honest. Yeah, it's got to be taken.
I think he thought it was going to hit the stumps and it kind of spooked him a little bit. But Gerasim, like I say, I love the approach here. I mean, it's a difficult thing. He's still kind of learning his craft and to go out there and be hyper-attacking in this situation. But he's contributed 4 runs to the total already. And the score is 87 for 5 after 8. It also means that Kohli will be on strike for the start of the 9th.
Yeah, my thought here, Vinny, I think they're needing to personally be looking to get 2 lots of 15s here, maybe even more, to get to what it was called a safe score. At the moment, they're around about the 108. I think they need more than that. And the reason I'm thinking that is it leaves the door open for Hungary, not just to get the win, but maybe get 4 points.
Yeah, that's true.
That means that they would then overtake Romania And Romania definitely, obviously they want to win this. That's a really nice shot from Coley. It just shows that he's a classy player. I've seen him play some really good knocks at the Moana Vasia cricket ground there in Romania. I'm a little bit surprised that he comes in fairly low here. I think he's somebody who can get the acceleration.
National team, he's considered kind of a lower order batter, but I think he's good enough to bat in the middle order. He's got that kind of confidence. There's nothing sloggy about that shot. So he becomes a key figure here, Prashant.
Yeah, I think 120 is what you're wanting. So at least ensure if you don't win the game, you get something out of it. And shots like this could help, but that's an outstanding catch. Rafiq, what a catch. We've seen him take one down the ground here. You know what they say, have your best fielders in those dangerous positions. Rafiq is your best fielder. This is an exceptional catch. It wasn't the best of deliveries. There's pace on it. It pings off the middle of that bat from Amit Kohli, but Rafiq is at the right time and holds on to an incredible catch.
Pretty unlucky for Kohli. It was just a really good catch, wasn't it? And just seemed to pick out the fielder. I thought straight away this is going for 4 or maybe more, but he picks it off the bat and he grabs it.
That's a huge wicket.
Yeah, it really is. Sandaruwan, who made his debut yesterday, but with the rain, didn't really see too much of him. He gets a chance here at number 8. Yeah, Sheikh Rafiq, doesn't matter where you put him, he's such a useful fielder.
Excellent catch. Really was a good catch.
All right. Let's see what we got here. It's a pretty good shot first up. That's going to be held inside once again.
Got to go 2.
Rafiq.
Got to go 2. And now he might have left it too late. And will they get in? Yeah, they will. Good day to get a slide. I can't believe they didn't go for 2 straight away, but they get 2. But once again, who's on the boundary? Who makes a great stop? Rafiq.
Yeah, fantastic little knockdown. Saves a couple. But yeah, again, I love the effort at the end from Laurentiu here. He slides in and in the end, just gets the bails a little kiss. I think maybe he was trying to hold that end safe. Maybe that's one thing he was thinking about doing. But yeah, got there in the end. This one kind of tramline ball. Sandaruwan, it was a brilliant shot first up from Thurindu, wasn't it? A good uppercut, unlucky not to get a boundary for it. The Romanians, remember their power play, that they were 46 off the first 3 overs. And really, it's taken them about 6 overs to double it. Anyway, Prashant, couple to come.
Oh, that's wild. That is wild. It's a no ball, it's called. It ricochets off the pads of Marzi, who probably has no idea that is coming his way like that.
Yeah.
And the batters, they take the 1 and take it into 2. And that means that it will be Sandaruwan who's going to be on strike for the free hit.
Does well actually stop that at all, Marzi. Could have easily have gotten past him to the boundary. Be a first warning as well. Sandaruwan, probably not a bad guy to be on strike for the free hit. He takes it on, doesn't get it past the fielder. They'll run in for 1. Again, the Romanians, we know that they like to kind of take it on. For those kind of overthrows, those extra runs, they'll take calculated risks. Yeah, they're having to kind of hustle, aren't they? But they're kind of getting it done. I mean, 110, I still think, Hungary, they'd be favourites in a chase like that, even 110, 120. But you never know if you can get through the top order. Might be able to open them up. Another wide. I think Prashant needs to get back to basics and aim at the 3 sticks in the ground here.
The umpire's not calling this for some reason. Now,
maybe they're checking is it off the pitch or not. But maybe he couldn't see.
Yeah, he couldn't see because, so it will be a wide. And the umpire does the right thing. He can't see it because Prashant is just obscuring his view. So he'll check with the third umpire who will say, definitely a wide. There's the wide signal.
Oh, we get blinded by the sun. I haven't seen it for a while. But anyway, yeah, Prashant, I think this is one time you don't need to get uber defensive. You've got Gerasim, who, he's not really established yet. He's 4 off 5.
Oh, somebody has it's almost like somebody's come along with a bit of glass cleaner, cleaned all the lenses, and it is just bright. It's beautiful.
It's an unreasonable amount of brightness now. All right. Can't get out of the way of this one. Hits him on the derriere, as they call it around here.
Well, he didn't fancy having a go at this, did he? You've got to be swinging here as the last ball. You've got to have a go. And
to be honest, it would have been a wide, so I think it's not a bad idea to get out the way of it, but he just couldn't do that either. So anyway, that was a interesting way to finish the over. It's 98 for 6 off 9. And in the end, what did they get off that over? They ended up with 11 off it. So it's still a decent one for Romania, I think, to restrict to 11 at this stage. Wahid still have an over available. Let's see who they go for in the 10th. Bit of a conference about it at the moment. I think they are going to go for Kamran Wahid.
Yeah, I think he got to really. He bowled pretty well. I think Vinod Ravindran has done so well here, the way he's led. I mean, it wasn't the best of starts, remember, but they got the wicket thanks to a good catch from Waseek to remove the dangerous Mohamed Moyes. And then Prashas for second over, once again, didn't go to plan. He's been a little bit expensive, just hasn't got his line right. He goes 1 for 29 in the end. And that one was quite fortunate because Mamit Kohli actually plays a pretty decent shot, hits the ball well, but unfortunately finds the hot and safe hands of Raseek. So we're into the last here, and I just think that they've got to try and get 115 to 120, so they need a big over here. Won't be easy, but well, maybe Sandhu Ruwan is going to be the man who can put a smile on their faces. Hits this pretty well, but got to try and come back for 2, haven't they? Got to take it on, and I think it's worth it. I think in these conditions, it's worth having to go. All right, if you lose out getting there, you've still got batters to come in. You've got to push hard here.
Still got 4 wickets in hand, so something to think about as well. But yeah, it's almost stop play for being too bright now.
Now the heat and the warmth of the sun is beautiful.
Where he just loses his run here.
I reckon he just gets blinded by the yellow tops of Romania.
That's the thing. I mean, this ground can be a little bit awkward for the sun position as well during the day. But anyway, this is more like it. French countryside in spring. Gerasim trying to move it along. Does well to keep this one out.
Gotta go, yeah.
Yeah, and again, you see Gerasim, he's still learning his trade, you know, like even, yeah, he can when to run, when not to run, you know, the situational stuff. And you can see he's got a good technique. That was a difficult ball to keep out.
Yeah, does well, gets bat onto it, takes a single. 100 comes up for Romania with 4 balls to go in their innings. Would love a couple of boundaries here. Slow delivery,
yeah, really
beautifully
good slow
bowled.
ball. And I think the grunt sold it as well from Kamran
Beautifully
Wahid.
bowled. So one doesn't pick this up at all. Yeah, well bowled. Clever. It's the second time we've seen him do it as well. So it's good. He doesn't overuse it. So when he does use it, it's effective.
Yeah. But still, if you're a poker player, you'd know that's a bit of a tell. He doesn't grunt for any of the other deliveries. When he lets out a big grunt. It's classic uncle tactics in the backyard as well. A big grunting slow ball. 100's up though for Romania, 3 to come. Hit back hard. Got to run hard here. I think partly goes off the bowler. They won't be able to manage a second run. This will be a good test for the Romanian bowling as well. And that's, you're right about what you said about Hungary. They didn't take a point out of the first game yesterday. If they could manage, let's say, yeah, from here, they're going to need about 15 and over to get it with the bonus point. They've got the kind of batters to do that. Yeah. But also, like you said, it could backfire a little bit. I mean, if they're over-aggressive, that one's just busted Wahid's ham, but 2 or 3 people rubbing it will make sure that he's sufficiently recovered. I mean, I hope no one calls an ambulance, Rico.
International Day of a Kiss. Just kiss it better. That's all. Give it a kiss.
We actually
we
saw one opponent appearing to kiss another opponent's injury better in the ECS. I guess that would make it a French kiss.
Yeah, the umpire just having a word with the bowler saying, hey, you've got to get on with this, you know, you're taking too long.
He's probably saying, it wasn't my saliva on the ball. Anyway.
Oh, no, and then after all that, after being told by umpire Tiff, hey, you're taking too long.
Classic slippery fingertips here. You know, I don't know how much work they did on the hand.
He just had it come. Oop.
Now you have it, now you don't. All right, 2 to come. Run. And they'll get through for a bye. Almost brings about another throw. So 102. And Sandhu Ruwan would love to try and knock this one out of the park to take a bit of momentum into the second half. But what it is, it's a good test for the Romanian bowling and the fielding. I mean, we've only seen them field for 1 over in the whole day yesterday.
That's right.
So their bowlers should be fresh. Okay, they've probably got some of the best of the conditions we've seen this weekend as well. Last ball time. gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Bowler goes to ground, and impossible twos on the cards. Come on, Laurentiu. Run, it's a race. And he's not going to win the race as Ravindran comes in for the world's easiest direct hit. And Romania, they scramble, and they will manage one off that last ball. And they'll end up with 103 for 7 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, 103 of 7. You see, once again, the bowler there, Kamran Wahid, he slips and goes down heavily. Hope he's okay. He was hobbling a bit, but yeah, great. Apart from the first 2 overs, I would say, a really good fielding performance there from Hungary. They bowled well, they fielded well, they took those important catches, didn't they, in difficult conditions, and they restricted Romania to 102, to 103, pardon me. That means 104 becomes a chase. And if they get a good power play, and we know that Hungary, if they get clicking, if the likes of Vinod and probably we'll go with Rasik maybe as the opening, got Zishan in there as well. If they get going quickly, they could be eyeing up 4 points. And if they get the 4, they leapfrog Romania into second. And then really, their hopes come alive in this series. But Romania themselves, they'll be battling. They'll still go for the win here, but they'll be battling for a point. If they get a point, if it's a 3-1, Romania will stay a point above Hungary.
And I think both these teams have the same sort of ambition to win this game and then to knock over France in their third encounter with France. And then suddenly you're in a position where you might be able to win the series. So, look, that was a nice catch by Mars Bajic, and he was pretty busy behind the stumps, wasn't he? But the Romanians just had a few issues with the surface, as you see here. That was Aryan Mohammed went down. Vashish had a similar experience on the pitch. But, yeah, it was all about the power play for Romania, and they were in a decent position after that. And they were probably ahead in the game, 46 for 2. But then, those middle overs, 5, 5, and 9, that's 4, 5, and 6 by Razik, Ghani, and Wahid, just meant that they were kind of falling behind. And then the wickets came. Well, I didn't quite get the kiss I wanted from Rico, but James Pond, he certainly jumped in. But the Hungarians as well, I know they didn't catch absolutely everything, but the efforts were there. They did hold a couple of pretty good ones. And they got those wickets in over 7, 8, 9, I think, on the back of just keeping it really quiet in 4, 5, and 6. So the Romanians had to work really hard for their runs. But they do manage 100 plus, and you never know if they can have a good start. And I think in a couple of early wickets, they would have visions of actually defending this score.
Yeah, I mean, I think the power play for me is the key to where this result could go. I did say at the start of this match that I feel that the team that handled the conditions the best would be the team that I think would go on and win the match. And I think Hungary, they handle those conditions beautifully. The conditions will have improved slightly as well with the sun coming out. Glorious sunshine across this Drua cricket ground at the moment. And those conditions, I think, well, it probably, who does it favour better now? I think certainly the bowlers will be happier because it means that ball will stay a little bit dry, though the outfield is still pretty wet. But you've got to feel that the batters are going out there to bat when it's nice and sunny, it's not drizzling, you haven't got rain coming into your eyes and your face. I think the batters were pretty happy as well. So it's very much a 50-50. The power play becomes key. I think in Hungary get to a similar sort of score as what Romania did in the first 3 overs, get to that score between 45 and 50. They'll feel that they can go on and win the match. But whether they feel that they can win it in the 7 overs and take all the points, well, that will be interesting to see. We had a quick look there at the scorecard. Well batted there from Santu Vashish. He made a fine 38 before he would depart. And then they needed somebody else to click in Romania. It never really happened, thanks to some very good fielding. Rasik in the field was superb. He bowled pretty well as well, 2 for 15. 2 for 25 from Sandeep Mohandas. But still some question marks over Prashar. I think with a bowler like Abhitash Prashar, he needs those good conditions, doesn't he? He doesn't want to be running in a fast bowler when your feet don't feel stable. So as the day goes on, I think we'll see him get better as well. But he could be pretty key with the bat. He could be the ideal person, a left-hander as well, that could go out there at the right time and get the acceleration in to help Hungary not just win, but maybe take all the points. I'm Rico Foyle. With me is Vinny Sandhu. You're watching European Cricket International Series here in France, where the hosts are taking on Romania and Hungary. The hosts are pretty good and well set at the top of the standings at the moment, but either one of these two teams could catch them up and give them a difficult time in day 2, the final day of our adventure here in France. Let's see how this one finishes. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time to see how the innings of Hungary go, chasing 104 for victory. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for the reply from Hungary, who are looking to take themselves off the foot of the standings. The way things went yesterday, France played 4 matches, they won 2 were no results, but they have 11 points on the board. Romania, well, they had 3 opportunities, all 3 were no results, but 6 points on the board for them. Hungary, well, they played 3 but lost 2 of their matches, just 1 no result, which puts them on the 3rd position at the moment. But they've got a huge opportunity here after putting a fantastic performance in the field where they restricted the opposition to that score of 103. They get a chance here to not just get a win, but win emphatically, and they could take themselves to 2nd spot in the table. You can see Vasu Sani, the captain of Romania, there just trying to gee his boys up. I mean, he'll be saying to them there that, look, you know, right, we're probably 20 runs shy of where we'd want to be, but conditions being the way they are, that the ball will still be pretty slow going across the outfield. So he'll be asking his bowlers to bowl a good length, and he'll be asking the fielders to try their best to contain, stop those balls, and more importantly, take those all-important catches. If they can get a couple of quick wickets in the power play, then they could still have the upper hand in this contest. But I just feel that the way that Hungary are and the way that the team is balanced, that they've got probably the hard hitters. If they can click here, and if Romania don't execute their line well with the ball, that they could really challenge Romania here, not just for the win, but also take all the points. That will certainly spruce up the standings and put a bit of pressure on France as well. If one of these 2 teams can take all the points, then this series really definitely comes back to life. All right, we're ready to go. And it was nice to have a bit of sunshine that appeared from nowhere. It was blinding, really, after 2 days of not seeing any of that sun. And with the ball is going to be Baljinder Singh. I'm going to start the proceedings. Of course, the main thing Baljinder will be hoping is that he can get his footing right. Just looking at the move here from Hungary, they've gone with Zishan at the top of the order, and he's facing the first ball as well. That tells me that their intent is to try and get the 4 points and try and get this victory inside that 7 overs. Romania will be hoping they can restrict to 72, then they get all the points. Here we go, here's the first. It's down the leg side, good take behind the stumps there by Ariane. Just trying a little bit. Here's the left arm round. He's a big old figure, isn't he? Here's Singh. He's towering over everybody. Okay, better areas, but a nice, easy shot. That will go all the way. 6 runs. So the first scoring shot is 6, and that's exactly what Zishan is there to do. And he makes it look pretty easy as well. Just think here, I mean, obviously, just these first couple of deliveries, but if this is the line that Baljinder is going to bowl, then he's got to get a fuel change, and he does. So long off goes back. So long off and long on. And this one gets worked around the leg side. That's going to be 4 as well. Just a little bit too short is Baljinder Singh, and Zishan is onto it like a flash. Well, 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more. Hello to Rob Thompson. He's on the chat with the likes of Chris Smith as well. A lot of people tuning in on this International Sunday. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend as well. That's a better delivery, and oh, it's a great effort. And unfortunately, it will go to the boundary as well. Superb effort from the outstretched Shantu Vasisht. He's got ground to make up, gets 2 hands to it, can't take it. Then, unfortunately, on International Kiss a Mate Day, the Grizzly goes over to the rope and says, give us a kiss. Mwah. 4 runs to Zishan. And he dabs this down, and this one is certainly going to test the field, and that's brilliantly done. Sensational save. And I mentioned that the outfield will just be a little bit slower, but this one still looks like it's going to win the race. But Fernando Iba gets a slide in and pulls his back sensationally before he touches the rope. That's a very good save Zishan does come back for 2. This over already worth 17, so they're well ahead. Remember, Vinny was saying they're probably needing to go around about sort of that 50 mark. And then a unbelievable defensive shot, which should have... Oh, well, they just don't want to take this single for some reason. I don't understand this at all from Zishan. He plays a proper defensive shot rather than go for more runs. And then here as well, they decide not to take the overthrows on. Well, that was quite interesting. Right, last ball of the over. Works his way effortlessly. This will be 1 bounce 4. So it's going to be a magical start for Hungary in pursuit of this 104 for victory. Baljinder is just being too short. And, well, he's there to get them off to a quick start position, and that's exactly what he does. 21 come off the first. And Baljinder Singh, well, let's just say that over was not what Romania needed, and now they're under the pump straight away. As we see this graphic, 19 matches since a golden ball. Well, we have had 2 here in France. Could we finish with 1 on the final day of our adventure here? Vinny Sandhu joins you back in the cube.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and yeah, just the start the Hungary wanted, chasing 104 for victory. And the rate to get the bonus point, it's about 15 and over, so I'll keep an eye on that. They get 21 off the first. Again, it creates opportunities, doesn't it, as well? They're going to bat so aggressively for someone like Kohli to take a couple of wickets. Interesting that Zishan does go to the top of the order. We saw it in that move yesterday. He got run out without facing a ball, though. This time, he makes sure of it. And yeah, gets them off to a decent start. Here's Manmeet. The first ball is just guided down. You've got the 2 outfielders in similar positions. There's Luca Petre. Could see him back in the 11 as well. I just think he's got so much potential, and he's an outstanding fielder. The thing about Luca, he doesn't seem to feel pressure. He just, you know, under the high ball in real big key situations. We've seen it at the Carter Oval. Holds his nerve. Good young player. Good bowler too.
Yeah, well, Russell saying he's just having a chat here with Manmeet. I think he's saying he wants to try and make a change in the field, and what he's done here is he's brought up the backward point into the circle so he can push back the long on. So obviously something in place just for Zishan particularly.
And he's bowled him, keeps a little bit down. Zishan tries to play across it, and Kohli gets his man. Zishan with a quick fire, but 20 is all he'll get in this one, and Hungary 22 for 1.
Good delivery. Yeah, I think it does stay a little bit low, but I think Zishan, he opts to play the wrong shot. He's already in an awkward position. Look, he wants to go back, and he should be going forward. And as soon as he makes that decisions to go back, I think he's always going to struggle. He's pointing at the pitch, saying it stays low, but good areas for Mick Kohli. I wanted to ask you before that over, actually, your thoughts on game for something like Baljinder Singh to bowl the first over.
Maybe they're just trying to sneak through and over. Yeah, they're probably expecting pace first up. Zishan handled it well. But this one, as I know you can say, it did keep a bit low, and it did. But that's why, you know, trying to cross-bat a ball on the stumps has its risks, and he doesn't really get in a great position to deal with the bad bounce because he keeps his leg side of the ball. He's kind of just going with his hands outside his pad line. Anyway, one thing I would say, the umpires, give them props. They've been quite good at setting the stumps up because they've taken a pounding in this tournament. Sometimes it's a problem.
When they get hit, they go down, and they go down in explosive fashion. So you're absolutely right. Work has to be done.
This is one of the few times I've noticed it taking longer than normal. Here we are on day 14 of France.
Well, Vignesh,
I was a meticulous stump fixer-upper.
Yeah?
It would really, there's an art to it.
Well, you're a keeper. I bet you knocked him down a few times as well.
Yeah, I was pretty good at knocking him back in if I had to. Anyway, here's Mr. Slick. He gets a ball. That is pretty straight as well. He just plays it out defensively.
I suppose Zishan would be disappointed to go, but he does what Hungary wanted from him. He gives them the perfect start. 21 came off that first over, so if they're wanting all the points here, they get the right start.
Ideally, he scores 50 off 15 balls and they get all 4 points. But yeah, you're right. It's better than nothing, isn't it? Gives them a good first over. And how about these two? We saw them in that classic match yesterday.
Yeah.
174 and 8. It's a good ball, though, from Kohli. It really talks.
Yeah, what a good take. Great bit of cricket this. Kohli gets this one to really move. Look at this go. Absolute beaut. Look at that. Great ball.
Yeah, you can see it swings after the stumps, just keeps on going. It's good hands by Aaron Mohammed. Been impressed with his keeping so far.
Well, Rob Thompson is hungry for more. And, well, hungry. They are hungry for more. They need to be hungry for more. They know really they've got to get a win here to realistically keep their chances alive.
Now this is in the air. Someone should be catching this. Vasu, he's not going to drop it. And so Rasic goes for a duck. And suddenly Romania are looking like they just could pull off a defence if things can roll their way. Hungary lose an important batter without scoring, and it's 22 for 2.
Yeah, it's just not there for this shot, is it? And he doesn't move his feet either. He needs to be getting inside of that and whipping it away. Tries to go down the ground and just skies it up. And the captain of Romania, Vasu Saini, is not going to drop that, as we see Derek for the first time here today.
Again, trying to play across the ball. It's kind of outside the off stump. Rasic knows it straight away. And Vasu Saini perfectly in position to take that catch. That's the benefit also of the power play. I think that the fielders being in the circle, and later in the innings, that's probably just one down the ground. But it's kind of power play has its benefits for the fielding side as well. Kohli's a great first over for him, 2 for 1.
It's what they needed after that first one went magical. So now all of a sudden when you look at it, I mean, you were saying they need to go at 15s more or less. I mean, even if this goes to the boundary, it's still a win for Romania this over.
Here's Mazbaji coming in at number 4. And he gets another one that whistles away past the outside edge. What an over from Manmeet there. 2 for 1. He's got to come back in the 4th. No point leaving him on the shelf, Rico. But right now, the score 22 for 2.
It's a great over. And just seeing that one, I think Vasu Saini probably must be thinking that he needs to probably call upon himself maybe to bowl the next, because Vasu bowls very similar. I don't think you go to anything slower or spin here. That ball is moving around. If you're hitting the seam, you're getting reward. So he's got to be thinking about this and which bowler to use here.
It looks like they're going to go for Ravindra Attapattu here in over number 3. See the table just a moment ago. So France, they lead on 11 points, but they have played one more game than their other 2 opponents here. So Romania 6 points because they never actually got a result out of their 3 matches yesterday. Hungary on 3. So it looks like France are kind of running away with it at the moment. But let's not forget that this is really even competition. And if France were to drop one or even both of their games, with the fact that Romania and Hungary, they've got one more game in hand in such a short tournament, could be a catch-up job. Anyway, here's Ravindra to bowl the 3rd over. First one angled in, and this one won't beat square leg. Watch his back foot here. Patu gets pretty wide towards the return crease, but I think he keeps that heel in the air.
Mohamed Moyes doesn't waste any time getting his shades on, does he? As soon as that sun puts his hat on, the shades are on. Moisey there making the stop. So, yeah, I wonder what's going for the head here of Vinov now. He still probably would love to get this going to 7, but he's probably also thinking he doesn't want to give any further unnecessary wickets away as well.
And that's true. Right on the rate at the moment. I think slight change in tactics now. Not being uber attacking. I think you're right about the weight of those 2 wickets, especially Rasic. Such a big guy to lose so early.
It's not often you see Rasic fail with the bat. So, yeah, that'll shock Hungary a little, but they have got plenty of batting still to come, and they know it. Mazbaji on his day is a very destructive hitter off the ball. We know all about the talents of Vinov. And that's not a good delivery. Goes wide. And that one goes, I think, all the way. Yeah, Manos. Arriba. A little bit of balle action here. Because he goes wide. Look how wide he goes. But he darts it too far onto the pads. And he's got to be careful off that back foot as well. I think he's just keeping it in the air because he's keeping the weight on the toes. But got to be careful.
This is where I just like the old-fashioned umpire to have a little word to say, hey, just mind your back foot. You're getting very wide there. That's kind of the old school way of doing it.
It's a funny rule. It's one that me and you both agree. It doesn't really make much sense, that return.
Doesn't belong in the 21st century, the back foot rule.
Once again into the pads of Vinov. I wonder if Vinoth. I mean, once again, it's a lot. Both of these two teams haven't
to me,
played
this
a lot
one
of
probably
cricket.
is. To me, it lands.
Yeah, let's just see here. So he goes wide again. Does the heel?
The one before, the one
It's
before.
very close, isn't it? Very close. But
Remember, it doesn't really matter where that.
I
It
wonder-
doesn't matter where the front foot
It's
is.
been-
Yeah,
it has
it's
been called.
Yeah. So, I mean, we spotted that straight away. But, yeah. No.
But I must admit, I am with you in one respect. I think it's if the umpire just says to him the ball before, hey, you're a little bit close. I mean, that's maybe, I don't know.
He pushed it the first two balls, and the third one, it was pretty clear.
But what I'm saying is
Yeah.
it would have been good if the umpire just said to him, by the way, you just...
Well, this is why it's impractical. To be honest, that's the third umpire coming in and making the decision.
Yeah.
Because the on-field umpire normally is just looking at the front foot, right?
Yeah.
Normally that's what they're looking at. So it'll be a free hit coming up. Maybe, yeah. But I don't know. The more we do, the more games we do, the more thousands of the games, the more I think we should trial not having that back foot rule and just saying, okay, your front foot has to land somewhere inside the sideline and somewhere behind the front line,
Yeah.
and then that would. It's one of those rules that I think if we brought it in, it'd be an all cricket around the world within 2 years because it just makes sense.
Yeah, so free hit coming up now,
Anyway,
and
yeah.
Vinoth will be looking to latch onto it and get the second boundary in this over. Field change was made there because you can change the field nowadays, of course. He still goes pretty wide here. I want to see this again because he hasn't shied away from changing his action. He doesn't go for the boundary, but this one gets fired
This is
in
pretty close.
spicily. He still goes wide. Let's have a look. Oh, it's
Still pretty close. Does he
does
land on
he?
it?
Oh no, I don't think he does.
But it's, but the point is, okay, we got the
now
TV.
he knows.
But the thing is, if you were the umpire there and you were looking at it, you'd probably call it. Do you know what I mean? Because the angle that you're looking at that foot.
I think if you didn't have the third umpire,
Yeah.
you would call it.
Yeah.
Because you'd say, well, for me, it looks like you're still touching it.
Now it's going to be worked away. It's kind of been a bit of a momentum buster here, hasn't it? With all of this foot business. But Baji, very nice little clip off the pads before.
Thing is it with this from Ravindra, he's not gaining anything from it because when he does put it where he wants, the batter's just able to clip it away. So if I'm the bowler here, this is me, I'm thinking, well, why am I trying to go wide? I'm trying to go wide because I want to do this. I'm not executing it well. Both batters have shown that they can play that shot. I'm better off just getting closer to the stumps and trying to get the ball to go the other way.
And it is natural for some bowlers to jump wide. But, I think when they brought in the rule, if you clip the stumps, it's a no ball.
Yeah.
So, you can tweak these things. But like I said, it's not like an advantage to go wider. If anything, it's a disadvantage. Kind of makes it difficult to get the LBWs lining up. Anyway, Baji is going to push this for one. But I suppose the rule is what the rule is. But bowlers have to be more conscious of that.
Yeah.
And it's the same bowlers that have these habits. And they should be aware of it. Anyway, it's the end of the power play. And at this stage, Romania are ahead after 3 overs. But Hungary 35 for 2. You got to go Kohli. You got to go for Broke here and see if he can have another heater.
Yeah, I would be. And, he bowled such a good first over. Only the 1 run came from it. He got them back in this contest after the first over went magical, 21. So, yeah, if he can get another wicket here, get the breakthrough. And you can see already Vinoth is saying to Marzi, right, okay, watch out, because these ones are they're going to pitch and leave. He's got the right field set as well. He's got third man back. He's got a point back on the boundary as well. Let's see if he can execute the same sort of line again. If he can, it will be pretty dangerous as Kohli comes in again here. Bowling first up to Mars Baji, who started off with a lovely clip of his pads for 4 runs. And then he took a single off that last ball of that third over.
All right, good contest here. Kohli to Baji. Just works it away. Just timed that pretty well, Bit of work for the fielder to do, but Janitha Fernando does it well. Now they think about it, run off the stumps, but they'll just have to settle for the 1. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Kohli was getting that ball to move a lot, but even, after an over in between, the ball's probably slightly more banged up and might not swing quite as much, but I think it certainly has to be the right move to bring him back now. Sometimes we see bowlers being left for later in the innings, but the whole kind of energy of the game has changed by then.
Yeah.
Still, there's a fear of losing wickets, which I think plays into Kohli's hands here. And you can see Ravindran's been a little bit careful so far as well.
Yeah, he's created that fear, hasn't he, with that first over, so batters will be a bit cautious. And,
Hungary, remember, they got close to that point yesterday, and now this is off the pad. Pretty nice stop there. Partial stop, at least, from Arian Mohammed.
It's a very, very good stop. I mean, we've said already, conditions there where the keepers are standing is not good. It's not ideal for footwork, but he does so well, and that one stays low as well. That's a wonderful take. He'd be disappointed, though, I think, Vinod, that he's got a bit of pad on this, because otherwise it's a wide, and he'll take the extra ball. Kohli, can he get this one to go back on a roundabout off and move away? That's what he's looking to do. Now he's down the leg side, and that one is an easy pickup for somebody with the power and the strength and the timing as Vinod. That's 6 more for him. And Kohli just loses his shape. That's the second one on the pads. But the captain, this time of Hungary, doesn't lose out. 6 more.
Yeah, and he just can't get his groove back at the moment. He's lost that sideways movement, lost one down the leg side, goes past the ghost chair down there for 6. Nice pickup from Ravindran. And you never know. Okay, they've fallen behind on the chance of they're getting the 4 points, but 1 or 2 big overs here. They're still in the hunt. So yeah, kind of anything's possible in this game. A couple of quick wickets, Romania can still win it. Hungary, a couple of big overs, they can still take all the points.
Okay,
that's a bit more
that's a great pickup
on the money.
Absolutely brilliantly picked up there. Excellent fielding.
Sandru one there.
I've got to say, for both teams at the moment, bearing in mind the conditions that they've had to play this first match in, have done exceptionally well.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully it only gets better and better. Remember when the sun came out? That was a nice 5 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah, where'd it go? What happened to it?
It was unreasonably bright. It was like we're on the surface of Venus there for a little while. Anyway, Baji faces up. Pitched up again. Got a hint to swing, but not as much as we saw earlier on.
Yeah, Baji, he's just waiting for that one that's slightly shorter, and he'll ping it. I mean, that's his strength. But at the moment, he knows, stay there with his captain, just take the singles when they're available, put the bad ball away, and you're on top. They're having to go at the moment at under 10s. You're going under 10s, you're winning the match, aren't you?
Last ball for Kohli then. In the air, and it's going to get past the field. A great effort down there from Petre, but it was just timed too well. Ravindran, yeah, when he's on, he's really on, isn't he? And that one screamed to the boundary, and it takes us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 48 for 2.
Yeah, not quite as good as his second. That's still a top shot from Vinod. I mean, it's not a bad delivery. All right, slightly shorter. But the difference, Vinny, this over, for some reason, the ball not moving.
Yeah, and that's partly... Swing is like the dark arts, right? When you've got a brand new ball and it's shaped the way it's meant to shape, and the seam is prominent and consistent all the way around, then you get to swing sometimes. But every time the ball's hit, changes shape slightly. These little subtle things, and you can just see that 1 over that was bowled in between the start of the 3rd and the 4th over just changed the condition of the ball. I don't think Kohli was doing anything differently mechanically or anything like that. Here's Vasu Saini in over number 5. The first one is dragged from outside the off stump for a single.
Yeah, Vasu can do marvellous things with the ball, the captain.
Just thinking, were the weather gods playing with us and just giving us a little bit of sunshine, and they're going to give us more rain?
Gave us some hope for nothing.
I hope not.
Bit of hope.
I hope
as
not.
The dark clouds have returned.
Good contest. Captain to captain. Just kind of squeeze him for room. Well, Marzi wanted the run, and I think that would have been out if he'd hit, It was... Marzi said, hey, come on, let's run. Eventually, Vinod had no choice but to take off. And I think if this hits, it's curtains.
Yeah, it's a miscue. Probably had a bit to do with the fielder not being perfectly balanced to get the frame by slipping. But Marzi apologising in the end there to Vinod. But Marzi, I think, just senses that the line that's being bowled here by Vasu, he quite fancies it. So
it's a half chance, but it's a half chance. It would have been a really handy one to convert for Romania to get Ravindran, who's kind of the key in many ways to this chase. 50's up now as Baji goes on the charge, but he'll only get a single here.
Marzi, sort of the one, I think that's the one Marzi's waiting for, but he snatches at it, doesn't get the perfect timing, so it's just a single. So Vasu, yes, put a couple of shorter balls in. Both of them were to Marzi, and Marzi hasn't been able to get the shot in. No boundary as yet off the over.
That's a shot. It's a really good shot, Ravindran. And that one bangs into the bottom of the fence, but That's the kind of player he is, and we've seen that when he's on, he is just impossible to bowl to. That was a cracking strike over cover.
Battle of the two captains, and Vasu goes a little bit fuller outside the off, and look at the response. Just look how quick the hands are of VR as he absolutely clubs it. Beautiful shot. The timing on that was epic. And I reckon we're going to have a new Grizzly go out there, because that one has gone into the haunted woods.
Yeah. Shotgun not going to chase that one. Well, looks like we might be getting a bit more sun now. Okay. But yeah, Ravindran outstanding outside the off stump. Couple to come. Slower ball, picks it. Biding his time here in a way, isn't he? Do you think that kind of 4-pointer is a bit off the table now? They need 20 to 22 and over, something like that, maybe 24 and over even to do that. So I think now you go into just making sure you win the game mode. It's kind of the mode I think Ravindran's been in for a while.
Yeah, matches. I mean, next match, Hungary stays on the field of play. They take on France. It's a big swing, but that will be a wide. Vasu goes too wide. But remember, then France, then play Romania. And these two teams will play again to finish things off. That could be quite an expensive one. What do you reckon, Vinny? Catches a bit of the line?
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones I think we'll see more and more the bowler getting away with, because I think for me it's probably half on the line, maybe half outside. We've seen that adjustment being made slowly with the interpretation change. A slower ball this time. Just be worked away for a single.
Oh,
Muzzy,
well.
I think he gets there.
Well, it hits the stumps, but I'm interested to see if bat is down, because I think his legs might have been in the air. Let's wait and see.
I think it's a good bat slide.
Oh, let's wait and see.
A bit of traffic
Here's
there.
the throw. I think he just,
yeah,
he makes it.
Yep.
Good running.
Marzi had to run though, didn't he? Yeah. And well, gets there in the end. So that'll be the end of the over, and the score is 60 for 2 after 5. Hey, how excited are we with some of the events we've got coming up? And one of the ones that we don't have on there, but it'll be on from tomorrow, will be the Continental Cup in Romania as well.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else for a moment, but yeah, that will be good. And
there have been some crazy suggestions. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think I can say anything publicly, but you know, we're getting requests from all kinds of countries. There's the Medina Cup, by the way. That'll be right here at the Drua Cricket Ground from Thursday, the 9th of May, to Sunday, the 12th of May. And Charlie Hunt will be taking care of that one. We've got times that we've got 3 or maybe even 4 events going on at once.
Yeah.
It's going to be a busy time.
Yeah, all I can say is Malta and Belgium, you are going to have a splendid time here, because this ground is fantastic. And get ready. Be prepared to be awed when you get here. It's a beautiful ground, especially if, like now, the sun is shining.
Smashed at 6. Maximo. I like this from Mars, because he just kind of stands, holds his shape, and drives straight through the line of the ball.
Yeah.
That's probably the best shot he's played all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, quite often when we've seen Marzi sometimes before in Hungary, this is a shot we know he can play really well. We know that because we've seen him play when we're often practicing and we're out there. He hits this well, but he doesn't always execute it well when he's out there in the middle. He's got that one out of the middle of the bat. He's going to be happy with that.
Power,
16 he moves on to.
Power, but percentages as well there from Baiji. Now he wants to go again, but it could be 6 and out, and it should be, and it will be, because Kohli will take him. So that was the best of times, it was the worst of times, and that's cricket, I suppose, in the T10 format, as Baiji has to walk for 16. Vashisht with the breakthrough at 66 for 3.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed. I know that's exactly what the captain would have said to him there. You know why? He's probably saying to him, why, Marzi, why? You just smashed a massive 6. The run rate at the moment is more or less just under 8. You've got a 6. We didn't have to chance it. You know the players out there didn't have to chance it. It'd be disappointing, Marzi, because after hitting one clean out the middle, and we hadn't even finished talking about it, and the next ball he puts down the throat of the fielder. We see it again.
I still think it's the right thing to do to bat normally. If you start thinking old school, going 6 and then 1. I mean, if he hits it, everyone stands up and applauds. Probably the difference there, it wasn't quite as full.
Yeah.
That's why he wasn't able to drive it as comfortably. It kind of skewed off his bat, didn't go as far. And I don't think they're in a lot of trouble here, Hungary, with Prashar coming into the crease. So he just kind of loses his front shoulder a little bit there, and that's all to do with the fact it wasn't as drivable of a length. But Vashisht does the job. But Prashad, he's got, we always got big raps on him, don't we, when we see him?
Yeah, I just think it's one of those, when you've got two batters that are out there, they're communicating well, they're going well, they took the singles, both played boundaries. I think you're then looking to keep that partnership going. You don't want to break that partnership unnecessarily, especially when you're winning the match. And I think the captain probably just a bit disappointed that Marzi doesn't stay there with him, and he's got to build again with another batter.
Yeah, well, can't die with a broken heart out there, because his partners come and partners go. So I think for me is just heading down the leg side. And I'm liking the energy from the Romanians in the field. Does he give the ground a little kiss here?
I reckon all sorts happen. I think this is a shades explosion as well. Definitely going down the leg. Watch the fielder coming in here now. So goes for the shy, and, well, yeah, it is the shades that come flying off, and he hits the deck hard, doesn't he?
I like the optimism of taking the sunglasses out there as well, because we did have some sun. But at the moment, they're not on the eyes, they're on the head. But I've always liked the energy of Romania in the field, something they've worked really hard on the last couple of years. And he throws his hands at this. Luca will make the stop. He's honestly one of the best young fielders going around, Luca Petre. He's just a real natural. That was a good stop. And he needs someone to step up here and be able to bowl a single-digit over, and ideally a kind of a 5 or a 6 run over, ideally less.
Well, yeah, you want to get the wicket of the captain. I mean, Vinod, get him out. And Prashad's only just got out there. He's about to face his second delivery here. But yeah, remove the captain and just apply a little bit of pressure on Hungary.
Oh, well, it's not going to help because that's full toss, and Prashad deals with it in kind. Maximo. Ashish gets it wrong. Goes the journey, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's one that hurts you because with that one going to the boundary and it's another 6. Remember, Marzi hit one on the very first ball. Well, now they're well ahead. There's that rate that you're trying to bring down. Will probably come down to around about 6 now with a ball to go still in the over.
I think when we look back at this, assuming Hungary get this done, it's really those kind of middle overs that set up this victory. Middle overs in the first innings I'm talking about. Another full toss, charges it, and he's going to get one. Interesting with the height here. I feel that probably because he charges, it probably isn't above the waist if he'd stayed at home. It's like a big charge. So for me, I think it's coming down.
Yeah, he just goes with the slower ball again, which I think he's going for the surprise element after getting the one before wrong. He says, well, I'll try it again anyway. And it's a good stop on the boundary there by Vasu, the captain. Stops it going to the boundary, catches it around about 7 and over.
Catches a break there, really, Vashisht in the end. But does go for 15 in the 6th over. That's 75 for 3. This is where you just got to wonder, can you push it? Can you push it to the end? Can you push it to the last over? Maybe just kind of keep that flame alive if you're Romania. Vasu to bowl out here in over number 7. And he's launched leg side, but it's in the air. Fielder comes in, fielder goes back, fielder takes the catch. So Prashad goes, and a little bit of hope returns to the Romanians. Nice catch out there by Atta Batu as Prashad goes for 7, and it's 75 for 4.
Yeah, Ravindra holds on to it. He charges in and then gets himself in a good position, takes a catch. Well, the sun is shining, and when that sun shines, the Romanian kit absolutely glows, and who knows, are they going to get back into this contest? Once again, I think that wicket of Vinod Ravindran, the captain of Hungary, is the key. If they can pick up that prize wicket here without too many more runs going on the board, then I think the tails of Romania will be up.
Yeah, and short of getting Ravindran out, I mean, keeping him at the other end I think is pretty important. So he's faced 14 out of the 37 balls so far. So it's not a lot. So if you just kind of keep him on the shelf and frustrate him in that way, that's also worth something. Ali Almaz comes to the crease.
Vasu just checking his field here.
That's one of the worst attempts at taking guard I've ever seen. He started about 3 stumps outside leg.
He's given up. I think he just decided, oh well, forget it. I'll just stand wherever.
Go back and look at that if you like. Anyway. He's just looking for one. He's going to get one. Gerasim doesn't pick the little side spin of the ball. That's frustrating so early in the over to give that run away.
It's frustrating because I think Vasu knows if he could have had a few more deliveries at the new batter, a few more dots, who knows? But now he's going to be the battle of the two captains again. And at the moment, it's Vinoth that's been winning this battle.
He would have loved to have built up a bit of pressure on Yilmaz, who was clearly just looking to get his captain back on strike. He achieves that. And now push and run, pick up. And they don't get the throw off. So again, just a single, it's probably not a bad result at this stage.
Yeah, you'll take that. He would have been very disappointed to have conceded that single in the first place, and then if it resulted in the captain smashing a boundary, it would have hurt even more, but he gets another chance at Yilmaz.
Oh, he's gone. What a great catch that is. Yilmaz goes. He goes on the uppercut, and it's taken clean as a whistle. Saini strikes again. And Hungary have lost the fifth, and suddenly this game coming alive is Sandaruwan that takes the catch, a backward point. Well, was that Tarindu Sandaruwan, or was that Jonty Rhodes back there? Because that was an outstanding grab.
It was Sandaruwan, because there's a bit of woo factor in this. I tell you what, talking about days, it is International Superhero Day as well. Well, that catch was a catch of a superhero. What a catch. That ball was travelling.
Now, I've got to admit, I was looking towards the boundary when that ball was hit, but Sandaruwan had other ideas. What a fantastic catch. And Yilmaz will be kicking himself because he hit that really, really well. But he's the fifth to fall, 77 for 5. Abaskani comes to the crease.
Yeah, and that is why the captain was disappointed that he wasn't able to get more at the new batter. So, all right, another one bites the dust as Ghani now comes in. So with all of these wickets, all of these dot balls and singles, Romania just start to get themselves back into this match.
Now swing and a miss. So this is a really, really kind of street fighting effort, I think, from Romania to continue to pick up wickets. And Abba swings straight through the first one from Vasu. Just looking at who's got overs left. I mean, after this, they stick with the same bowlers. They've got Vashish to come back, Atapatu to come back, and Baljinder. Oh, this one almost takes out the umpire. It's going to be 4. And Vasu almost is thinking about getting a finger to this, but just hit too well. Ghani's a good striker. We've seen that before. Plays his cricket for the Budapest Blinders in Hungary. But look at that. That was danger time for a couple of the human beings out there. That'll be the end of the 7th as well. 81 for 5.
Just doesn't get a hand to it. There's Vasu's important shot, because that one at least gives them the sort of runs that they're almost needing per over. It gets them 6, they're needing 7. You know who they haven't tried yet, and I think he's worth it on a day like today? Moyes.
Oh, Moyes. Yeah, Moyes
because
hasn't bowled yet.
swings the ball big.
Yeah, so it's coming up.
I'm quite surprised they haven't used him as yet.
In the second game of the day, Hungary versus France. Hungary winning the toss and batting first in that one. Looking at the French lineup, Rahula Mangal comes in for them. Could see Jackson back behind the stumps as well. Of course, the two spin twins down the bottom, Stanikzai and Ahmedzai. So no Ramatullah Mangal in there. Christian Roberts, we saw a bit of him yesterday as well, didn't we? Anyway, time for over number 8. And what a start from Ravindran. That's just a little push, but it races away to the boundary. He moves into the 30s. Just kind of keeps things in control for Hungary.
Classy shot. Great timing. You can see the French team, we just mentioned them in the background there, doing their warm-ups, getting ready for the next match. 4 of the first ball, which puts them in the upper hand straight away in this over. And that's why that was so important.
We have Vashish with the comeback ball. And get Ravindra in it. It'll be a little bit interesting here. And this is in the air, but it's in the gap, and that's going to carry the line. Maximo! Well, VR, this isn't virtual reality. This is the real deal. And those 6 runs get it down below a runner ball for the first time.
Yeah, well, 2 boundaries to start off with. First the 6, and this one is just a gentle loopy full toss. And Vinoth is not going to miss out on those. It's an easy hit. So that puts them well in front with still 4 balls to go here. Now you can sort of pick and choose, can't you?
This is in the air for a little bit. That's going to beat the fielder as well. Petre can't do anything about it. So really, Hungary, I suppose they're into the 8th over, so Romania know they're going to get a point out of this game. It looks like it'll be just the point, the way that Ravindran is going.
One observation here, Vinny. I mean, Vinoth, he's batted beautifully. And if we were to look at his wagon wheel, all the shots on the off, I don't know why square leg has been deployed all the way through. I can understand mid-wicket and long on to a point. Get one more across.
Yeah.
That's where he's hitting all these boundaries on the
deep
offside.
cover, yeah, I understand.
There we go
Another
again.
one. This is going to take some stopping. Great stop from Petre out there, who uses all of his body. There's not too much of it width-wise, but that was a fantastic stop on the boundary. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, but you got to look at that. You got to know where batters are playing these shots. And Vinoth has not played anything on the leg side, square leg or mid-wicket. Everything's been on the offside. Give yourself more protection out there. I mean, the other batters, Ghani probably will go across the line, but he doesn't have to take any risks now, you see, in this over.
Yeah, also Ghani can stand up and hit, and that's what he does here. So Petre will jump on it eventually, gets it down to 7 to win. So again, it kind of throws everything wide open, doesn't it, with Hungary getting their first win. Leaves Romania winless, admittedly. They had 3 no results yesterday. Romania, obviously from here, they play France later in the day in match 8. They play Hungary again in match 9. So I'll be a bit disappointed again with the bat, not quite able to get to a pass score or more. As this is a full toss, just eased away leg side, but just a single. That's Baljinder Singh out there. And just 6 to win. Now, they can win it with 1 swing of the bat as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 98 for 5.
Yeah, 98 for 5. Yeah, Baljinder Singh was, I have to admit, it wouldn't have been my choice. It was a weird choice to go with a left arm round, sort of slower bowler when you haven't got too many runs to defend. I think it's a gamble that was taken because I think it was probably the captain thinking it's not something they're going to expect. Maybe you thought that taking the pace off against someone like Zishan was the way to go. Maybe they made that change when they realised it was Zishan who was opening and not Rasiq. But it didn't work to plan. When the first over goes magical, it hurts you. But then having said that, they came back with just 1 coming off the second.
Yeah.
So they put themselves back in it again. I reckon just the field positioning here, they didn't really set the right field to Vinoth. But they know that now.
Yeah, knowing your opponent as well. Here's Luca Petre. Good to see him getting a bowl. Let's see how far he can get into this 9th over. 6 to win. First one down the leg side, make that 5 to win. And Luca, to be honest, I still think he's kind of underutilised. I know he's only 16, he's learning, but he's a big boy. You know, he's got good mechanics. Okay, that one doesn't really move for him and it goes down the leg side. But I know he's putting in a lot of hours, kind of perfecting it. And he's got the physique of a fast bowler, doesn't he? Just see him becoming a key bowler for them. Now this is just angled away, it'll tie the scores. Not a bad location, but Ravindran will move to 48. I suppose the only question now, if he can hit a boundary, he'll get his 50, otherwise he'll be stranded on 49 for all time. But again, just the intelligence to kind of use the pace, let the ball do the work.
He's a delightful player to watch playing out on the offside. You know, on the network, we don't see that many. And when you do see somebody who plays and strokes the ball around like Vinoth, it's a pleasure to see. And I get the feeling that he probably will be looking to finish this off with the boundary, get his half century. It's been a proper captain's innings. And not only has he batted well, but the way he led them in the field was brilliant. He goes for this one, misses out on it.
Obviously, Abaskani can't read the scoreboard if there was one, because Ravindran doesn't want to win that way. You see the French team there in the background just warming up, getting ready for their last 2 games. They play back-to-back, first against Hungary and then they'll play against Romania. But, yeah, Luca, I suppose, still a chance of picking up a consolation wicket here. That's what he'd be hoping. But it's going to be game over, and it's going to be done with a Maximo. So Ravindran does bring up his half century in the end. It is adios pelota and adios partido, the end of the game. Hungary, they get the win in the 9th. Does mean that Romania do take a point out of that game, so they work hard enough to get the point. But Hungary have a crucial 3 points and their first win in this ECI.
Well, Hungary needed to be hungry for the points, didn't they, today, if they were to get themselves back in contention, and they've done just that. They take 3 away from Romania. Romania do pick up a point, which means that they will stay above Hungary. That 1 point will do it. These 2 teams will meet again in the final match of today. How important that could be. But for Hungary, for them to stay in it, they've got a tough one coming up when they take on France. But well done to the captain, Vinoth Ravindran. I think he plays a captain's innings there with the bat. Gets his half century, so Bod Badanya Vinoth Ravindran of the half century Puri Kali, Felicidades. But also, I love the way that he led them in the field. It wasn't easy, it was raining, it was drizzling, it was a bit windy, but he used the bowlers well. It was a skillful a skillful innings from Hungary in the field, and then with the bat, having restrained Romania to a score of just 103, they went out there and got the runs. It started brilliantly, didn't it, with Zishan hitting the ball effortlessly to all parts of the ground, but then he would have been a little bit annoyed with the way that he got out. He just went for the wrong shot to Kohli, and Kohli, though, came back with such an incredible over. It was absolutely brilliant. Just a one run from it, and it started with Timber as the stumps got rattled and knocked over. That gave them hope again, and they did try and get back into the match, but just a couple of expensive overs. I mean, Shantu Vashist, he went for 15 in his first, and his second one was not any better either, and that one hurts them. That one there was when Ravindra was just going a little bit too wide. A couple of no balls were called in that one as well, and that one for 13 just didn't get the wicket of Vinov. If they picked up that wicket, things could have been very different indeed. And Luca, it's a very good player, learning his trade all the time. It was nice to see him get a bowl there towards the end as well, but he just couldn't get the breakthrough. And this was the wicket of Marzi after hitting a huge six. He would fall for 16. And then there was a couple of other wickets that were to fall pretty quickly. Prashar, after smashing one for a big six, went the very same way. He would be well caught as he would also depart. Nicely done there by Ravindra. And Ali Almaz also went early as he was caught well by Sandhu Ran. This ball was absolutely crunched, and it was Sandhu Ran as he ended up taking an incredible catch because the ball was absolutely rocketed. It was going like a rocket. But the captain, he held his nerve and he saw his team home, and it was a big six to finish it off that got him his half century as well. So well done to Hungary, winning their first match in this international series. We knew it would be a close one. Of course, yesterday, the way the weather was, it's caused a lot of disruption. A lot of games were abandoned. A lot of games ended up not being 10 overs but shortened. But this is a sign of things to come, I think, as teams will wrestle with each other to fight for those all-important points. 1 and 9 for 5, and they do it quite comfortably as well, with plenty of balls to go. So good victory, 9 balls to go. Hungary are on the board. They get the first win, and they will be hungry for more. But they're up against France now. France, I think, being clear at the top. Remember, they started the day with 11 points, and their closest rivals were Romania with 6. Romania moved to 7 now as Hungary moved to 6 points. I think it's an opportunity for them, maybe just to make a few subtle changes and in this match. But then remember, France only play the 2 matches today. They'll be playing back-to-back. They're playing Hungary now, and then they'll finish off playing Romania in their final match. So we're going to take a short break now of around about 15 minutes, but we will be back. We will see a little bit more of Hungary, but this time they're up against the home side France, who have been unbeaten so far in this series. We'll be back in just about 14 minutes' time. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Time for match 7, and only 3 matches remain in our French adventure. It's been a great 2 weeks. It's been a great 2 days of international competition when we've been on the park, that is. And coming up now, we have Hungary versus France. And well, France had a reasonably good day yesterday. The only 2 games completed, they were able to win. Right now, the Sheriff has the coin. He's got the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Match 7, Hungary versus France. Be France to call. Tails is the call. And it's ahead.
So we were going to bat first.
So Hungary win the toss. That's Abhitesh Prashar, who's filling in for the captain, Vinod Ravindran. And he decides Hungary will bat first. And I think that's a pretty good toss to win. I think their batting is very strong, particularly at the top order. We've seen them do some pretty sensational things in ECI cricket, haven't we? And who could forget that record chase at the time of 174 that they were able to do against Portugal on home turf last year. But I've been impressed with Sheikh Razik in the field as well. I think he's been a real difference maker and he's very clever with the ball. I think that for France, well, if they can win both their games here, they get the job done. Simple as that. I think their wrist spinners are super important. Slightly friendlier conditions for them as well today with Dawood Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, and young Sajjad Stanikzai. Well, I call him Rowdy, but ironically speaking, because he lets his bowling do the talking. One thing as well, the French bats just hit a lot more sixes than the opposition yesterday. I think that's partly the fact that they have had 2 weeks of cricket under their belt. Rico Full standing by. Let's get ready for the start of match 7. It's over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Well, I think Maximo has been sucking on a few helium balloons there. And I'm not sure quite what happened with his voice. Or maybe he's got a frog in his throat. Anyway, welcome back today. And looking forward to this contest. Hungary, well, winning the toss and deciding they will have a bat first. I think it's a good toss to win because it was their batting, that especially that of Vinod Ravindran, that was quite key in that last one. So he'll be looking to stay in good form, and he'll be hoping that someone like Razik, Zishan and Mars Baji can also find their form as well. And I think on the bowling front, Prashar becomes key. Can he find the sort of form that's made him a very dangerous bowler in the last number of years on the circuit here? And Sandy Mohandas will swing it around. But I like the way Ghani and Waheed bowled in that last match. Difficult conditions, held the ball well, took a bit of the pace off the ball, but got it in the right areas, and that helped to restrict Romania to a low score. France, welcome back to them. Zain Ahmed showed he had good form yesterday, as well as Gulami, 2 key players in their side with the ball. Cameron Ahmedzai bowled very well. Numan Amjad is finding his form as well with the bat and with ball. They'll be happy to have Hewitt Jackson behind the stumps as well. No Ramatullah Mangal this time, but his brother will be playing Rahula Mangal, who in the European Cricket Series that we had here showed his worth with bat and with ball. France, and no surprise after the day that they had yesterday. They're big-time favourites going into this one, but that man there will certainly have something to say about it. Surprisingly for me, he starts as the non-striker. I think when somebody's hit the ball so well, you want to just keep him on strike. But another guy who did hit the ball well in the first over anyway, is Zishan. Zishan Cookie Hill, very exciting player to watch, will be opening up here. And I think he'll be pretty keen this time to stay on the front foot. Numan Amjad is going to get the new ball. Oh, well, this is a wild swing, and this one probably doesn't miss the stumps by too much, as Numan just shows the little bit of extra pace that he has. And Zishan, he's nowhere near that one, to be fair. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. And it's been, well, a busy chat with people chirping away on this International Sunday. Hope you're having a great day. And gone. It's a 2-ball target. Numan Amjad, he's absolutely delighted about it. He gets it full. I reckon he's, if I'm honest, he's just too quick. Too quick here for Zishan. Zishan wants to get off to an electrifying start again, but he's not going to. He swings all around this one. Head is in the air. It's a good example of where not to be about it. Just look at the head here, Zishan. Look where the head is. Nowhere near it. This one comes back in from Numan Amjad as well. That's a great delivery. And boy, is he pumped. As it's going to be a little bit of the old... Been a good day for Ducks the last couple of days. And that one knocks it off the bows of Zishan. Zishan will go without scoring. And Numan Amjad getting the breakthrough. That means that Sheikh Rasik will get out there a lot earlier than he expected to. And that for me is, I don't know, for me, you got a batter who's batted all the way through the innings at the other end. Vinod has to take the first ball for me. Well bowled, block delivery, and that's why you can't just be swinging your bat aimlessly. If Rasik does the same thing and just swings the bat without really looking at the ball and hoping, he'd be gone as well. Well bowled, good areas. I'm liking the fact that, well, for a change, we'll see a bowler attacking the stumps and getting it right first up to the new batter as well. Let's see if he can do it again here, Amjad. Oh, that is so close. That is so close to being the second wicket. I think he just holds this differently. I think maybe it's a little bit slower. It goes through and it just moves too much. This is where the movement of the ball ends up being the enemy of the bowler. He doesn't want that one to swing. It does swing. Hello to Dave, who's joining in. Hello to Adrian. That's nicely played, and that will be the first boundary. First runs, beautifully played. First runs off the bat. It's played really well. So Rasik gets things going here. That's beautifully played. Nice shot. First runs, courtesy of that boundary. Ball still to go in the over from Numan Amjad. And not a good delivery. This is something that Numan Amjad struggled with in the European cricket series that we had here. He was captaining Paris Zalmi, a new team. But every time he tends to just go for that slightly shorter length delivery, he just strays down the leg side. Just not getting that arm nice and straight when it comes down, and that's the difference. He'll try and get it right here, try and finish the over with a win. And yeah, he does. No run there. This one gets, well, it is backing up, so they're happy to have a shot at the stumps. Very good start for France. Well, there's the one boundary. 5 come off the over. And we have a look at what's going to be starting tomorrow. Vinny Sandhu, of course, will be departing a little bit earlier here today to get to the venue in Italy, Brescia. And you can see that we're going to see plenty of cricket there. And certainly looking forward to, once again, seeing new teams and new players. So, of course, that will be on the stream. So do click in tomorrow and welcome Vinny and the crew to Italy and give them a nice buongiorno as that one gets going. It's a new venue, so looking forward to that, looking tremendous, I'm sure, and some action from Italy. Speaking of action, Cameron Ahmadzai is waiting to have a ball, but not before they sort out the bat there of Rasik. Rasik is showing it to the umpires. The two umpires probably agree that it does need changing. I tell you what, the bats didn't look like that in my day. I mean, look at the piece of wood on that. And I tell you what, it's hardly surprising that sometimes the ball's ping off to the boundary. That's a big chunk of wood, isn't it, from Rasik? And he gets another one that's brought out to him from the 12th. That's Adam Gall, who's doing a sturdy job as 12th here, as Cameron Ahmadzai gets set to bowl over number 2. So a bit of a change here from France, the way that they use their bowlers, but I'm pretty sure if all goes to plan, they'll be looking to use Dawood Ahmadzai and the other spinner, the youngster Sajjad Staniksai, in overs number 4 onwards. No run this time. It gets played. So Vinod Ravindran faces his first. Just having a look at the field that they've got here to Vinod. So third is back, and then they've tried to shut the door on the shots around that point area, point, backward point, and cover pretty close to each other. And then you've got mid-off. Mid-on is back on the boundary. There's that shot, and there's the stop. They're taking it on. In comes a throw. They will get there. Yeah, this is one thing I think when I was watching Romania setting their field to Vinov, especially when Vinov was flying, they never really got the field, I think, right to him. They needed one more across on the offside. France probably have been watching and looking to do just that. Amazai goes a little bit too short, and he'll get whacked away. I think that will go all the way. Yeah, it does. Good hit, good shot, solid, strong, powerful, out of the middle. 6 runs. Rasik looking to get a good partnership going here with his captain. It's nicely played away by him. It's a very good cricketer is Rasik. We saw plenty of him in the field. With the bat, it was a 3-ball duck for him as he, after blocking or missing a few from Vasu, just skied one up. And this time he's probably pretty keen not to make the same mistake. And that's a better choice of shot. It was this sort of delivery, this length, that had him trying to go down the ground. And he got the top part of the bat. But this time he just angles this, guides this to the third, takes a single. Amazai back to Ravindran, who whips it away, but it's in the hands of the fielder, who can't take a sharp catch. I mean, that's what he's there for. And he's not able to take it. That's the young Sajjad Stanikzai. And let's see this. I mean, it goes quickly. And the young 16-year-old, it's a superb effort. But it doesn't stick. It gets through him. It goes to 4. It's got to go down as a chance, though, isn't it? I mean, good players, they really give you chances. When they do, you've got to take them. So Vinod gets dropped on 1 by Sajjad. And now he'll open up and he'll cut this away for 6 runs. Bolle, bolle, bolle. So he's good at us. Ahmadzai goes for 18. And Hungary, 23 on the board. Yeah, just he uses the wrist so well, doesn't he? Gets the wrist into play, whips that away. Have a quick look at the standings, and you can see that Hungary, though they did pick up the win and get 3 points, Romania, by taking the 1 point, or stealing that point if you like, stay above them by 1. And, France, 11 points at the moment. So 4 points ahead of their nearest rivals, Romania. So a good win here would put them really, they would feel, in a position where this series win goes to them. And the captain, Usman Khan, will be hoping just that as he comes on the ball. And he's going to be whipped away. Great footwork from Rasik. Comes down the ground and gets this proper. So 6 to start of Usman. Hungarian batters looking hungry. Usman back to the drawing board here. Probably needs to go fuller. Might try. This is where I think he's go to ball with that slower outside the off. Let's see. And that's well bowled. It doesn't go as full this time. I think Rasik probably is expecting it the way he moves. Look at Rasik. He's already getting ready for that fuller delivery. But it's bowled a little bit shorter and a little bit quicker from Usman. Nice little battle between these two. In the air, gets it in the gap, and he's going to get 4 runs. And this is all about guiding the ball in the right place. It was close to the fielder. That's Kanasane, but not close enough. So you can see Vinod just offering a few suggestions to Rasik. Because he is, look at the way he places. In fact, if it wasn't for the positioning, he would have been in trouble, because certainly he's catchable height. But maybe he just moves once again a little bit too early. Usman now making a change in the field, so he gives himself a sweeper out on the offside. So third has been brought up Long on stays back. Oh, crunched. That is big. It's a biggie. And Rasik is laying into the captain. Remember that last over did go for 18 from Cameron Umadzai. And this one is heading in the same way as well. Such a good shot. He picks it and crunches it. All right, high up in the air. Now, they did put a fielder back there, but does it stay in the field of play? No, it doesn't. It will be 6 more. 6 corridas más. 22 off the over with a ball to go. Hungry. Well, they are hungry for more, aren't they? They are hungry for more. And not the start that Usman Khan wanted here. And I think the spin will be deployed pretty quickly. Just tries to dab this. Now, it's a clever shot attempted here, because third gets taken out of off the boundary. So he wants to just guide this down to the third and try to get it in the gap. He just doesn't get it right. End of the over, end of the power play, and what a good power play as well. 45 for 1, so they do lose Zishan without scoring, but these two have given them a solid start here. As Vinny Sandy joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and it looks like, as expected, we will get the spin. And it's pretty handy to be able to go to pretty much completely different bowlers after you haven't really been able to have too much success in the power play. The only bright spot for France, really, that wicket of Zishan without scoring. Yeah, but Dawood Ahmedzai is going to bowl this one, and expect Sajjad Stanek to bowl the next one. And a different kind of challenge. Ravindran batted well this morning, though. Rasik, he's certainly keen to go big, isn't he, after missing out, scoring a duck this morning. So, yeah, this next 4 overs, I think, really crucial to determine the trajectory of this game. Remember, Hungary lost their 2 games against France yesterday.
Well, he gets it proper, and it's going to be 6 more, so the runs, and particularly the boundaries, just keep on raining in. You mentioned, of course, in the intro, these two, they can be devastating when they're together. And what a lovely shot that is. Just, he's got such quick hands, hasn't he, Vinoth?
Good, he does, and this time not quick enough as Ahmedzai beats him outside the off stump. Yeah, look, I like that first shot, straight through the line. The thing with both these spinners, they're not really big side spinners of the ball. And mostly they'll just hurry onto you, so it's just a matter of not being late. As Ahmedzai goes to ground and the ball gets past the batter again. But this is a good example, apart from the slip over, if you can take your eyes off that. But this ball just kind of, it hurries on. It forces the batter to be late on the shot.
Yeah, that's his go-to delivery, isn't it? That's got him so many wickets, especially when he gets that nice and straight. He ends up getting batters bowled as they go for the cross-the-line shot. Goes for it again, he's up-ish, and there's the wicket. So, disappointment, and there's the celebration, of course. We saw this plenty of times yesterday, and we see it again. Dawood Ahmedzai, after being smashed for a 6 of his first, gets the important wicket of the captain of Hungary, Vinoth Ravindran.
Yeah, and changes as good as the holiday, as they say in the classics. Kanasane takes it, just heading outside the circle, and there's that Mr. Universe-style celebration. It's been pretty big this weekend, and Hungary get a 50 up there, but they're going to have to go. Well, those two put on 51 exactly, but now it's 51 for 2.
Yeah, 2 wickets. Look, the thing is, they've got the runs on the board, so even though they have lost 2 key wickets, that one, of course, a major one, Vinoth, who's disappointed because he knows it's his areas. That's why he's so disappointed. That's his stronghold. He just needs to get it over Kanasane, but he's not able to do so. But they're still in they're in good shape, and it's a good time for someone like Mars Barji to come out, see if he can get a good partnership going here with Rasik.
Never easy starting against the spin, though, is it? And Marzi was a bit hit and miss against these spinners yesterday. Goes for it straight away. The first one down the ground will just be a single. But yeah, fascinating contest. I did say that France beat Hungary twice yesterday. Well, one of them was that 4-point win, first up, 175 to 118. But the second contest was a bit of a lottery, wasn't it? It was that 3-over match.
Yeah.
44 plays 35. Hungary at halftime, they would have felt that was a very winnable game.
Yeah, a little bit too wide here, Ahmedzai. I think he might be expecting Rasik to come down the pitch to him, because Rasik does like to come out of the crease when he can. We saw him do that plenty of times against the seamers. Back to the drawing board for Ahmadzai. This time he goes straighter. And, well, Ahmadzai goes down again, so he hasn't got the right treads on for the weather.
I honestly just think Ahmadzai is so invested about where the ball's going, what's going to happen, that he forgets to do things like land and be careful about where those feet are going. Anyway, here's the end of the 4th over, and the score is 54 for 2. Pretty good over there from Darwood.
Yeah, it's a good over. He just concedes the 9 runs. And the spin attack continues with, well, these two. They did it all the way through the European Cricket Series, and very successfully as well. And this young man, well, he took 23 scalps in that European Cricket Series for President 11. And that's what earned him the MVP. Here he comes again. Well bowled.
Such a good bowler. Honestly, for a 16-year-old, come out there to be right on the money, it's pretty incredible. I've started calling him Rowdy because he says nothing. He's just so. I suppose shy is the word.
He's very,
he's a very confident cricketer.
He's shy, but at the same time very humble, because of course everybody's talking about how wonderful he's done. I mean, I talked to him yesterday and I said, hey, your very first ball in international cricket and you took out middle stick and he took the wicket of Mars, he was out there. That's a great wicket.
And what did he say?
He was just like, yeah.
It's okay.
And how does it feel being out there in the big stage? All these people watching. Yeah, it's all right. I'm happy. He's just a humble guy. He's a lovely guy. A lovely story, though, as well. Starting playing cricket here when he moved to France. Just 8 years old, never played before. And just look where he's got to. And another good delivery. And he's only got that one, hasn't he, Vinny, where when he tries to just push it through, it strays down the leg.
But I'd say maybe it might bowl one bad ball and over, but sometimes it's less. I just think, for him, it's such a simple game.
And he does it again. Now, look, he's just taken the wicket off a Russi. And for the first time, look, I want to see that again. He smiles, look, and he actually celebrates. He's getting used to this now. He turns around and celebrates, and he, it's wonderful.
Honestly,
it's a joy to watch.
You got to love him. I know Razik won't like the result, but I mean, I think he's been getting celebration coaching from Darwood. So he tries to kind of put something together here, and then he's just so almost embarrassed that the attention's on him. But you got to love this kid. He's one of the greatest talents I've seen for a 16-year-old in European cricket for some time.
Isn't it? It reminds me of, what was it, 4 years ago or maybe more, the first time we saw the man we call the little maestro. He's not so little anymore, by the way, Gurang. Gurang did the same, didn't he? Remember that first series he played? He took, I think, what did he take? Something like 28 wickets because there were more matches. He got the MVP. Stanexai. Well, this guy's doing the same. He's just taken the wicket of Rasit. Now, Rasit is a very good batter.
I just love this. And then he's like, okay, I gave you a celebration. And then he just kind of shoots his eyes around. But honestly, you just love to see that, the kind of the raw talent. And what I was trying to say before he rudely interrupted me by taking another wicket was that for him it's a very simple game. He's trying to get the ball to land where he wants it to land.
Yeah.
He's in control of the over as long as he can do that.
Yeah.
Here's Prashar coming out at number 5, the lefty. So, yeah, for him, it's as simple as, doesn't really matter. He's not worried about who's batting, what they're doing, what their tactics are. He's saying, I am going to bowl this ball and I want it to land here on this line and on this length. And if I can do that enough times, I'm going to have success. It's such a simple game before you overcomplicate it.
It's a nice-looking shot, hit down the ground. Good footwork from Prashar. He backs himself to go for it, bangs it for a 6. First runs off this over coming off ball number 5. 1 for 6 so far. Good shot.
You can see he kind of bowls over the wrist there, so it's almost like bowls a bit more of a wrong end than just a toppy when he's bowling left-handers, but that was great footwork by Prashar. He's a class player. Last ball, the over.
And goes for it again. He'll get it again. There's going to be 6 more. He goes very close to that return. 2 big shots.
Yeah,
straight down the ground.
66 for 3 then after 5 overs as we welcome you into the Cube. Great to have your company, day 2. It's been a bit brighter here as well on day 2. Obviously had some weather issues yesterday. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full with me. It's actually our last day together for a little while. I think we will reunite, opening day in Estonia, which should be a really exciting one as well. Let's get back to the action as we continue the spin attack. And Darwood Ahmadzai gets one past. I had a question from Dave B in the chat. Hey, Dave, hopefully you're well. Says the ball hits the wicketkeeper's glove on the ground, it's 5 runs. Is it the same for the helmet? It is as long as the helmet's deliberately been put there. Which normally is the case. It's hit into the ground. And I won't get a run here. Yeah, so... And also, it hits the wicketkeeper's... If it hits the wicketkeeper's glove on the ground, that's as long as they've discarded it deliberately. If somehow... I don't know how it can fall off accidentally. But, yeah, that's a similar rule. I'll give you a slight difference between the ball hitting the helmet and the glove, though. First, we'll see Mars trying to take this on. Kanasane doesn't drop too many, and he's not going to drop this one. So Dawood Ahmadzai breaks through, and Mr. Universe does it again. He points to the skies as Baiji gets undone by the spin again. Goes dot wicket to start the 6th, and Hungary are 66 for 4.
Yeah, well, Kanasane and Ahmadzai putting up a good little partnership. Ahmadzai does the bowling. Kanasane takes the catch, so... Marzi just trying to go over the top here in the off. Doesn't quite get it out the middle. Hits the sort of the edge of the bat and then, almost destroys himself.
Rookie errors. Dawood, if there's one thing I'd have to just correct him on, he needs to stay on the pitch if he's going to do that celebration, so we make sure that we've got it on the main camera. But anyway, Kanasane, we can't show you the catch. He's a very good fielder, isn't he?
Thing is, we know the celebration now, so I think he's gonna. We're gonna have to challenge him to get a new one.
No, I like the celebration, but we could have just shown the celebration from before, and no one would have noticed.
It's very true.
We don't. Anders is good enough to pull that one up.
It's very true.
Anyway, Ahmadzai 2 for 9. He's got to be in my player of the series reckoning. I think he's bowled really well, and bowled even the conditions he had to bowl in yesterday. I don't know what his numbers are. I know MVP is a bit tough here with all the lost time we had yesterday. I know Vasu Saini has to be in the conversation there. But I don't know. Ahmadzai just seems to, give an example this time. Hungary running away with that innings after the power play comes on.
Yeah.
He's been so effective, 2 for 10 off 10 balls bowled. Prashant's handled the spin well, though. Let's see how he goes here.
Oh, they like it. They like it. And they're going upstairs here. They like this. Action Jackson is in the action. Well, it's a good day for him because it's an international superhero day.
Oh, I think it could be out as well. I think you can see that white line, the back of it. That's the shot there. So I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but I can see the white line. I can see about 3 or 4 pixels of white. Let's see what the sheriff says. And the thing is, the keeper, he says, I can see the white line too.
Yeah.
I got a feeling this is going to be out. But I guess
it's a very tight one. I mean, sometimes we can zoom in on this. I don't know if you've got the zoom facility, but...
It's out. To me, it's out. Here's another look. And let's have a look what this one tells us. I mean, to me... Let's have a look. Oh... Not in there for me. I guess maybe it's inconclusive. They've given it not out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a keeper through and through. I'll be taking that to a higher power. But what do you know? Prashant, let's say... Yeah, I know sometimes you've got to think about the limitations of technology. For me, I think he's lucky to get away with it.
I'm going to say something which may be why I think that one is not given. The line that we see on the edge of the pitch is much wider than the line on the wicket, and I just think that the third umpire there has probably decided that the line on the pitch isn't as wide, and he's got a bit behind it.
The thing is,
it's got to be conclusive.
Yeah, that's true. It's got to be conclusive. The thing is, they have widened that line on the pitch, so they should be equal now, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's a tough one.
If I'm Jackson, I'm filthy.
All right.
Because I've seen with my eyes that he wasn't.
So would you be sulking now? Would you be sulking? Would you be like saying to the batter, you're out?
I'd be sulking for around an over and a half.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, the reason the keeper sees that so much better than...
What's going on here?
I have no
What's
idea.
Happening?
They're trying to work out if that's over or not, I think.
It's almost like he was... you can see as if was very dismissive there of Ahmadzai saying...
Your over's over.
Saying, get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Dawood wants another ball, thinking that he's got another...
I think he's got issues. Yeah, I think he's saying he's hurt himself.
It's this celebrating that'll have more impact on his back.
I think he's hurt himself and probably wants the 12th to come on. And I think as if it said, no, stay there, get on with it. Well,
the thing is...
He's not one to make a big meal of nothing, is he?
Call the ambulance. Let's give...
Well, have a look. The umpire in the end, after saying, no, stay there, you're going nowhere, he just dismissively gets told to, fine, get off, get out of here, get out of here. And that means it's the first time that we'll get a chance to see William Rucard out there, who is he's making his first appearance as a 12th man.
Yeah. I mean, David, he said, I mean, to be honest, he did slip over quite a few times in his follow-through. And yeah, obviously he's in some discomfort. That's the thing. If someone says they're hurt, it's very hard and risky to say, no, you're not. Get on with it.
Hey, well bowled, though. 2 for 11.
2 for 11.
He's not a man that would want to be off the field of play for nothing. Is this one? Oh, he's in trouble and throws to the wrong end. Throws to the wrong. He has so much time to see this as well. And I don't know why he throws. I mean, he can see what's happening in front of him.
Well, it came too quickly to him, so that's why.
Yeah, Stanixai also needs to make more of an effort to get behind the stumps there if it did come his way. Oh, wide, but deliberately wide. He knows he's going to be attacked there. See, that's the thing with Stanixai. He's, for a young bowler, he's so mature and he reads the game so well. He bowls that deliberate. It would have been a big wide, but he knows what he's doing. He knows that Prashar's coming after him, so he bowls it wide.
He's just got kind of cricket smarts in his DNA.
Hasn't he?
Doesn't he?
He does.
Zahir Safi has come out at number 6.
And this one is a teaser, but it will go all the way. Bowl it. Shaba, Shaba. So Safi is trying to make the difference here. Zahir Safi. He's played a good part as being part of the, I think, the coaching staff here as well. I think he's been doing a bit of the coaching off the side. And also now he's trying to get big runs for him.
Scored runs against quality opposition in the past as well.
All right, well, this one is get hammered as well. Incoming, watch out. Whoa, he's going after his own teammates here. Well, Safi, I said he was coaching them. Obviously, they've upset him and they're not listening to him. So he says, I'm going to wipe you out with this one. Get out of the way, everybody.
Yeah, pays to pay attention, doesn't it? To be honest, this is right into the sun, so no one really knows where this is going over there on the bench. But it is going, and it's going out of the ground. Maximo 6 runs.
Well, go for that quicker, flatter delivery here. This one is gone as well, and it's going to be 6 more. So Stanixai, he's being taken apart here from Safi. Zahir Safi has now just smashed 3 big uns on the spin. It is Calypso style as the sun starts to come out here in France.
And it's the French resistance, isn't it? And they kind of were put on the skids, but now they're fighting back, and Safi's the man at the moment. And let's see how Stanixai kind of responds to this. Can he get out of this over? Last ball.
Oh, well, he just... Well, I said he's going to go for the slightly quicker one. Well, I think this is the quickest that he's bowled.
Action Jackson. Great to see him back on, and just a little bit of the old acrobatics about that. Acrobatics Jackson, I think that's his middle name.
He just doesn't get the line right here, Stanixai. So he's still under attack. Goes for it again. This one gets dragged out onto the leg side. It'll just be a single, so he will get out the over. But a little bit expensive, Stanixai this time. His first over was a good one, but that one has gone for plenty. 21 come off it. It goes magical. It's just when Hungary needed something to get something. As well, Ahmadzai, he needs something. Well, he needs a little bit of the magic touch from 1 or 2 of his players to sort out his back.
Yeah, a little bit of the yoga required there. But, yeah, of course, this is our last day in France. We'll be heading to Brescia from tomorrow. Really looking forward to being there. 15 teams, 8 in Group A, 7 in Group B. The top 4 make it through to the finals. But then so many more places to go. We're going to go to Estonia for the first time since 2020, England for the first time ever. Had a big summer of cricket, of course, culminating in the ECC, but then even some more ECS action after that with tournaments in Malta and, of course, in Barcelona before we wind up the season with the ECCW, which also has more teams. We have 2 divisions of 5 this year. They'll also have a challenger in the Premier Division. So, yeah, Darwin Ahmadzai, obviously just getting a bit of attention. This is why I know you said you had a player in your team that you always used to kind of bowl his overs and go off. Yeah. But I'll tell you my personal opinion after seeing a lot. As Rahula gets a bowl and he gets hit straight back and should just be a single, it is. Nice to see Roquard on the field, though.
Yeah,
see a bit of him
is.
from New Caledonia. So what I was going to say is, you got guys on the bench, they want to be on the field.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think you're getting a huge advantage. I know you got the Gary Pratt conundrum, right? But I think in Europe, especially because some of those guys on the bench, I look at Luka Petra sitting on the bench yesterday for Romania. You know, I just think I'm for allowing sub-fielders. That's just my personal opinion. Some people won't agree. There's this one. He has worked away in the think of two, but it's not there in the end. So I just think, you know, for inclusivity as well.
And also, look, Darwin Ahmedzai, you want him on the field. He's not going off because he wants to come off. Yeah. He's obviously got a niggle.
But also, when people are faking it, right, not saying he is, but I'm sure they do sometimes ham it up a bit. It takes the umpire that awkward position of saying, no, you're fine. Yeah. Because what if they're not?
Yeah.
Nabi had a broken nose.
Umpire cannot make that call.
We didn't realise. That's what I'm saying.
Umpire cannot make that call.
So it kind of takes him out of an awkward situation.
Shot. Big. 6. Thank you very much. Safi continues to be the destructor. Well, after smashing 3 big 6s in the last one, he now takes Rahula for a big one. Just a little bit too short. Gets smashed away. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised that they go to Rahula Mangal. I thought they would have gone straight back to Numan Amjad, but they're obviously saving Amjad maybe for the next or the last.
But Rahula's normally pretty good towards the end of the innings. No, he was very good also in the Valletta Cup. I remember last year in the T20s as quality bowler. Hasn't been on the park too much lately, though.
Well, does he sneak this one in? No, says the umpire. Rahula looks to be... Well, he has a quick look at the umpire. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, I mean, does it get a piece line or not? That's one of those ones that's like so hard to tell that probably is a wide.
Yeah, you go with the umpire there, I think. I think that's a good call.
He's still got to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Yeah.
Does that hit some line or not? It's kind of maybe not. Safi on 27 and motoring.
Better area.
Fuller. Safi hit 57 against the Netherlands 11 back in 2021, and it was a really good example of quality bowling attack. And 2021, the Netherlands, they've had a good side every year, I suppose, in the ECC. So it kind of shows what he can do. Prashant, pretty handy as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. It's a slow delivery. That's well bowled, actually, by Rahula Mangal. So after being hit for that 1 big 6, he's tidied things up here. Hungary, 100 comes up on the board. They, once again, 130 plus is what they'll be looking for here. You want to go at least 2 lots of 15 to finish. And that helped because he's smashing it big. Yet another 6 out of the middle of that bat from Safi, and he is hitting it well. Look at that strike rate. It is quite incredible. And all of a sudden, remember they were really struggling in the 80s, really, before he started striking. Now he's taken it to 106 for 4 at the end of 8.
Absolutely cracked that away. 17 off it. So, yeah, Hungary probably on track for 130s or something like that. Maybe a few more if Safi can get going. Hey, I was saying before, you know, it's 5 runs if the ball hits the helmet behind the keeper. And it's also 5 runs if you were to take your glove off and the ball was to hit it and you're not wearing it. Or say you fielded the ball with your hat. But there is a little difference. It's a slightly different part of the law that if the ball hits the helmet, which we have seen quite a few times actually, behind the keeper, it's 5 runs and it does count as a ball in the over. Whereas if you were to take off your glove and field it, or the ball was hit the glove, or if you field it with your cap, we'll come back to it after this. I think that is a wide to start the over. Then you still get that 5 runs and everything's the same. But you have to re-bowl the ball as well. It's a little known rule. And then it means, and this is where I think it's a bit harsh on the bowler. The bowler now has to bowl a 7-ball over. I don't think anyone really thought that through, to be honest.
It's spicy. Oh, I don't know if this is a wide.
I normally go by how much the guy had to get out the way to stop him getting hit in the head. And the answer to this was he had to do something, didn't he? I thought that was pretty well directed.
I don't think this is a wide. I mean, I reckon that's not going over the head. It's not going over the head for me. That's a very good, dangerous delivery to bowl, and should be a dot ball and 1 for the over. This one gets toe-ended to the fielder, who's quite wide on the boundary.
You can't accuse the umpires of being biased for the home team here. I still think that stumping was out. Yeah. And that was a bouncer that I think would have hit him between the eyes.
I think when you're a bowler, obviously you plan the balls you're going to bowl and you've got an idea in your mind. And I think when you bowl a ball like that, you execute it brilliantly and you get penalised for it. It's got to hurt you. But, Ahmedzai, he just absorbs it and carries on going. Oh, wild swing as you'd expect here from Safi.
Loses his shape a bit that time, doesn't he? He's been so good down the ground. He's got to play the percentages a bit more. But Ahmedzai bowls what we'd call a heavy ball, doesn't he? Yeah, he really muscles in there, and he's kind of more off his regular run today. We saw him adapting really well yesterday, just off an even shorter run than this, but getting it done.
Oh, okay. Now, will that be a no? Is that over the shoulder?
Well,
He can't say it's one for the over. That's going to be a no ball then.
Yeah.
It's going to be a no ball because...
Yeah, it is a no ball. It's been called now.
Let's see. Yeah, can't be right. And Ahmedzai's done this. Remember yesterday he did it in that 3-over match, and he did it twice.
It was like watching the West Indies back in the 70s, wasn't it? He muscles the free hit past, and there's no further score.
Okay, gets the dot ball in here. This over has gone, well, wide, 1 dot, no ball. Gets away with the free hit. And now the umpire adds more issues for him, saying, you're running in front of me. Chips it up, should be caught. And it will be caught. It really needs to be looking. He tries to go straight down the ground here, Safi. You can understand it because that's where he's had a lot of his success. But the right shot to be playing here, because this was into him and into his pads, he needs to be clipping this towards the leg side. But you see, he gets that adjustment, tries to get in line with it and hit it straight. When maybe, in hindsight, he should have been looking to clip it off the pads. Nice catch, though, taken there by Rahul Mangal. And that's a good wicket to send back because Safi was looking dangerous as he motored to 34 of 12 before it's ball number unlucky 13 that sees him go back.
Still been a pretty good innings, but kind of got undone there by Ahmedzai. He kind of had the answers, didn't he? But Ali Yilmaz will come out at number 7. Safi goes for 34 off 13. 5 big maximos in there. And Yilmaz will get 2 balls in the 9th.
There's still some 20 short of that 130 where they'd like to get to. So 8 balls to get those runs. And, well, that's a delightful shot. But, yeah, it gets past Zain Ahmed. There was a but no worries. It's not a bad delivery, this. That's quite an outstanding shot.
Great shot first
ball.
up. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you might say, it's not a Yorker, it's not a short ball, it's kind of in between. But still steps away. Gets a fair bit on it. It was a bit of a teaser for Zain Ahmed, but he couldn't quite make the stop.
Yeah, and that's also the bit of pressure on Ahmedzai as well because he doesn't really want to bowl the short one in case it goes over the shoulder again. And now this has been hit well as well. This gets over the point boundary. So 2 sixes from Yilmaz. So once again, important runs coming at the end of that over. That over had a bit of everything, didn't it? Finishes at 16 coming from it. So the last 3 overs, remember, Stanik's 7 went for 21. Rahula went for 17. And 16 off that one from Cameron Ahmedzai. And surely Nouman Amjad will hopefully, well, for France, try and finish off the innings with a quiet over. But at the moment, I'd still fancy Hungary to be knocking on the door of about 140 here.
Yeah, well, it depends on the last, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, going back to what I was saying earlier, you know how I said if you field the ball with your hat, it's you have to re-bowl the ball and it's 5 runs?
Yeah.
I think they thought, like, this is what I've got to explain to me. Imagine that you need 6 to win and the guy on the boundary decides to go and catch it in his hat. But I'm like, how often does that happen? And who's trying that rather than just trying to catch it? So, they start to make laws that are never really going to happen in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Like imagine, I've never seen someone try to field it with their hat anyway. And imagine that's the one time that you know the rule. Hey, if I can field it with my hat, it's only 5.
But then the thing is, though, if it's 6 to win, do they also, if they run, do they get the run as well?
If they cross for it, they would.
So they would, yeah. So yeah, I suppose there's always somebody who says, yeah, but what if? So there's
we had the fake fielding once. We had it in Venice, remember?
Yeah.
So that's one where you re-bowl the ball as well. And we didn't know that at the time. But again, I don't know if anyone ever thinks these things through.
Firmly hit. Fielder takes a very good catch. What a good catch this is. Well, come on, Ahmedzai. It may have been a bit expensive with the last 2 balls. They get pinned to the boundary. But he leaps up, and for a big, buzzly guy, this is a really good catch. So Yilmaz, the man who took him for 2 sixes, now sees Ahmedzai take a really good catch on the boundary.
Yeah, really nice catch to his left. Again, kind of robs him of a boundary as well. So kind of, it's a middle of the road total is what I'm seeing at the moment. Around about the 130 they're on for. Summer Mohammed will try and move things along, but that'll be the end of Yalmaz. Not before he strikes a couple of lusty blows, but he'll have to go. It's 123 for 6.
Yeah, played his part, hasn't he? I mean, that's all that you want from him. He doesn't chew up any deliveries, gets a couple of big sixes out of the over. So, okay, it's going to be Usama Mohammed who comes out now here. Usama, he's a good cricketer. Just not ready here, and it means I can say a bit more about Usama. Normally always features a wonderful moustache, doesn't he? But notice that that he's lost that tash a little bit now, and I said, what happened to the tash? He said, just unfortunately clipped it a little bit too much, and so I had to make the other side the same. He'll grow back. He'll grow back.
Amjad's bowled really well here, 2 for 6.
Skyer, good luck. Keeper should be wanting it, but I think Numan Amjad has called him off it, and he's taken a really good catch. That's a fantastic catch. If I tell you what, I'll be honest, if I'm bowling this ball, it goes up in the air, I say, keeper, all yours. I don't want this. It goes a long way up.
There's kind of traffic issues here, I think, because if Action Jackson is going to get to this, he has to go around a batter and the stumps. So you see what I'm saying? So I don't know. Amjad just said, look, I can see it. I've got a clear path. Just leave it to me. And I often say if there's one guy on the field that can overrule the keeper, probably is the bowler. As Osama will have to take the tash back for a golden derrick, and the score 123 for 7. Abbasghani still a good hitter to come at number 9, and a hat-trick opportunity for Noman Amjad.
Yeah, nicely taken. So Usama doesn't just lose his tash, he's lost his wicket as well. Great catch there taken. Fantastic, because that went as high as the Eiffel Tower and came down, but it ends up in the hands of Numan Amjad. 3 for 6.
Sneaky chance for 5. And yeah, hat-trick ball here.
Right, okay, up in the air. Chance for a hat-trick. He wants to do it again, and he will take a hat-trick. An international hat-trick for Numan Amjad, and he does it his way. 2 cordon bowls. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. Oh, well. Abbasghani goes first ball, and he's going to be a statistic here as we see a hat-trick in this international series. Once again, they came from everywhere, but it was Numan Amjad. He said, leave it to me, boys. It's another goldie. And on the international day of the superhero, Numan Amjad is the superhero as he takes a hat-trick playing for France. What a magical moment this is for the former captain.
Well, here's something we don't see very often. We've only had 5 instances of 4 wickets in 4 balls ever on the network. Shader Rahman was the last to complete the feat on the 25th of November last year. This is something that you might only see once a year. You see, have a look there on the numbers. So, and you know what? There's 2 balls to go. You're bowling at the number 10. Wahid, could it be 4 and 4?
Well,
off the head.
I think this might be bat.
Do you think so?
And yeah, I think it might have caught a bit of the bat as well. Let's just see. Well, they're still running. Newman says, no, you don't. Let's see if there's any signal from the umpire. And yeah, no buy signal. I think that might have come off the bat and onto the lid.
Yeah, well, definitely some head. And he's going to get checked out here. So, well, let's see. Hopefully it's not the test that Nabi got, which is pretty much unpassable. We'll find out. So what we could have, though, with 1 ball left, we could have a 5 for because we haven't had one of those since Arafat Afghan did it in the ECL.
Yeah, I don't know what Charles is going out there. I'm pretty sure that the umpires are quite capable of doing this.
That's the protocol now.
Is it?
The protocol now.
Since when?
That's Charles knows the test.
Since when?
Yeah, since the...
All right, fair enough. Well, we haven't been seeing this happen all the time so it's obviously happened the last few days then, because
Ian Ramagay has basically been distributing the test to the referees, right? Anyway, this is going to be the last ball. It's going to be 4, so Prashar will get them up to 128 in the end. Fighting total for Hungarians. Amjad won't get the 5, but he will finish with 4 for 10, including a hat-trick.
Yeah, 128. All right, so I suppose that's par score, right? Yeah. We've been looking at around about 128, 129. good hit to get off the last, though. But what I know with that is from Numan Amjad, and what a spell of bowling as well. We see a hat-trick, an international hat-trick, another one to go onto our Hall of Fame. So well done to Numan Amjad. That last over going for 6. He spelled sensational. 4 for 10.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's our first international hat-trick of season 2024, our 13th overall.
Yeah, and well, that's how it started. It was the wicket of Zishan, who wanted to go big straight away. He was swinging and missing, and Rasikh said, I need a new bat. This one ain't working so well. But it did help him to get to a good score of 34 before. It was, once again, the young Sajid Stanikzai. Well, Stanikzai was in action there pretty early. Could have taken the catch, and what a marvellous catch it would have been, as Vinod could have been removed for one. But Vinod this time, he did capitalise a little bit on it, scored 16 more before he would go. This one could have gone to hand from Rasikh. It was the slower ball of Usman that got him in trouble. Usman, a little bit expensive here today. We don't often see him going for too many runs in his first. And Mr. Universe, though, well, too much celebration. Be careful, because you could hurt yourself, could hurt your back. And in the end, I think that's what he did do. And this was Stanikzai. And for a change, we actually saw a little bit of a celebration and a smile from Stanikzai. But those smiles wouldn't last too long, because unlike Dawood Ahmadzai, who did come back and bowl a very good second over, it didn't quite go to plan with Stanikzai in his second. Good hitting from Prashar when he got the opportunity. And he stuck around there and made it count. This was Marzi who did get caught, so Dawood Ahmadzai would take his second wicket, but Stanikzai didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, I was going to say it was kind of an innings of bursts, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They had the initial burst, and hopefully nothing burst there for Ahmadzai. Got a little bit of TLC off the field after he got shooed away like a stray cat by the umpire. But I was going to say that, Stanikzai copped a bit back. I mean, it's all part of the experience, isn't it? I mean, he has been hit a few times in the ECS, and it hasn't seemed to have rattled him too much. But I was just going to say, they had that burst originally. Ravindran looked like he was going well. Rasikh as well. There you go. Ahmadzai, right as rain after that. Then kind of Prashar, and there was a Safi burst. And then the fronts had a way of kind of just fighting back at some key times. I think otherwise this score probably gets up kind of 140s, 150s, something like that. But some good catching, some good death bowling as well. Amjad with the 13th hat-trick of season 2024, the first in an international. That was the second leg of it there. And tell you what, for a hat-trick, he pretty much does most of the work himself, doesn't he? Because then he had another caught and bowled. Great on the fantasy points. And in the end, Hungary, certainly near enough, they're good enough, 128 for 8. But they'll need to come up with the answers. Yesterday, they didn't really have them. Don't forget that France were able to whack them for 175 in the first game of the series.
Yeah, we have a look at that scorecard there. So like I say, I was saying at the time, at about the 8th over, that they want to be going around about that 130. They almost get there thanks to some very good and impressive hitting there from Zahir Safi. Look at the strike rate from him. Good, solid strikes from him. Numan Amjad, well, he puts a spanner in the works really when he comes back to bowl that last over. What a good over it was from him. And what a great spell. You see it there, don't you? 4 for 10. Incredible figures. 2 for 11 from Dawood Ahmadzai. Let's just hope he hasn't twinged his back too much, and we'll see a bit more of him. France, of course, do have one more game to play. Stanikzai, his first over was good. The second one, though, he was, ripped into, wasn't he? By some great hitting there from Safi. So Safi, the top scorer, 2 lots of 34. Safi's comes off 13. Rasikh's, his comes off 16. And, well, Prashar, a healthy 22 of 12 from him. Just kept things going. But there's the story. Numan Amjad, he enters our Hall of Fame hat-trick. Number 13 of the season, and it's an international one as well. The first international hat-trick that we've seen on the European Cricket Network on our 2024 season. We'll leave you with the mid-match summary. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Drew Cricket Ground for this international series featuring the host side France taking on Hungary and Romania in this battle against Hungary. Hungary have had a bat and they've got to what's been sort of like a par score here. 128, so 129 needed for victory. The bonus point equation is 89 and that can come into play I suppose, and Hungary would love to restrict the French side to under that score, and if they can, they pick up all the points. Whereas France, well, if they get off to a really good start, they might even think about getting to the 128 before the end of the 7th over. If they can do that, they take all the points. But realistically, I think France are just looking to get a good start here and seeing if they can control the run chase and get another win here. They have not been beaten so far, and they are sitting at the top of the standings. And looks like it will be Sandeep Hondas to start. And, bowled relatively well in the first match today. And, had a few issues with his line to start off with in the wet conditions, but still bowled and took 2 for 25. Of course, those conditions are a lot better now as a combination of a gentle breeze and some wind and sunshine make the conditions much brighter, much nicer. So he's going to relish the opportunity to get a good start here for his side. He's up against the hard-hitting Zain Ahmed. Zain, we already saw him in pretty good form yesterday. Got good runs, 76 of them in the first match, the victory against Hungary first up, when on that occasion France put 175 on the board, Hungary 118. So Zain Ahmed and Cameron Ahmedzai were both in good form. Ahmed plays this down the ground, no run to start off with. Gulami is the non-striker who's pretty happy that this one doesn't go straight back onto the stumps because he was a little bit out of his crease there, Gulami. Welcome back to everybody as well. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. And that's the big shot from Zain. He sort of propels himself into this one, doesn't he? Hits it hard, hits it long, and he opens the account with a 6. So 6 to start the innings from the hard-hitting Zain Ahmed. And good player, isn't he, to have in the side, not just for his batting abilities, and of course a powerful left-hander, but very solid in the field as well. All right, well, he's going to get a little bit lucky here. Ay suerte for Zain Ahmed. Suerte, suerte, suerte as he launches into this one. Slightly wider one from Sandeep. Goes for it and gets it over the short third. And that will go to the boundary as well. 6 and 4 all together now in the chat. Hungry for more. So 10 of the first deliveries. Sandeep, what will be his reply? It's a little bit short, and this one will go to the boundary as well. So 6-4-6. It's a cracking start. Sandeep needs to get this line right. Just noticing at the moment whether it's the change in the conditions, but he's not getting the ball to swing around that much. It could also be that he's bowling to the left-hander, so he's got to get it into different areas. See here, no real movement at all. That ball is just straight and short and gets punished. And this one's punished as well as it comes down the ground. That also will be 6 more. So Zain Ahmed is got off to an explosive start. Over the pitch. We've gone dot and then 6-4-6-6. The magical start, 22 off the first. It's not over yet either. Still a ball to go. Need a wicket, need a breakthrough. Goes wide up, but how wide? The umpire says too wide. There's Asif. He spreads his wings. Wonder if this catches any bit of this line on the way through. That's a very tough call, I think. The umpire calls it. Sandeep doesn't like it. He'll only like it if he gets a wicket here. That could work. That will be a break in their favour. The field changing a lit as well, because I think And Vinoth is thinking that this might get sliced into that backward point area. But it's fired down the leg side now via Sandeep. It's going to be another wide, so this over just goes from bad to worse at the moment. Tries to overcompensate, tries to go a bit fuller. But just no, you see there from that delivery, he's getting no swing. Normally swings the ball big, but at the moment, nothing happening. Nothing going right for Sandeep. 24 of the first. And this one, slight miscue. Fielder comes across, but can't stop it. It will still go to the boundary. 4 more to finish. 28 now on the board. And all of them coming off that first over. So it's not the start that Hungary wanted. But maybe they can do what Romania did to them in the last match. And that was, even though the first one went for plenty, the second over was a great one. And a bowl by Coley. Jody went for 1. And that's something that Hungary have to do here, or France are going to get off to a flyer here. 20 matches since that golden ball as well. And then we'll go to Prashar to bowl the second. I just wonder if maybe Vinoth Ravindran would be tempted maybe to straight away try to take the pace off the ball. I suppose he'll see how this one goes from Prashar. Certainly started to get to somewhere near his best when we saw him with the bat. 22 not out. Now let's see what he can do with the ball. Strays onto the pass to Gulami, who gets wrapped on the pad. They'll take the leg by. So the dangerous Zain Ahmed goes back on strike. Let's see how Prashar deals with him. Beautiful sunshine here at the moment. And the last day of our French adventure, and what an adventure it's been. First time in France, the European Cricket Network. And we've seen some excellent cricket being played here. Wonderful people, a wonderful federation that looked after us so well, especially here at the Drew Ground. A big thanks to the president here, Niaz, and the likes of him. Asif have been absolutely fantastic. We've loved the people that have come and watched, people coming from all over the place, including several of you from the chat as well. I know Dave was here earlier, and we also saw Chris. John Gray as well. It was wonderful to meet up with you guys, but it's just been a fantastic time on the field and off the field. It's going to be sad to depart later today. This one doesn't quite get it out the middle, so it's another dot ball. So Prashar at the moment trying to do what we saw Romania did to Hungary. Still, Hungary managed to get the win, keep the pressure on. So 3 balls bowled and no runs off this over so far. Zain Ahmed, even though he got off to a great start in the last one, will probably feel he's got to send this next one to the boundary. I'm Rico Forlan, I'm joined by Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, crazy start by France, really. Getting their teeth stuck into this target.
Oh dear, this is not good from the keeper. That's buys 4 off them. Marzi, I think he struggles to get his feet moving here. And I know that ball's moving away.
It swings after the stumps. So first thing is it a wide or not in the first place? I wasn't sold on it. For me, it's not. And you can just see it just continues to swing.
Yeah, it doesn't get called a wide. It's the right call.
It's just after. See, about here, it just really keeps going. So he misjudges it. And because he's having to go outside his kind of natural eye line, he's having to go with his hands. It's just hard to pick up those subtleties in the movement. But anyway, a bit of a bonus there for France.
That is wide, and this one will go through as well. Now, this is going to be short. Oh, is there a bit of bat on this?
Yeah.
Well, Vinny, you see it. I didn't see it.
End of the bat, I think. And poor Marzi needs the old go-go gadget legs right off the end of the bat, and he can't get a glove on it in the end. And yeah, it was little, but it was more the toe than the actual edge. But Zain, he's going to get a bit fortunate there. He'll get 4 more, and France are a runaway freight train right now.
Yeah, well, this over was going so well. I mean, you can't do anything about the 4 buys, but again, I think a bit of luck there. I don't think Marzi, he's up full of stretch. He couldn't get there.
This is hit leg side, and that's going to be 4. So now he does get straighter, and Zain's waiting for it. He's on some kind of a streak at the moment. So I actually mentioned yesterday when you keep into a guy like Mahandas, it was swing the ball in, same movement that Prashar's getting right now, into the right-hander, is that you want to start further left so that the ball can swing at you. That was to a right-hander, so you don't get wrong-footed. It's the opposite to the left-hander, because with that movement, you actually want to start pretty wide, because otherwise, you see what happens there, you couldn't actually reach it. Now, I think, is there still one ball to go in the over here?
I thought there was one more to go.
Maybe not. Well, we've got the old the scoring anomaly there. So we'll get back to you on that one in a minute, which says 1.5 overs, but 1 over bowled for Prashad. Explain that to me. But yeah, so what I was going to say is that is one time you can actually start a bit wider, because you've got confidence that the ball, that you're not going to get wrong-footed essentially. So you're always going to be moving with that, with the, as a keeper, from your right to left, and so any outside edge is going to be an enhancement of that angle. So that's just one of those times that Marzi's initial position probably made it a little bit difficult for him to reach it. Anyway, just waiting for this Y2K bug to be ironed out, and we'll get going with over number 3.
Yeah, we'll just take a little moment. I think somebody, you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I reckon that somebody, obviously this end, we know it was okay, but maybe somebody did think that one of those ones was a wide. The 4 buys, it might have been put in wrong somewhere.
I don't know.
Expecting the one to come.
The supercomputer, which sometimes has a few glitches, it had 2 ball 1.2s, but no ball 1.3. So for the computer, it's only up to 1.5. It's only 5 balls in the over. It'll get fixed. I would say, for the amount of cricket we do, the systems hold up pretty well.
Yeah, well, while we've got a break, we can maybe have a little look at some of the cricket we've got coming up. Of course, the European Cricket Championship is going to be quite exciting. We started to talk about this, Vinny, and we talked about Group B, with these 2 teams will feature.
Yeah.
I reckon.
Went down to Finland in the eliminator.
Yeah.
And Romania, like I said, they're a team that are always on the rise, and they don't really care who they're taking on. They will give it everything. Hey, I don't know if we got the golden ball slide up. Let's have a look. I'm going to pick a random golden ball. I've enjoyed this.
All right.
It's okay. So out of 1 to 59, I'm going to go back to golden ball 7.
I want to see something in the... Where we going?
Golden ball 7.
All right, yeah.
Okay. I think you might have done this, right? It was actually in Romania. So there you go. That's the supercomputer randomizer. So in Romania, it was United versus ICC Bucharest, now known as ACCB. And that was in just the second match of ECS Romania. It was only a 2-day series. It was the 12th of September 2020. Right? I don't think you did. I actually don't know who was on this.
I don't think I was there, no.
Anyway.
2020, no.
This is one of those classic ones that was hit down to... it actually got hit into the other batter, right? But it deflected towards long on. Yeah. But then he fielded it. So it actually fielded it and looked like they could run him out going for the second run. And the bowler fumbled the return when it came in. They got the 2. That was a pretty exciting one.
What were the teams?
It was United CC Bucharest, who we know.
Yeah.
They were the ECL team in 2023. And the team now known as ACCB. Then they were known as Indian Cricket Club Bucharest. Now they're Asian Cricket Club Bucharest. Okay. One day they'll just be Cricket Club Bucharest, hopefully. But okay, well, if we got time, we'll do one more then. All right. That was golden ball 7. I love it when they're old. Okay, now it's saying golden ball 44. And this one was in Cyprus. And this was in... you were there. I think you and Nish were there. Limassol Zalmi versus the Nicosia Fighters.
Yes.
And, this was a crazy one. It got hit to mid-wicket and it got dropped. Okay, but it's still in the infield, right?
Yeah.
But do you remember what he does next? He pings it at the bowler's end stumps anyway. But fortunately, he hit the stumps and it was run out.
Yeah.
But he could have just held it and just conceded the 1.
That was a great one with the fielding. Another one that comes to mind, which had a lot to do with the fielding, was in one of our German golden balls.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Shetty.
That's the one.
Shetty.
You got it.
Get in, Shetty. That's you and Tyrone.
He was the hero. Yeah, I was there with Tyrone. What a match that was. Of course, golden ball is when the scores are tied, but it's still got a bit of a delay out here. This one obviously is something which affects the batters more. They've made a good start here, and this is going to affect their concentration
I think that the Hungarians might have cut a few wires in the system, because they can definitely use the timeout at the moment. But Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico 4. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. It's our last day together, but not for too long. In 2 weeks tomorrow, we'll be doing the ECS Estonia, and we'll be doing the first part of that together. Then I have to jump off because I have to take care of the Tri-Series in the Netherlands. Obviously, it's quite a big deal for us to be asked to produce a series that involves the Netherlands, Ireland, and Scotland, who are all then heading to the ICC World Cup. For their T20 World Cup. So that's certainly pretty exciting. But Charlie, we'll be seeing a bit more of Charlie because, hey, Charlie actually finishes his university on the 1st of May, which is Wednesday. So I know that he wanted the Charlie countdown. Yeah. Well, here we go. We've got 3 days before Charlie graduates. Yeah. And might have to put him through a bit of commentary school. It was good for...
He's all right, Charlie.
Corey needs more military school than commentary school, though, if you ask me.
Well, maybe, and we talked about our commentators and talking about military school. Maybe we can get Nish back.
Yeah, that's I didn't think of that, but Nish is at military school. So actually, I'm looking forward to. Obviously, we've enjoyed doing as much as we do, and we love it. We've got multiple series coming up as well, so it'd be great to have. In particular, I think Charlie and Nish are available to do a bit more during the summer and going forward. And I think everyone loves hearing them on the commentary as well. Right now, obviously, this bug has been a bit persistent here. The kind of repeating ball virus. We haven't seen this one before, actually.
Well, we know that we're in a part of an area which is. Well, it is haunted, and we don't make this up, by the way, folks.
Yeah, apparently it is.
It is haunted, and maybe some of that fantasia has got into the graphics.
But Estonia is a very interesting tournament as well. We'll have 10 teams there, and they will play in 2 groups, and then it's an interesting kind of format. The top teams go straight through to the finals day. Teams 2, 3, and 4 in each group play this kind of Super Sixes second round for the other spots. So it's a beautiful ground up there. Can't wait to be
last there. Was it back in?
It was 2020, and we were only there for 2 days. The Talon Hippos won that one, and that was when Stuart Hook. And I think still he's got the highest ECS average of 224. And his nickname is Mr. Muscles. And that's a nickname that I gave him back in 2020. And he now has a bat that his teammates gave him, and it's engraved with Mr. Muscles. True story. And we've seen Stu playing a little bit for Estonia in the national team as well. So even when we I finish pressure, I travel first thing Monday morning, so you'll probably do the first couple of games in Estonia without me, but I'll be there as soon as I can because I'm super keen to get into that series.
Looking forward to being somewhere I've never been before, so Estonia is one of those. And of course, pretty soon we'll be then from there. We'll be at Wimbledon. That's going to be very exciting. Join us there, of course, because we start Wimbledon on the 27th, which is a bank holiday. So we've invited you to all come down. It's going to be like a little fun day. So come on down.
We still have to work out some logistics with that. So we need like some sort of fan zone. I know it's not normally ECS not really set up for that, but what are we going to have? We need to have jam and scones.
Yeah.
We need to have some tea.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get a couple of TVs set up as well. I'm going to ask the bosses.
Yeah, we could. I tell you what, we could get a nice old-fashioned. When I say old-fashioned for me because it'd been a while, but a proper English tea. That'd be nice.
Hey, do you want me to tell you the first match of ECS England? Because I saw the fixtures. It's going to be Spencer versus Tunbridge Wells. Tunbridge Wells playing the first 2 matches, and we have 5 matches a day there in England. And then Twickenham, they're the 5th team after all. So the 5 teams we got there, Wimbledon the hosts, Spencer their rivals, Twickenham are there, Tunbridge Wells there, and Hornchurch are there.
All right.
So we haven't seen Spencer or Twickenham on the network before. The other 3 we have. And then there's an NCCA 11. That's basically how they pick the England 11. Right. So I forgot exactly what it stands for these days, but I always think of it National Counties Cricketers Association.
He's doing a few stretching out there, Galami. That's quite impressive, actually, Galami.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, so it's National Counties Cricket Association. That's essentially, it used to be called minor counties. But that's basically how they pick the 11 team. So they put together a bit of an all-stars team, I think, because of availability and the players coming from all different places. They will go straight into finals day. They actually get given the 2 spot. So they're guaranteed to play 2 games. So, I mean, you might think given the eliminator, but then they might just go out after 1 game. So it sounds a bit crazy, but that's the way the English board wanted to do it, because it means they can have a look at some other players in the format that they might be considering for the England 11. The other thing is, if you perform well, like if Hankins performs well in that series, George Hankins, let's say with the bat, then surely he gets considered for England 11. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's probably the way.
It's an opportunity. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is an opportunity, but also for some of the players of Twickenham now. It's a long time ago, but I do remember when I was playing in England. Twickenham used to be a big club. I'm sure they still are. So I reckon there's a fantastic opportunity for some of them to shine as well.
Yeah, so Twickenham and Spencer CC. I know that Tim Barker, who plays for Luxembourg, he's a member of that club when he's playing in the UK. So, yeah, we're going to get to see a few old faces as well. I say old, but they're not that old. Tunbridge Wells, for example, they were involved in that game against Thrert, the crazy 13 minutes of madness game. But also, the original shoe phone, that was Tunbridge Wells that were playing Drew on that occasion. But anyway, apologise for the delay. We had some delays because of the rain yesterday. Right now, it's quite ironic that we've got plenty of sunshine. We're just waiting to get underway. It looks like we might be now with Wahid ready to get going in the third over.
Yeah, we're ready to start. Wahid will bowl it indeed. Now, let's just hope, France will be hoping that this is not going to break the concentration of the two batters out there too much. Gulami's not had too much of the strike. He hasn't got off the mark yet. And, well, he fires his up in the air. He will get off the mark. How many will he get? We'll get 4 as he goes up and over the offside. So, 4 carreras. And that one gets played away. So, Gulami hits his second ball to the boundary.
Yeah, Kevin said something that I thought of it too. Saying Wimbledon versus Twickenham, you've got tennis versus rugby on the cricket field.
Yeah.
Don't you?
That's very clever.
That's Twickenham, the famous rugby stadium there in England.
It's going to be a wide second one.
Maybe we need Ascot as well, and then we could have actually the horses have the horses roll their hoofs over. Is it hooves or hoofs? I think it's hooves.
Yeah, we'll go with the
Why do I want to say hoofs?
It'll be, once again, we're in England, but hopefully we'll get good weather. And if we do, I think the strawberries and cream might come out as well.
Oh, yeah.
Good change up of pace here from Wahid. He's bowled this ball very well, actually, the slow ball. I think he's bowled it. That's the third time we've seen it, and it's the third time that the batter hasn't picked it and it's got past him. So clever bowling. Good. After being hit for a boundary, comes back with a dot. All right, that's very well struck. It's really good timing. And Gulami, we saw him play a number of these shots, of course, for PUC. He just stands firm. He gets under it. He's got good, solid strike. And it's another one that sails over the boundary. Just like the way he keeps his upper body nice and still got a good posture when he plays this away.
Yeah, beautifully helped away, and the 50 partnership's up. Timeout not really working. Well, Ruskin-Man saying he doesn't think that some of the ECL players could break into the ECC team, but I suppose, when they play each other, right? And you got to remember some of the guys like from Hornchurch, for example, they've played county cricket. Like someone like a Gavin Griffiths has. Hankins has been in the system. So, yeah, you got to remember that Premier Cricket competition. There's a bit of cash floating around in some of those clubs as well to lure guys who are kind of on the cusp of the professional game out of it. So, yeah, I suppose cricket talks. And also, obviously the format of cricket at Carlton Roval, it's a slightly different format, isn't it? Uh-oh, that's trouble. That's it. Non-standard minimum 5 runs.
Yeah, he goes for the slower ball again, Wahid. We haven't seen him use it more than once in and over, but I think he feels the need to use it. He's under pressure, but he gets it wrong, comes out wrong, it's too high. And Gulami, well, he sees enough of it to punish it away to the boundary, so no ball call there. Good call there by umpire Shushair.
Just looking at this, did Dave asking, did Twickenham play with an oval grizzly? Wouldn't that be great if you could choose the shape of the ball? Imagine if you started practicing with an oval cricket ball. I love it. Would be great for the bats, I imagine. Anyway, free hit to come. And, well, not out, but they can run. And they will run. The bowler celebrates and then thinks, oh, no. And, well, we talk about cricket in England. I know when I used to play in England, if you did this, you paid a heavy fine back in those days. Well, look at him celebrating. But yeah, you're just trying to say keep it to 1. I think that's what the one finger was about. Keep it to 1.
Wicket off a no ball. Well, back in, and I'm talking about some 25 years ago, more or less. That still used to be a £5 fine.
Internal fine, I'm sure.
I reckon it must be 20 quid now.
He's lucky it didn't go for 4 actually off the stumps. Yeah, well, a bit of a goldfish memory moment there for Cameron Wahid, but I suppose as a dot against his figures. Some people would say, oh, is that fair? They're running off the stumps. But to me, it's no different to if you hit the ball and the stumps at the other end, then that's not particularly fair either. You probably cost you some runs. So it's just one of those things. And people will say, well, why isn't that a dead ball? But again, I'd say why? Because a free hit, essentially, it's the same rules as a no ball. On a no ball, if the ball hits the stumps, you can run if you get bowled, but you're not actually technically bowled because you can't be bowled for no ball. I think it's one of those things. There was some talk and experimentation with changing that, but it doesn't really make any sense if you think it through, because the stumps are part of the playing field, right? So who's to say that people would have stopped it anyway?
Yeah, to me, it's no different than when a ball's live and a fielder throws it, hits the stumps, and you run again if you're not out,
Yeah.
So,
sometimes one thing happens. So what happens is India, Kohli ran 3 off a situation just like that, and they said, shouldn't be able to run on that. And all right, it's in the air, and it's going to probably not quite go for 6. Proper plugger. It's a classic own goal from Razik. I'd be curious to see at what point he kicks this.
He kicks it. He would not have gone over the boundary. Razik, his right foot, kicks it over the boundary. Watch this. It stopped, and he kicks it. And kicks it out. He wants to kick it into play.
His left toe also might have been on the rope when he kicked it. Anyway, now there's no doubt that'll be the end of the over. And it's a powerful power play for France. They're 62 without loss. And a couple of magicals in there, 28 and 21. And really, it's hard to see a way back for Hungary at this stage. But you never know. Maybe they can find the answers in these middle overs.
Yeah, they need something. They need one special over. I mean, they need something like what France did. Numan Amjad, don't forget, in this contest, he has taken a hat-trick, and that's what Hungary need here now. They need one bowler to do something special. And maybe it's going to be Abbas Ghani, who did bowl very well in the last contest. Let's see if he can be the man that makes a difference, because they need something special. Otherwise, France, they're going to get to this score pretty easily. And the thing is now, Vinny, with the start that they've had, it opens the door perhaps to take all the points here. 67 required?
Yeah, 67 off 4. Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's out. Yes, gets a little snick on this. Good catch by Marzi. It's a wide one that gets chased here by Gulami. It gets the bit of a bat onto it, and good take for Marzi. No issues going down to his right. Yeah, chases this, gets a little feather onto it. Very good hands, good catch. So, okay, I said they need something special. I said they need maybe a hat-trick of their own, and Ghani could be the man to provide.
Nice catch low down as well by Mars Baiji. See again how he protects that ball. He lets his shoulder and his body impact the ground and keeps the ball safe. So, the first wicket of this one, and it's Abbas Ghani that gets a little bit of away movement. Gulami, if you want to analyse that, kind of just never moved towards the ball. If anything, his weight was going slightly away from it, was reaching for it. And one door closes, another opens. Another chance to get a look at Christian Roberts at number 3.
Yeah, Christian Roberts had made his international debut yesterday. Hit his first ball for 4. Scuffs at this one and doesn't get the timing right. But he'll take the single. And, well, we have seen this happen several times. One wicket brings another. 2 openers can go within balls of each other, and this is what they need here. They want to see the back of Zain Ahmed. Zain probably won't change his approach. He will still want to stay pretty assertive and try to attack the Hungarian attack. Ghani, though, is a good start from him. 1 for 1 of 2 balls. Miscue. Fielder coming in, but won't get there, and now he gets past him as well. They should be thinking about 2. They will take 2. And Roberts holds the crease for a little while and before he goes. So once again, fielder, I think it's Razik once more, who's running in, but just can't stop himself and ends up going past the ball, slipping and sliding.
Thing is, if he was going to commit, then he might as well should have committed and actually tried to take the catch. He kind of pulls the shoot at an awkward moment, and that's why it gets past him for a second run.
It was a miscue, though. Has another go at Ahmed. That's a beautiful shot.
Wow.
That is such a good shot. I mean, it's not a bad delivery. He sees Zain Ahmed coming, so goes full outside the off. But how Zain Ahmed reacts to this is quite impressive. He basically just gets into a good position and hits this on the up. What a great shot that
Gets
is.
out the carving knife, and this is pretty close to a Yorker, but it goes miles over the boundary. That bat speed, those hams from Zayn Ahmed. Now, he's a guy, remember, when we first saw him in the French team, he was more of a left-arm spinner that would bat around 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And he's been asked to go to the top of the order, and he's been brilliant there, hasn't he? 46 off 14 down, knocking on the door of another half century.
Drag this one into the leg side. We'll take a single. Not the worst of overs, but 10 have come from it. Does take the wicket, so breaks the opening partnership by getting the wicket of Gulami. Okay, Roberts faces his second, and I think there's an opportunity for Roberts here at the moment to bat with no real pressure on him at all. Another fielder goes across onto the offside, so Roberts might be tempted to go across the line here. No, he plays it on merit, takes the single, is not afraid to just take another one on the board. They don't have to go for the big shots here, so a little bit of pressure off them. They're going at needing under 10 and over. And at the end of that one, France, they finish over number 4, being on 73 for 1.
Makes it pretty tough to get that bonus point, though. Not impossible, with needing, what is that now, 56 in 3 overs. So, yeah, not impossible. And with Hungary, I suppose, their only chance to win this series would be to win this game and then to beat Romania. So they're hoping they can engineer a stunning turnaround and find a way to maybe get through into the middle and lower order of France and keep them down below that 128. Razik is going to bowl for the first time. He's a pretty clever operator.
One guy who's missing for Hungary, we haven't really spoken about him a lot, but if he was here, we certainly would. This is hit down the ground, chance, and taken. So Roberts will fall. That's what they need. They need wickets. Keep getting wickets. You're always in with a chance. And well done. Good start there for Razik.
Yeah, he just checks his shot there, doesn't he? And hopefully Razik's all right. Might have just kind of slipped a bit in his stride or his follow-through, but he will get the wicket here. It was a nice catch by Abbas Ghani down the ground. Let's see if we can pick it up here. Yeah, it wasn't anything obvious, was it?
Might have been just on the edge there. Normally when you have the artificial which joins up with the turf, it can be a little bit uneven, but he's still down, so I hope it's not too serious. But while he's down, as we saw Roberts go there, goes for a couple.
It's the left foot. So that foot, it's the slip. I'll tell you what it was. It was when he bowled the ball. It was a little slip. Maybe you see now we know what we're looking for. Nice catch, by the way, by Ghani. But have a look. Maybe we can show it one more time. It's when, it's not like he rolls his ankle, so that's good, right? Because, you know, an ankle roll, they're always the one that makes your eyes water. But it's when his front foot comes down on the popping crease. Ready? So not this one, but here. See how just had a little bit of an unexpected jolt forward. Anyway, and he bowls a good ball if it takes a wicket for the bowler. And Roberts is going to have to go, but hopefully Razik can continue and it's nothing too serious. So I don't know if it's actually the foot here or it's more the muscles in the lower leg, like the calf or something like that, because they had an unexpected jolt. Yeah. I should now mention that I'm not a medical professional, which is exactly what I was saying Friday night when the ambulance was called. But yeah, I mean, such an important play. I hate to see something happen to him. He's going to walk it off, and to be honest, it looks like he's going to continue the over.
Yeah, he's turned away the magic spray. Well, says, no, I'm all right. But yeah, I mean, the player I was going to mention who's not here, but of course an exceptional player.
Ashrith Darapareddy.
Yeah. And I just think that's one person that they're missing here. They're missing the spin option. Remember, France, 2 good spinners. An up-and-coming young man, Sajjad Stanek-Zai, and also the experienced Dawood Ahmadzai. Spin makes a difference. They're just missing a spinner in this squad.
Yeah, you're right. And have a look at the spin options that France have got. I mean, Zayn Ahmed hasn't even been used as a spinner because they've got the spin twins of Dawood Ahmadzai and Sajjad Stanek-Zai. Anyway, Razik, yeah, I reckon same thing again here. And I think it's an awkward kind of ball that he just places. And actually the lack of pace does Kanasane. But let's have a look here. It kind of slips a little bit again, but you can see he's looking back. And yeah, when you don't have that confidence. And it can happen on all surfaces, by the way. It can also happen on a turf pitch when you're wearing spikes.
It's interesting, you know he's concerned by it. I mean, even when the first ball he bowled, have a look at his eyes when he's running it. He's looking at the deck. He's not actually looking ahead. It's only at this point he starts to look forward. Kanasane, he waits for it, pushes away, and he'll hand the strike back to Zayn Ahmed. I think Hungary here, look, with France still needing 55, they're be looking to try, similar to when Romania were playing Hungary, you're looking to get the wicket here off the set batter. Romania were trying to get the wicket of Vinov. They couldn't. Vinov gets a half century, wins the game for Hungary. And this is what Hungary got to try to do here. They try to get the wicket here of Zain Ahmed, who's on 47. Get his wicket, you're in the match. Short, and you're not going to get it bowling that. It's short, it's filthy. And Zain Ahmed smashes it away for a big six. Shaba, 6 carreras. And Zain Ahmed brings up that 50, 53 in 16 deliveries. He's been in good form. That's his second half century in this international series. Remember, he started with 76 or 29 in a player of the match performance in the win in match number 1. That too was against Hungary.
Well batted to Zain Ahmed. He just continues to impress. I love the fact that he had that opportunity to put the left-hander at the top of the order. Now he's going to just smash another one. That's going to go for 6 as well. Maximo. Razik's lost all confidence at the moment, kind of going through the motions. That's hard to see that turning point for Hungary, despite those 2 wickets they got in fairly quick succession.
Yeah, look at the footwork there. The confidence in Zain Ahmed is really flying at the moment. Hitting the ball so hard. They haven't got a miscue from him as yet. He swivels on this, and that gets past the infielder as well. That's disappointment. Then that might be Vinov, the captain, Ravindran, who's in this position. So he can't stop that. It's 4 more. So the runs keep flowing. And Rasik, it's a disappointing end to his over. Plenty of runs come from it. Last 3 balls go to the boundary. 17 off that. And France, they're 90 at the halfway point here.
Yeah, so what is that now? 39 off 12 balls. And you wouldn't count it out if you know, had a magical over here. They'd kind of set themselves up.
And the umpires, third umpire there, that's Vignesh has come out with a rag to, looks like maybe the on-field umpire said, well, maybe if you come out with something and just wipe some of the, probably some of the loose particles of grass that have fallen onto the pitch.
More of a mental thing though, isn't it? You know, obviously a lot of force goes into that front foot. And once you lost the confidence, then it's just hard to bowl well. Mascani, he has no such problems, but his problem is going down the leg side for a wide.
He also runs right in front of the umpire there as well. So Ghani, didn't have the worst first over, went for 11, but he did start with a wicket. This time though, starts to the wide. Marzi once again does well behind the stumps. Straight pull by Kanasane. Kanasane is an interesting one, isn't he, Vinny? There's times when he starts and he starts explosively, and he's a tremendous player on the offside. But there's other times when he just takes a while to get going, and we've seen both sides of him in a lot of the cricket that we've seen here in France already.
I think the fact that we're talking about him so much probably tells you that he's been a pretty influential figure over the last couple of weeks. So,
yeah,
like I said, he's had a few innings where he's had some slow starts, but normally he's backed his way out of it. Right now, Ahmed with a cock.
That's a tremendous effort. I thought for a moment it sticks. And that's Vinov again, the captain. I thought he almost pulls off a great catch here.
Yeah, well, he does almost pull off a great catch. I thought there was no chance of even touching this. Thought it was well over him. But what a great effort from Ravindran. I was going to say, though, Zain Ahmed feels like he's the one who has the chance to get them all 4 points here. He's at the other end now. Can Kanasane be a difference maker?
Well, he can if you put it on his pads. And as he chips this away once again, Ghani just losing his line slightly, strays onto the pads. And Kanasane hits his first boundary. That'll be 6 as well. Not a good delivery, not good areas. And Kanasane sort of dismissively puts this away. It's almost like he's saying, don't bowl there to me either. Manos arriba from the arbitro.
Yeah, Kanasane just gets one of his pads and times it really, really well. I mean, Hungary have had some positives here. I know they'll be frustrated. They've still got that one game to go against Romania later on, and they'll feel, okay, we'd like to kind of consolidate and have like a 2-0 win over Romania in their little mini-series. And bearing in mind those two will meet in the ECC later in the year. There's still a lot to play for. I think they get a lot out of this. Fields are moving here.
I was going to say,
it's like a race between Ravindran to get into position. And
I was about to say, he can't bowl yet. He's got 2 fielders. He's got his back to him, walking back to his mark. Hello
to John Gray. Great to see you. Hello to Barry as well. And the crime reel has popped in. And that's popped down to the ground, 6 runs.
Well, this is where Kanasane is very powerful. I've seen him play some tremendous shots out in the offside. He gets into position early and he absolutely crunches it. So that's 6 more, 2 short, 2 wide. And Kanasane says, thank you very much, as that gets blasted away for 6. Hey, I meant to mention this yesterday. So it was a year ago yesterday when, for the first time, the 100 miles per hour was broken by a bowler.
Right.
It was Shoaib Akhtar, and did it back in 2002. And it was in Lahore when he was clocked at bowling over 100 miles an hour against when he was bowling to Craig McMillan. And it was clocked at 100.4, so 161 kilometres.
Kind of a mythical barrier. The other thing with those speed guns, there is a slight margin of error to them, right?
Yes.
So but it is a big moment. I think it's 160.9 kilometres now is the 100 miles an hour mark. Kanasane will have another crack at this. He kind of backs himself into trouble here, doesn't he? So anyway. Now they're going to get 2.
Yeah, with the umpire, I thought Shushair was in danger there. He almost gets hit, and well, they're taking another.
There's one stump left in.
Very clever, because the stumps are broken. They decide, we'll go again here. Let's watch this again.
I know what you're saying, but I'm also going to, what if I told you there's still 1 bail left on as well, and these stumps are quite knockoutable. So look, so yes and no.
Yeah.
So, again, if you were to hit those stumps and the other bail comes off, that would count. But I think he just made up his mind that he could beat the throw anyway. Yeah. So I was going to say we'll get Zain Ahmed back on strike, but in the end it doesn't, because there's a 3. And that's the end of the over, 108 for 2. So they need 21 off this over if they're going to get that bonus point. So I was going to say, a lot of people say Jeff Thompson, and this is kind of just before the speed guns came in. I know he was measured kind of late in his career, but he'd already had some injuries. A lot of people that I've spoken to that played with him and against him, they say he was quicker than 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And they were even putting numbers in like 105, like 170 k's. They were saying things like that. Now, I know that's just human judgment, but they had a kind of measure off around, I think it was the late 70s or maybe the early 80s, where they kind of measured. And Lilly's another one, Dennis Lilly, that after his injury, he was out for like a whole year or something like that.
Interesting one, though, with that record, because even though it was clocked, the record remained unofficial because the ICC refused to sanction it. They said, they refused to sanction the gun as a measuring tool.
There's times that you'll see it, this glitch, right? So I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying it's a... Yeah, you've only got 1 speed gun on it. It's 1 point of reference. And we have seen sometimes, like I think women's cricket once, one was, it registered like 185 kilometres an hour. So be 4 runs down leg side. So it's on Zain Ahmed now, really, to try and get these 4 if they're going to take all the points out of this one.
Yeah, before that, though, I mean, it does go on to say that before that was clocked at 100.4, the previous fastest record was 99.8 by, well, you might know, Australian Jeff Thompson in 1975.
That's when they measured it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And also I think Sean Tate ended up breaking I think of it as a 160 kilometre an hour barrier, and that is about 99.8, something like that. But yeah, it's fast. The other thing is fuller balls register faster. Anyway, this is in the air, and it won't quite carry. Rasick will clean up. And France are going to have to do something pretty special to get the point from here. They'll need 3 boundaries. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Baseball's another area, because the top pitcher speeds are similar to top bowler speeds in cricket. You might say, well, that's crazy, because they can throw and we have to have a straight arm. But there's a bit of a reason to that. This will be a swing and a miss, so that pretty much puts the bonus point to bed. But what I was going to say is, but cricketers get to run up, whereas baseball pitchers don't.
Yeah.
So it kind of evens out. But having said that, now we are seeing some pitchers in baseball hit kind of 105, I think maybe 107 is the record or something like that. And we're talking like ridiculous velocity.
Well, that's been well hit, but could be straight to the fielder, and it was. But he doesn't take the catch. That's Zishan. Zishan normally very good. I mean, this is dipping on him. It hits his hands hard, so he feels the sting. Kanasane gets a little bit of luck, and it gets to the other end. So just a single.
It's Hungary. We know they'll take a point out of this, which they deserve, I think. You know, they've been competitive enough in this game.
You're talking about cricket and baseball, I have to admit. Oh, He goes awkwardly down here. That's Usama. Fortunately, he's okay, but you saw him slip here. Just watch here, just as he puts the foot down. You know,
Because he goes on his toe there in the back.
What's quite interesting is they've had, remember they did play the first match, but they've had more issues in this one when the weather's better.
I think it's
than they did in the first.
It's less to do with the moisture, more to do with the loose grass. As this should just be a single to finish the over. And at the end of 7, France are 116 for 7. 116 for 2, I should say. Closing in. And then France will take on Romania in match 8, which is going to start in around about 15 minutes' time. I can tell you that the French team, Usman Khan, their captain, winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. So, yeah, Romania, I mean, they'd love to take a win out of this series. They'd love to knock off France there. And you never know what's possible after that. Romania still have 2 games to go. They'll play France in match 8. They'll play Hungary in match 9. Rico Four and I will take you through the first half of that one, probably at the halftime break. I'll have to start making my preparations to get to Italy for Monday morning.
Prashant gets the ball. Would love to pick up a wicket or 2 here, but starts bowling to Zain Ahmed, who gives himself a lot of room to try and whack this away, and Kanasane makes him run hard to the other end. He will get there. And that will be just leg bias. Yeah, I was going to say I had to, not for the first or the second, but a third time, watch that $1 Million Arm. I just love that movie. And of course, that puts that baseball and cricket into and if you never watched it, you got to watch this movie. And apparently that still happens now. It's an ongoing thing.
Yeah, I know that you get. I mean, so much in baseball is around speed. And there's some similarities as well with cricket because it's not just speed, but you'll get scouts that just go in the crowd and they'll have their speed guns and they'll all have their own radar and clock someone. Because I think the feeling is in baseball that speed's the one thing you can't teach. And it's kind of similar to cricket in that way. Because you can then teach a guy to pitch and you can teach the variation, you can teach the strategy. Yeah. But it's just like in cricket, it's not a lot you can do to bowl faster. It's just like a God-given thing most of the time.
Goes for the shot down the ground and it will be hit pretty well. And it hits the post off the cube and goes back out to the fielder. Let's go. Abbas Ghani will take it from front of us. So nice shot once again there for Ahmed. So it's almost done, isn't it? One big hit will do it. And speaking of plays, I mean, we're talking about, of course, the $1 Million Arm. It's all about scouts going to India and trying to find somebody who's got a powerful throw breaking. What's the speed barrier they're trying to break? 95 or something?
95 is, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
the pitches in the majors, they're all in the 90s.
Yeah, so that's cricketers, trying to get into baseball. But, of course, we've seen on our travels, for example, Croatia.
Oh, yeah.
Where baseball players, not just men, but women as well, are getting into the cricket and playing and representing Croatia.
Definitely.
So I'm loving it.
Well, this is going to be a tight one. Oh, this is really close,
I think he might be gone here.
I got a feel. I'm with you. I think that Zayn might have run himself out. This is hyper close. Marzi does well. Gets is he in? He's just in. So there you go. Great camera work. Just you knew it was tight one way or the other. Something we take it for granted now, but how good is the production here to be able to get these line decisions?
Brilliant.
Pretty much spot on. That's one with a human eye that it's very difficult to make a conclusive call. And I like it. It's just rewarded fielders in particular for run-outs that probably would never be given because the umpire would give the benefit out to the batter. And you want to talk about the fact that it's very kind of stacked towards the batter, I suppose, in modern cricket. But that's one thing that the technology does give back to the fielders. Anyway, 3 to win.
And that will probably do it because that will go all the way. Yep, it does. 6 runs and well batted. Zain Ahmed, well, we saw him yesterday when they started, and in this same contest, France taking on Hungary. Zain was the pain for Hungary when he made 76 of 29. Well, he becomes the pain again. This time he goes even further. 84 not out of 26 deliveries. Well batted. And France, well, they continue being the unbeaten side. It's another win from them as they extend their lead at the top of the standings.
Hey, can I just give you a bit of an update as well? That Dawood Ahmedzai is actually out of that side. I just got a message and he hasn't recovered from his injury. So it will be Rahul Mangal who will stay in the team. Dawood is out. That's a bit of news there for match 8, which will start in around about 15 minutes.
Yeah, so I know that he's still here. He's obviously struggling. You can see that the coach and Darwin Ahmadzai having a chat there with Charles Croucher. Hopefully he's okay. It's obviously a twinge. And I think what they're deciding here, there's no point risking any further injury to it. So he'll rest it out. But one man who isn't resting, who's still going strong, is Zain Ahmed. He played some cracking shots. But I have to say that a lot of the time, especially early on, they didn't bowl well to him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Zain's got to be in your player of the series kind of conversation, doesn't he? For his consistency and his stroke play. And the French bats have been pretty dominant. And he's the guy, I mean, they've always opened with him and really hasn't let them down at all in this series. And he's 84, sets up a fairly easy-looking chase in the end of 129. And Hungary just couldn't quite find the answers. Some of it was self-inflicted, but some of it was just some fantastic stroke play from the French batters.
Yeah, he just got the natural ability now at the moment to freely move around in his crease, play some nice shots, and he certainly has been a handful for not just Hungary, but also for the other teams as well. He's in very good form at the moment. He's recaptured it. He started the European Cricket Series well, went off the ball a little bit, but came back strong. And now he remains strong here, wearing the French shirt as well. This one was a good catch taken, and it was a good wicket to get, really, as that one's up in the air, nicely caught. Rasik then went down with a bit of an issue, and then we saw one or two bowlers after that having a few problems just getting their footing right. But I think you're right there, Vinny. It's just a question of maybe some of the sort of loose dirt and grass clippings going onto the pitch. And if you're stuck onto the soles of your shoes, you're going to slip around a little. That was a lovely shot for Ganasane, hitting his first boundary as it was just strayed on the leg side. And then, well, he went leg side and he went offside. He's a good batter as well, isn't he? And he found his form at the right time as well, Ganasane, and ends up with a very healthy 20 not out as well, and assisting France to a comfortable victory. This one was a little bit of a close call with a run out, but he still made it in. And then he would finish it well with a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, and really see a lot of spirited conversation, to put it one way. I mean, they're competitive, Hungary. You know, none of these teams here aren't anything but winners in their own mind. That's the thing. And they've got that confidence, and you could see how competitive they are. But ultimately, Hungary just didn't have the weapons to kind of break through that top order in any serious way. And I suppose, no Dara Peretti, you mentioned it, just not having that variety, whereas France could turn to the spin when it was running against them in the first half of that game. Hungary didn't really have that option. Zain Ahmed with 84 lights it up, just 26 balls in his knock, 8 6s, 7 4s in there. Gulami with 14 while he was there, and Kanasane with a bright little 20 not out. As far as the bowlers went, we can kind of see it there. Couldn't really keep it quiet for any length of time. Wickets for Amar Askani and Sheikh Rasik in there, but he struggled with his footing. Osama Muhammad only 8 off his over. Some late news, and it looks like we were looking at a slight delay, but it looks like we should start on time, which is in about 10 minutes' time. We're back here for match 8. It'll be France versus Romania. Can the Romanians snag a win in match 8? They've still got 2 matches on the table. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Back with Rico Full shortly, and we'll be back very soon here for more cricket. You're watching the ECI France.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. ECN Sunday. Hopefully this sunshine sticks around for us as well, as we've still got 2 matches to go in this ECI Tri-Series. And coming up next is match number 8. This is the hosts, France, taking on Romania. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher has the 2 skippers.
Match 8, France versus Romania. France to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
Going to bat.
So Usman Khan has won the toss and he's elected to bat. No surprises there. Now these two had 2 interrupted games yesterday. It did look like France were certainly quite a challenge for Romania, but they're going to fight as hard as they can. Romania still have 2 matches to go, 1 against the French and 1 against Hungary in the last match of the series. But for France, their last chance to get on the park and perform. They have been pretty good so far, haven't they? Let's see if they can finish well against the Romanian side, desperate to pick up their first win of the series. I can tell you that Rico Full is standing by. Our last game together for a little while, Rico, so let's enjoy it. Should be a good contest. The French, the hosts, have won the toss. They're batting first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. I think we will enjoy it. And Romania, they're pretty keen to get some points here. They'd love the win here against France. But France are looking pretty good on home soil, aren't they? Especially with the likes of the batting of Zayn Ahmed. He's been hitting the ball very well. And France, no surprise really, that they are going to have a bat first. So we're going to see a little bit more of Zayn Ahmed, a man who's already put 2 half centuries together. And I think Vinny touched on this before. Certainly, he'd be in the running as the MVP so far. But Romania, they though they've got a big out for them, Ramesh Satish, unfortunately got injured on his way to a half century yesterday. So that's a big loss for them. So that puts more pressure on someone like Mohamed Moyes and Vasu Sahini. I think those are pretty key. But somebody else has to come up as well. I'd like to see Mamit Kohli maybe a little bit further up the top of the order. He put a good spell in with the ball as well earlier. But I think with the bat, maybe he or maybe someone like Janita Fernando just need to get going. Let's also Santu Vasist as well. We did see him, the top scorer in the earlier match for Romania when he scored 38 of 20. It's not going to be easy. And that statistic shows you why. 83% favourites, France, compared to the 17 for Romania. So Romania really going to pull something out of the hat here. But they'll believe. And the one thing they do need to do is to remove the opener, the man with 28 on his back, Zayn Ahmed. He will go right up to the striker's end to hopefully continue where he left off. Scored a fine 84 in the last match and getting France that victory over Hungary and extending their lead at the top of the table. Hungary did get a point. So even though at this point they have played the 1 match more than Romania, you'll see that they are now level on points. So Romania will be looking to try and get a victory here to see them once again take the advantage over Hungary. Hungary above them now on net run rate as well. So the table as it stands, 14 points to France. France, though, playing their last match here. They'll be looking to extend that lead so it's unsaleable. And then Hungary and Romania both on 7 points, but Hungary have only got 1 to play. Romania got 2 matches to play here. So it's a big match this for Romania in contrast of how the standings are looking. And Mamit Kohli this time will bowl the very first over, and he was in good form. And let's see if he can get the breakthrough. And got to bowl well to Zayn Ahmed. I'd like to see them attacking his off stump more. Try to see if he can play the cut shot. We know he can hook and pull. And they tuck him up nicely. It'll be a single take straight away. Good bit of fielding. Lovely pick up and throw here. I think that's looks like Luca comes in. Yeah, here we go. We'll have a good look at this here. Luca Betre picks up, gets the throw in. Oh, and well, if he hit, I think that would have been very, very close. We would have been looking at that pretty closely to see if the batter had got in there. That's Gulami, the non-striker. Gulami now takes guard to face his first. And these two have made good starts together. Got their team to a good start in terms of the rate they've been scoring at and the runs on the board. Can they do it again? Well, this is a leave, a genuine leave, and well, the umpire gives it a long, hard think, and then eventually umpire Niaz signals the wide. Look at this, and Yeah, I don't see that as a wide. The umpire's thinking it, processing, and decides wide ball. I'm surprised that Coley, there's no reaction from him. He just accepts it, takes it on the chin, goes back to his mark. It's guided away. Did a bit of early movement there from Galami. Just shuffles across. You can see he's trying to tempt. I think he's trying to tempt the bowler to just bowl it a little bit shorter. Galami's pretty good and getting on top of these and uppercutting or hitting over the top of the covers. But Coley doesn't get flustered by the movement. Welcome back to everyone. Just a slightly later start. Of course, there was a few delays when we were trying to get the graphics right for you in the last one. So slight delay, but I'm pretty sure that we'll catch up with the time. Zain Ahmed catches up with this one as he whips it over the square leg boundary. Anything short, anything down the legs, and Zain Ahmed, well, he's just been clinical so far today. Brings up the first boundary of this match. France batting first this time. I think they've got their eyes set on a score around about the 150 mark here. Coley will need to go back to the drawing board. Hello to Minsul Man, who's saying good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to you as well. Hope you're well and enjoying the cricket and enjoying, well, seeing cricket in the sunshine as this one has been launched. That is big. It will just land on this side of that fence. Fortunately for the fielder. Once again, Amit Kohli just goes too straight. And Zain Ahmed has been just clinical in this area. You've got to, I mean, this is where you've seen enough of Zain Ahmed now. And if you were doing your homework before the likes of Romania and Hungary got here, you would have seen that you can't be bowling there to him. Get him outside the off. I think as a bowler, you're probably thinking, right, I want to get it outside the off. So he's either trying to drive me or he's trying to play the cut shot. I can't be putting it short at the body or down the leg side. And, well, that's more like it, isn't it? Full straight. And it's the wicket that they desperately wanted. So Zain Ahmed will be removed. It's the unlucky 13 for Zain Ahmed. But it's the lucky Kohli that gets through him. And a little bit of explosive action here. The better delivery, better areas. And trying to play straight. Not this time. And that's the difference. Don't bowl at his strength. Try to go for and try to expose the weakness. And maybe that's where the weakness is. That ball starting outside the off, coming in. Zain Ahmed going for the big shot. Doesn't get it right. And loses his stumps. And Romania get the breakthrough that they so desperately wanted. Zain Ahmed goes for 13 of 4 deliveries. Well bowled by Amit Kohli. And Kohli once again, well, as he was in the earlier match against Hungary, gets the decisive wicket to start off with. But can they stay on the upper hand? And no change in the lineup, though, from France. They stick with Roberts at number 3. Vinny Sandhu joins us. And, well, once again, Vinny, I think we have to thank the likes of Niaz and the home volunteers for another lovely lunch. It's,
delicious, actually.
Yeah, it was a great lunch. Thank you for a bit of meatballs today.
Pretty tasty first over for the cricket lovers out there, whether you're a fan of either team. Something for everybody. 15 without loss is the score. Then 15 for 1, I should say, with the loss of Zain Ahmed in there. I was going to say, as we have a look at these groupings for the ECC, now all 3 teams you see in this tournament, they're all part of the Premier Division. So France in Group A. And we haven't talked too much about their group, but, I mean, that's a pretty crazy group as well, with Ireland 11, Scotland 11 in there, Portugal and Guernsey. France, they seem to be improving every year, though, in the ECC. And don't forget that the ECC operates in that 4-week window, starting with the Challenger Division over the first 10 days, and then we'll get into the Premier Division. I wonder who'll win it this year. So what I was going to say, if you're superstitious, do you remember Zain Ahmed's highest score in the ECS? Do you remember?
He's highest in the ECS, no.
97. So he scored 97, right?
Yeah.
I knew you would.
He needed 3 sixes in the last over to get the
He was
century.
84 in the last game, not out.
Mm-hmm.
He scores 13 in this game. It gets out. What does that add up to?
Okay, I'm with you.
97 and out. That's his bogey number. Now this is in the air. That's going to be dropped. Gets two hands to it there. Sandarua, and then it almost creates a run out. But, wow, it was an acrobatic attempt, but he couldn't quite hold on.
Well, we've seen him take one dynamic catch already, Sundaruwan. And this time, a great effort. He's flying through the air, isn't he? Now, that would have been quite spectacular.
Took a blinder earlier, if you remember. This is Atapatu. This gets him maybe to straighten a touch. Oh, that would have been an absolute cracker of a catch. Comes up firing. Roberts survives. Now, they're going to get a nice looking drive and we'll cut off in the circle as well. It reminds me of what they used to say about Tendulkar. And, you know, you always list like strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
I think Andy weaknesses was starts to tire in the 190s.
Like
But anyway, Galami, the beast faces up. And he's just going to help this round the corner. And it's going to go Miles. Maximo! 6 runs to France.
It's been an issue for Adupathu. He does like to give himself some width in the crease. Remember, he's been no-balled a couple of times for hitting the return crease, but he likes to angle the ball in. Problem is, if you look at that from Galami, he takes a little shuffle across, so he gets ready for that delivery. So Adupathu's got to do something different. The batters are knowing what he's doing, and they're going right across and just whipping it away. So he either changes his pace to draw the false shot, or he changes his line.
He's your classic in-angler, isn't he? Atapatu wide of the crease, and he can just go with that angle. That's what Galami does here again. Up and under and over the rope. Maximo! Back-to-back. Galami into double figures.
Yeah, he's just what we're talking about. I think Galami, because he's so healthy and natural playing this shot, he has no issue going across the line and playing it. Some batters find it harder. They'll still probably trying to hit straight, but not Galami. It comes natural to him. A little skip across and whips it away. So the bowler's got to change his line here.
This one
Little bit
hits him in
high,
line, but I
maybe.
think one of the issues here is because he is so wide of the crease. It's a lot harder for him to get an LBW. And this is close-ish, right? It hits on the back leg, maybe climbing, but that natural angle might be taking it past the leg stump as well.
Yeah, Galami actually thinks this time that the bowler will do something different, so he doesn't make the same amount of movement. If he had done, he would have been able to play the same shot again. That's the way the standings are looking at the moment. Romania desperate to get something positive out of this match.
Yeah, I mean, what you basically need is Romania need to win with a 4-pointer. Now, it's probably unlikely. And the reason I say that is because even a single point for France puts them 15. And even if Romania were to win this 3-1, they're 10, so they won't be able to catch up. But I mean, I think if you've watched the series, you know that France have been the most impressive team. I think the table reflects that.
Yeah.
But it isn't. These series are not just about winning at all costs or taking the trophy. Obviously, everyone's trying to do that, but it's also about development, isn't it? And the ECC is just around the corner, believe it or not. And in 5 months, towards the end of the summer, you need to make some decisions: who you want to pick, who you don't want to pick. And what your tactics are, for example, as well. As the Bear, Moyes is going to bowl over number 3.
Yeah, and well, it's up in the air. Fielder coming across and has taken an absolute beaut. Mohamed Moyes, well, you may remember, I was quite surprised that we hadn't seen him bowl up until now. I was talking to Vinny about it, said, why isn't he bowling? We know that he can get the ball to swing around, and the very first ball he bowls, he gets a wicket, courtesy of an outstanding catch here on the boundary.
It's a great grab, really, from Janita Fernando. And he throws himself at it, even like the way he kind of makes sure that ball doesn't touch the turf on the way down. So Moyes strikes. And a pretty handy wicket, that one, as well as Galami, or exit stage left. And he's going to have to go for 14. Score now, 30 for 2, brings Kanasane to the crease.
Great catch. Really good catch. I saw where he started from. He had a lot of ground to make up, but all the way through as he dashed to get there, some 30 yards, I think, he's kept his eyes fixed on the ball, gets the dive in, and takes an outrageous boundary catch to remove Galami. So 30 for 2. Moyes again. And this is just being sort of guided once again to Fernando, who makes the stop and fires it in. So Kanasane gets off the mark. We know that he's also a dangerous batter. You've got some depth in the batting, though, France have. We know that he's still got the likes of Cameron Ahmadzai. Numan Amjad can hit the ball pretty well. And don't forget Hubert Aladdin Jackson, though he's not played a lot of cricket. It's a nice looking shot, and this is going to get past the fielder. Vasusani starts the chase but realises the Grizzly is just motoring away. Gets quicker and quicker. Nicely timed, well played. Good shot from Christian Roberts. Gets his first boundary.
Yeah, and Roberts obviously has been given an extended run at his number 3 position. So he's been given every opportunity to kind of establish himself in the lineup. Come back to that in a second as Morris gets this one. It's driven nicely down the ground. That'll be 4. It's your classical on drive. And you can see what they're trying to do with Roberts to get him in here. Because he's a guy, don't forget, everyone else in his team, or pretty much everyone else in his team, has had 2 weeks of ECS leading into this. So Roberts, that's a very classy shot. A lot of people will tell you the on drive is the hardest shot to get right technically. And it makes it look easy there.
Yeah, beautiful shots to both sides of the wicket. First one through the covers. And that one, yeah, you're right, Vinny. The on drive always looks beautiful. And that has been played to perfection. What a shot.
Takes some adjustment playing this format, but good players make the adjustments. And now he goes in the same direction. Coley might have snuck around a little bit. Yeah, so I suppose the question with Roberts, obviously looks pretty well technically put together, but can he kind of find the sixes often enough to nail down that number 3 position, or essentially a position in the team?
Yeah.
That's what they're looking at. So, and like I say, technically looks like he can, but I think he just needs more matches of this. Again, that is classy, isn't it? It's a really classy cover drive. Cuatro carreras, that takes him into double figures.
I think what Robert shows here is that you can play proper, you know, if you want to call it correct cricket in this format. He plays 3 delightful shots, which you could quite easily take out of the all-day game and apply, and he gets 3 boundaries. So
yeah.
Keeps the pressure on, 43 for 2.
So that's the difference, I suppose, is, okay, that shot probably isn't 4 now because they can protect those boundaries a bit more.
Yeah.
So it's in these middle overs, can he kind of elevate, can he kind of still keep his shape, keep his technique, but find a way to hit more sixes? That's really what ECN cricket's all about, is how many times you can clear the ropes. Atapatu is going to bowl out here in over number 4. As the sun bakes us here at the Drua Cricket Ground.
He can't make up its mind, can it? The sun will come out for a bit, then it disappears and it gets chilly. So it's a case of layers on and layers off, as this one is up in the air but doesn't quite carry to the fielder, as Athupathu just tucks up Kanasane, who gets another single to his name.
Yeah, so let's see how Roberts can deal with these middle overs. It's our last innings together for a little while, because I'll be heading off to pressure at the end of this one.
Yeah, safe travels to you, of course. I know that you've got a long journey ahead of you. First of all, of course, it's a long drive to the airport here. And, wow, let's see here. Does he get anything on this? You think Athupathu thinks he does? The wicketkeeper, does he take this on the second attempt?
I'm not so sure. I think he kind of had it, then lost it. And it's close with that back foot again. But look, it's actually in the corner of his webbing, like the very end of his fingers, and it kind of sticks, but then it pops out. Again, Athupathu is very close. He just needs to, once he watches this back, he'll know. And sometimes the video is the best coach you can get, but he's very close to bowling a back foot no ball here. Very close. That one's slightly better. I think he nicks it onto his pad, and Luca thinks of throwing, thinks better of it.
Yeah, he's one of those bowlers, and we see plenty of them, that he's got to keep the heel part of the foot down. Up rather. As soon as it goes down, it's a no-e. So
that's one thing
that's the only thing that's saving him.
I got to admit, I never knew until I've started watching, obviously, so much ECN cricket over the last few years, that bowlers actually have their heel in the air, mostly. I always just thought you'd be using your whole foot, but actually, yeah, you're really using the ball of your foot there. And this one is hit back behind square leg, long chase, but successful chase down there from the bear who's on the prowl. Just a single. Yes, that's something that I never would have thought possible. I would have thought, running at that pace, surely you're landing on your whole foot.
Yeah.
But I mean, bowlers like Atapathu show us that it's not the case. But again, an umpire standing there, how he's meant to know whether that heel's in the air or not. Using physics. It's another one. We'll see. We'll see what we're talking about here. Yes, I'll get another single. Yeah, so the rule is, the law, sorry, is that you can't touch this line. But you can see he goes very, very close to touching it, but his heel's actually hovering over the line, but it doesn't actually touch it.
Yeah, the thing is, because he's been called a couple of times in the last match, he now is aware of it, so he's making more of an effort to make sure.
I still think it's a bad habit to bowl that wide, though. You're not really getting a big advantage. Same again, because the angle is pretty friendly angle for most right-handers. And Kanazane basically smacks this into the car park. I've noticed the cars thinning out a little bit compared to earlier in the series. I think some people are parking further away and walking for good reason, Rico.
They started here in France parking as close as you could here. It's almost like that was the prime spot. And if you got further away from the ground, it wasn't. Now the prime spot is the furthest one away. And if you're nearer to the cricket, you know you're in danger zone. Yeah, I mean, just going back to that action, I think if he's going wide and angling the ball into the off stump, you can understand what he's trying to do, because he's creating a different angle that the ball's coming from, rather than coming stump to stump, it's coming wider. But if he's angling too much, which has to pass through this, it becomes easy for the batter. It's a bit like a left armer coming to bowl to a right hand and always bowling at the pads. It's easy to get away.
Also, a lot of good bowlers, they'll use that as a variation to go wider of the crease. So that's what's called using the crease, right? But your stock ball, you really shouldn't be that wide.
No.
Anyway, Vashisht is going to bowl over number 5. 50's up for France, 53 for 2. And Vashisht will get turned away to Kohli, fumbles, but won't allow a second run. Just think about some of the players that aren't in this Romanian lineup that we might see in the ECC as well. So obviously you've got Taranjeet Singh, who's not in Europe at the moment, but he should be back, you'd imagine, for most of the summer. Satheesh, obviously, he's here, but he's injured. But, you know, guys like Sivakumar Periyawa, their regular keeper, Satvik Nedigodla as well. There's going to be some pretty healthy competitions for spots in that Romanian team. Slower ball.
Gets his man.
Yeah, well, he's gone. He's taken a very good catch there. Just a very good fielder anyway. But Kanasane just mistimes this drive and gets caught by the bowler.
Yeah, very good catch. It's a good cricket in general. First is a slow delivery. Kanasane, he thinks he's going to get away with this, hits it pretty straight, but the bowler takes a very good sharp catch. Well, he's seen some good caught on bowls here today.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Yeah, it's hit him low on the bat, didn't he? And yeah, Vashish, pretty clever kind of player. As I said, plies his trade for United in the Romanian competition. And yeah, just kind of held his nerve there and held on to it with perfect technique. 54 for 3 then. And this guy is dangerous, isn't he? Cameron Ahmedzai coming into the crease at number 5. Yeah, so one thing I think is very healthy, and I see it starting to happen now in Romania, especially with a few more guys qualified, some of those spin options they've got qualified as well, is competition for spots.
Yeah.
Competition for spots is so important in breeding a high-level side. As Ahmedzai comes out thinking about sixes, and he's going to try. First ball goes around, and it's not going to be 6, but it's going to be 4. And almost an improvised kind of basketball attempt from Atapatu out there. Ahmedzai, he's a guy, by the way, he does hit really well with the leg side, but as you see here, he's just so powerful. I said he bowls a heavy ball. He hits a heavy ball as well, doesn't he?
He certainly does. He's a powerful guy, and he knows what his role is. That's the thing about him. He goes out there, he knows what he's got to do out there, he knows what they want him to do. And just look how hard he hits this.
It's a great bit of fielding, actually, from Vasu, because that was a palm buster from way back, wasn't it? That was absolutely tattooed. The line drive from Cameron Ahmedzai. Yeah, so just going back to what I was saying quickly. In countries and where the player pool is small of qualified players for the national team, the players can get a little bit comfortable, I think, with not having to perform to keep their spot in the team. Now, I know it is a bit uncomfortable when you have someone that wants your spot and you might be friends with them, you might play with them, you train with them. But I just think you look at all... I often judge teams by who's missing out.
Yeah.
So I just think the fact that they now have kind of 15 to 20, maybe even 25 players that are all kind of fighting for national team honours, I think it's a very good thing. It kind of spurs everyone to do the best. And also then filters through to club cricket, because then you need to perform at the club level. And obviously it's also pretty healthy when you've got the national team or national squad spread out amongst a number of clubs to kind of lift that club level cricket to the next level. And then in turn, that rubs off on the other cricketers and makes them want to kind of raise their game to be in the frame. So yeah, Romania's a good example of a team that now I'm seeing a bit more competition for spots. Anyway, Ahmedzai, he's going to hit this one leg side and won't quite get the boundary, although with the foot fielding, the result will be 2 runs.
It's a long, hard chase. a lot of ground to cover. The fielder right there, but does well and gets a boot on it. Stops it going to the boundary. Not a bad over there at all from Shantu Vasisht. Did take the wicket, a good wicket. A good caught and bowl to get Kanasane, who we know can also be pretty dangerous. Just the 9 runs off it. And at the end of 5 overs, it's 62 for 3.
We're in. Caught me napping. I was already thinking about exactly how I'm going to be getting to Brescia tonight. So I'm going to get, it's been about an hour, hour and a half to the airport here. And then I'm going to fly into Milan. And then it'll probably be another hour or so to get to the hotel. And then probably another 35 minutes to the ground in the morning. But the next time you'll see me after this innings will be in Brescia for the first match of the ECS there, with 15 teams involved.
It's going to be exciting, and of course it's going to be a different venue to the last time that I know I was in Brescia with you last time, so different venue. And well, this one, if he hits, he's gone, and now they might think about it, but Roberts now, he'll get sent back. So all happening here.
There's 3 run-outs, 1 ball there.
Yeah, well, Christian Roberts did want this. And there's the throw, and yeah, this is because if he's hitting, he's gone. That doesn't miss by much. The Bear, Moyes with the ball. Bangs it hard into the ground. More work to be done out there. And good pick up, good throw by Luca.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, though. See, Roberts hasn't hit a boundary since the end of that power play. So when he's swinging hard, it's not that he doesn't have the intent, but yeah, the question is, can he find a way to hit more sixes? And I think partly it might just be he's trying a bit too hard, he's losing his shape. He can still hit those drives, but just get them in the air. You know, with the pace on the ball and with the dimensions of the ground, he'll still be able to clear the ropes. All right, we've got bear to bear here, really, and it's going to be a large attacking shot from Ahmedzai. Well, you mentioned it's 500 euros if you hit the clock. Well, I think that the organisers are a little bit nervous there.
It's been whacked away, and well, a nice bit of fielding done there by somebody out on the outfield.
That's his bread and butter, though, isn't it? Back to live action. And there's his hit straight, and that's hit pretty well as well. And Tiny does his best to keep it in, but can't. 4 more to Ahmedzai.
Yeah, powerful. This is like, you know, they used to have those top trumps when you have the like for likes, you know, so many points for this, so many points for that. Well, I think these two, Moyes and Ahmedzai, are very similar, aren't they? Both similar build, both powerful hitters off the ball.
But also, you've got a classic odd couple out there with Ahmedzai and Roberts. Yeah, Ahmedzai saying, this is how you do it. I'll show you the real technique. Anyway, this kind of skews off the pad. It's a long chase for Gerasim. Come back for 2. Good throw might be interesting. But good hustle from Ahmedzai. Gets back for the second run.
Well, Ahmedzai just shown that he can be pretty agile as well. And if he has to get a dive in, he does. And I think he needed this dive, actually. I think we'll see here. Wicket keeps in the right position. Come on, give it to me. And there's the dive.
Yeah, good desperation. I'm a fan of Cameron Ahmedzai. You won't have to hit this one, though. Got to say I'm impressed with the keeping of Aryan Mohammed as well.
Yeah.
And we have seen him play before on the network. Obviously with Natagotla in the Cluj setup. I don't see him keeping that often, but he's been really impressive behind the stumps. Moyes, last ball of his spell. This is lifted up in the air, and that is going, it's going, and it's gone. And it's Maximal, 6 runs to finish the 6th, and France 82 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget what this guy is capable of. Cameron Ahmedzai yesterday in the full quota, the 10 over a side match against Hungary, he scored 27 of just 8 deliveries. He's a powerful hitter, and that's why he's there. And he's going at more or less the same pace here, isn't he? 23 of 7, 82 for 3.
Yeah, so what are we looking at here? 13, 14 and over at the moment, 130 to 140 pace. Romania, will have their work cut out for them. I mean, we have seen Romania kind of getting to okay scores, but just nothing really kind of par or above so far. But look in with a fighting chance here. As Vasisht bowled a good first over, didn't he? Took 1 for 9. He's going to bowl to Roberts here in the 7th over. Slower ball first up, dug out by Roberts, but only a single.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were saying there, Vinny, that Roberts, once the power play comes to an end and more fielders go back, will he be able to pierce the field? And at the moment, the answer is no. But I suppose what he is doing, no dot balls, and he's getting Ahmed's eye on strike.
Yeah, but still, then you see his individual score and you're saying, well, we need a bit more than that out here.
Yeah. So what the issue is here, something, well, it looks like the square leg umpire is having a chat about something. And it might be just once again a slight hold up here, maybe. But one thing I will say at this point, I know you're going to go from France to Italy, and I know that the cuisine changes. But before you go to Italy, how many snails exactly did you eat here?
Okay, I only had it the first night I was here, and I had 6.
All right, so you're
6 snails.
That's fine, because the average in France, the average person eats about 6.5 snails per person, because they can
in one sitting or per year?
Per year. That's a person. So every person. So you think of all the people in France, they eat about 6.5 snails per year per person. That means 25,000 tons of snails a year.
That's a lot of snails.
That's a lot of snails.
But, so I want to know. So am I not allowed to come back for like another year and then eat another 6?
You've eaten your quota. You're done for.
I could have had more.
But you can. Look, you can. Also, we know that wine is pretty good here. No, you like me. You like a bit of red wine. So
I've definitely had more than 6 glasses of red wine since I've been here. I will admit to that.
Well, all right, but you haven't drunk the quota. It's around about 40 litres of wine per person a year. I don't think you quite have 40
How many glasses is that?
So they'll go
I've given it a shake.
26.5 million litres of wine per year is consumed in France. And then we already know that you could quite easily go through the year eating a different cheese every day and still not get anywhere near the 1,500 different types of cheese. So red wine, cheese, snails.
So what we've learned, I've had my annual quota of snails in 2 weeks.
Yep.
I've gone pretty close to the wine.
All right.
Not going to lie to you. And the cheese, again, how much cheese would I have to eat in a year?
Well, you'd have to eat. There's 1,500 different ones, so you wouldn't be able to do it.
No, I've only
you
had
wouldn't be able to do it unless you really
thousands.
went on a cheese barney.
Can I tell? I haven't told you about my night last night. This is probably my random questions, random stories time, because it's my last game, right? But anyway, good news is someone's flicked the switch back to on, and we can continue. As Vashish will bowl. Good slow ball. Good shot from Ahmedzai, though. Gets a good ball, doesn't care, puts it out of the ground. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, whacked away. Powerful hit. Ahmedzai keeps on going.
So
there's Safi there, who is probably talking to a beloved one back
taking
at home.
a selfie, probably.
Yeah,
hey, so last night I went out with the sheriff for one last meal. We've been trying to do the culinary tour of Dreux. It's interesting.
Okay.
And we went and we had some dinner, and then he said, "You got to check out this place on the way back." He's been looking at it for a while. This is going to be over the offside. That's going to be 4 as well. So Ahmedzai motoring. So he's 33 off just 9. And Vashish, not the worst ball ever, but because they put the field back on the leg side, there was no one on the off, and that results in 4 runs. So we went to this place called Le Hangar. It was the hangar. So it looks like an aeroplane kind of hangar. And it was just like a kind of cool, vibey kind of bar. It wasn't too late, by the way, for anyone that might be interested. But we went in there and we're like, oh, what's going on here? I'll tell you what was going on in a second. As that is going to be a huge swing and a miss from Ahmedzai. But yeah, it was. They do theme nights here, and last night was line dancing night, and it was American themed. There were American flags around. I don't know if I don't know how many actual Americans were there, but they had these guys were legit. They had the average age. Well, you would have been way too young. Put it that way, Rico. But their dance floor was packed. Right, we were just watching.
Proper line dancing.
Proper line dancing with all the moves. I don't know where you learn this stuff. There probably are places you learn. But they had hats. They had the boots, like the pointed boots.
All right.
And they had hands in the pockets. It was legit line dancing. And they even had bits where like and it was amazing. Like I said,
it would be ideal for the sheriff.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it was a little bit country. Again, Roberts, he's frustrated.
Did he get on the dance floor?
No, I I think you had to kind of have your license, I think, to get on the dance floor.
see.
There was one guy, as we get to the end of the 7th over, the score 95 for 3, and you have a look at some of the events that are coming up there, including Brescia, which starts tomorrow. I'll be there. And Corey will be helping me out with the commentary. We're kind of juggling this time of the year. It's pretty busy with all the commitments throughout European cricket. But yeah, there was one guy who looked at... I didn't want to be the guy there was one guy that was obviously just trying to learn on the fly, right? And I don't know if he had the right boots or whatever. Also, the lighting wasn't very forgiving. For that, in that part, it was like fluorescent lighting, and it was a strange choice. But he looked like he was just trying to keep up and didn't really know what he was doing. And after about 2 minutes, he had to take his hat off and towel himself down.
Oh, really?
He'd worked up quite a sweat.
A big sweat.
That would have been me. Anyway, Heine comes back for over number 8. But yeah, got rid of the old line dancing. Apparently there's sometimes karaoke night there. There's all sorts of different things. So that was a bit of fun. There was also the beer pong. I couldn't get a go on the table, but I'm a bit of a... I haven't told you, it's one of my party tricks. I reckon I could play beer pong for Australia. Very accurate with the ping pong ball.
All right.
I'm not allowed to play actually in my home country anymore because it's unsafe for the other players. But never miss.
But you knock them out?
Never miss. Just got a really good little touch.
Okay.
But then I've got a question for all you beer pong players out there. I always thought the ball has to bounce on the table and then bounce in the cup, but other people just throw full tosses.
No, I
Where do
thought
you
it
come
always
from?
has to bounce. I thought it always had to bounce.
I agree.
Oh, well, talking about bouncing, this is...
It's going to be called wide eventually. Again, this is one, my instinct tells me this gets some of the line, but tell me, what does the picture say?
Yeah, I
See, it's
think
one of those ones that I
gone
think,
over the line.
for me, that's probably a good ball now. It's taking a bit of time for that to filter through. There is a bit of the ball outside the line, I'll give you that. But is the whole ball outside the line? Don't think so. So it's these full toss kind of rebel pong players, and it causes arguments. Tell me that
A
much.
mental man is saying in 23 years, so he's never eaten snails.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. They want more. They're going to get more. That is a monster hit from Ahmedzai, who's 40. And he kind of shows it up. And it's a good partnership, don't get me wrong, as 100 comes up for France. But Ahmedzai now has doubled Roberts' score. And this is really what the game's all about. By the way, I think for Roberts, he'll go back and he'll say, right, this is what players do that have natural cricketing talent. And he does, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and
he'll go back and he'll go,
Yeah.
all right, these are some things that'll work on so that I can do this. Because there's no reason he can't. He's built for it. I would say it's kind of hurried up by Yorker this time from Vasu Saini.
Yeah, good deliveries. Yeah, minimal man. And I hope you got back okay, by the way. But never had snails before. 23 years, of course, we know he's been out here 23 years. But, I mean, I had snails only a couple of times, but not here in France. I had them in the paella in Spain. And they weren't too bad. The only thing that put me off is that they were still moving and still trying to crawl off the paella dish. And I thought, well, that's not very good.
Right?
And then it had me thinking, the ones that I ate, were they still, still alive? Yeah, so they bring out the paellas and the snails are still sort of trying to get out of the dish before you eat them. That put me off a little bit, so I've never really done it again.
To be honest, people say it tastes like chicken. For me, it tastes like mushrooms. You know the mushrooms you get at breakfast?
But here they're supposed to be, oh, that's out. That's plum. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Full and straight, and that is probably one of the easiest decisions that the umpire has to make. I know if Manuel Man was here, Chris that is, he'll be putting his finger up as he was in here with us a few times, and he would have been standing there and saying, yeah, that's out, finger up. And I called it straight away. It's a good delivery. He bowled one earlier, which was dug out, full and straight. Thank you very much. So good innings comes to an end for Cameron Ahmedzai. 41 of just 13 deliveries. Ball number 14 sees the back of him.
Yeah, and believe it or not, that's Cameron Ahmedzai's highest score ever on ECN.
Nah.
It's the first time he's made in the 40s. Because he's not only fighting to get a bat, right? His highest score previous to this is 32 not out. And that was against Empire in the ECL this year. I honestly just think he's your classic impact player. And now his actual average is 17.5. And that's quite high for someone that you wouldn't say he'd have that many knots out when he bats, because he's still being so attacking. But yeah, he just kind of gets in, whacks a few, gets out, says, all right, next.
How many more are you giving Roberts here, by the way?
It's because they're trying to give him more of a go, but probably minus 2 overs, considering who's to come.
Even that one, that's a... Oh, well, they're a bit of a fist fight out there. What's going on over there?
It's because there's a bigger picture for France here, right?
Spores are wide. That's the worst thing about this one. Well, he goes down, and with these two, well, they're almost knocking each other down as well. Watch these. I'm glad he don't throw it.
Yeah.
I'm glad he doesn't throw it, because Grisham would have been down and out, and the ambulance would have been coming back.
Well, not again. Coley coming back, and just gets pulled straight. Yeah, so I mean, like I say, if it was a regular game, I suppose it is a regular game, but you know, the bigger picture is they want to give Roberts as much experience as possible. So they want to give him the chance. Like, they would love him to whack a couple of sixes here. Maybe that's the turning point for him to go, yeah, I'm a T10 gun. I still think it'll just be a bit of training he has to do, like in his own time, some range hitting, things like that, just to be confident. And a lot of it is him holding his shape, I think. He's got a very good batting shape. Amjad, he comes in, he's just going to be able to find the gap. And it's also partly you're conditioned when you're trained in a regular fashion to play the right shot to the right ball. And that is important. But actually, a lot of what we do here and in this form is be able to target the gaps in the outfield. And even if it's not normally the shot you would play to that ball. And Amjad does really well to kind of bounce it over the top for 4.
Yeah, this is where Roberts will be saying to Amjad, how'd you do that? How'd you do that? Because you didn't even hit it. How'd you do it? And Amjad will be looking to show him more as well. Gets a good bit of bat on this.
Yeah, probably wants to here, but they're not going to allow it. Petro's a good fielder. So I want to say a quick hello to Udav Marasini saying European cricket is growing. I like that. Well, I like that as well. Kroom saying that he thinks it has to bounce in beer pong, but he has seen the new generation who throw direct. That's not on really. Let's get back to basics. All right, this is going to be pulled away, and that's going to be 4. So there you go, Roberts finds the gap that time. He's got no obvious weaknesses, I will say that, as a bat. He's technically very good. You also got to think about, they've got a big summer of T20 international cricket as well. So, he's a guy I'm sure they would like to have him in the T20 international setup in the Medina Cup, for example, which is just a couple of weeks away. So the more batting he gets on this ground, the better as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's all about getting him in. And also, while he's out there, he's learning from the others.
Oh, he almost gets his off stump surgically removed here. And Coley's been pretty good, hasn't he, in this game? But he'll have to settle for 1 for 25. And France 115 for 4 after 9. What this is doing, it is kind of keeping things in the zone of possibility for Romania on the chase, isn't it? And potentially pulling off a win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with this over, you'd expect them to be trying to get to the 130, 15 of it, though. Saini bowled a very good last over, only went for 10. So, a sort of score between 125, 130. And they'll believe that they should be able to defend it. But remember, no Dawood Ahmadzai in the side.
Yeah, but Rahula keeps his spot, so he's not a weak bowler. It's a great effort from Bashir.
So unlucky.
He probably doesn't know if it's hit or not. I can tell you it has. Maybe you heard it. But that'll be 4 runs to start the 10th over.
But what a good shot. I mean, it was a good delivery. It was in the block hole. But Nuwan Amjad somehow has managed to block it out and also time it to perfection and get it past a desperate lunge there from Vasisht, and it'll be 4 runs.
Gets another good Yorker. Sonny's been pretty good here. And Roberts will hustle through for the single. I was asked by Mendelman for any more Nabi news. Well, last I heard is that it was confirmed as a broken nose and he was getting it fixed yesterday. I think that got done okay. He said he was going to try and visit us at the ground because it was raining so much. I don't think he was able to make it down in the end. But hopefully Nabi has a full recovery. I'm sure he will. All right, Roberts. He's just going down the leg side for me. Get through the leg by. Going to take it on. I don't mind that throw at this stage because an overthrow probably doesn't hurt you that much because Roberts, I'm trying to work out if he's hit a boundary since the power play.
The one. I think that's the only one.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one. They have stuck with him, but at what cost?
Challenging the bowlers a bit. But I've got to say, Saini's hitting his Yorker well here. I often say this. Sometimes it's as simple as this is where you think about taking it on, but they won't be able to. But, yeah, Saini making it look pretty simple. You look at his figures. Okay, 16 off 10 balls, but he's got a pretty clear strategy. The odd slower ball, but a lot of balls kind of jammed up in the block hole. 2 to come. He goes a little bit too full this time, but picks out the field to Petre. Does really well.
Excellent fielding, really is. I mean, I suppose the only bad thing here is if you hit the ball this hard, you want it to go to the boundary. If it goes to the fielder, you don't get the chance, to get the second.
All right, last chance to score. 123 plus this for France. All right, he gets the slower ball, full toss, and he just puts it up and over the top. Maximo. But I'm pretty sure this is okay for height because it was a slower ball for me. It was coming down. Checking out the replay. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think the height is fine. It's coming down. Now we just want to see the boundary. I think the umpires are not sure if it does go all the way or not. They're waiting for maybe another look at this. Let's see if it goes all the way.
Yeah,
it goes clearly all the way. So 6 runs to finish. So they will get to, well, don't quite get to the 130, but it will be a 130 chase. 130 required from Romania. And you know what? They haven't batted Romania out of this. And I think that, 24 balls, almost half the innings used by Roberts to get to 27. I agree with you. It's all about giving him the opportunity, giving him much time out there. But I think when you look at the options that you had still to come in, the likes of, just one example, Rahul Mangal. This guy can crunch it and whack it. We saw him play some superb shots the other day to win a match for his team in this European Cricket Series. So they feel that they're probably 20 to 25 runs short of where they should be here.
Having said that, it does challenge their bowlers, which I think is not a bad thing at all. But yeah, even Action Jackson, Usman Khan, the list goes on, who you might have gone to. But early on, it was Zayn Ahmed who started with 2 big Maximos. But he would go, and I've got to say, some good catches taken as well. Gulami got done by a brilliant catch. You saw that there from Fernando. And then Vashisht held on to Kanasane before he could do a lot of damage. But I've got to say, Cameron Ahmedzai, he was a bit of a difference maker in this innings, wasn't he? His highest score in ECI, Cameron Ahmedzai on the crease. But as far as Roberts goes, like I said, he's a work in progress. Got to remember, he's still a young guy. He's a guy that's obviously, qualifying to play for France, somebody they see a future with. And it makes sense that they're trying to use him as much as possible. But yeah, because he wasn't able to hit a single 6 in 24 balls. It's something that, I don't know, he's already a very good player. I still think he can be a good player in this format, just now that he knows a bit more of what it's all about. So he does bat through 27 on out of 24 balls, but the top scorer, Cameron Ahmedzai, with 41 of 14. Amjad with a spirited 17 late in the piece, gets him up to 129. Wickets split between Kohli as well as Moyes, Vashisht and Saini. But for me, I just felt Saini was the best of the bowlers. Attapattu was equally economical. Vashisht even better, actually, 1 for 22. Well, I just want to say quickly that I am going to have to pack up my stuff and go to Brescia, but I will leave you for the last game and a half here in France. I've got to say it's been a real pleasure working with you as always for the last 2 weeks, and also know that you allowed me to have a few little days off to enjoy my birthday away from the cricket as well. So Rico, sensational job. Wish you all the best, and I'll see you in Estonia.
Yeah, will do. Will you? Safe travels, and of course say hi to the Italians for me. The Italian connection will be next for you, and I hope it goes well. I think you're going to have some exciting games. I'm going to give you a little feeling I have.
Okay.
You're going to get a golden ball tomorrow. I told you first.
I'll be ready for it. I'll be ready for it. Anyway, so thanks so much to everyone out there. Join me in Brescia tomorrow, but join Rico just after the break because it will be 1:30. The Romanians to pull off a big upset here against the French on their home turf. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action in the ECI France.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back, everybody, as we resume this international match number 8 between France and Romania. Romania, well, I think they've done well to restrict France to a score of 129. And I think Vinny Sandu, before he left for his travels to make his way to Italy for the start of Brescia tomorrow, was probably quite right in what he was saying, that even though somebody like Roberts batted pretty slowly for 27 or 24, they wanted to give him a chance. And also, maybe they wanted to test themselves in the field here as well to see if they can defend this 129. You saw the bonus point equation there on the board. So 90, just bear that in mind. I don't think that comes too much into play, really, because I think France, if they win this match, they know that they can't be caught at the top. Romania, the way it stands here at the moment, remember Romania have got one more match to play. They're on the joint number of points, 7, as Hungary. If they can get a win and take all the points, it certainly is a possibility that they could, because France playing their last game here, remember, that they could topple France and win it all. But they're really going to have to go some to get all the points here, aren't they? We just remind ourselves of the points table. So they and Hungary are on 7, so France on 14. So a 4-point win here will take them 11. And that's in the air. It's going to be safe. And will it go to the boundary? Yeah. Oh, it's a collision. Oh, no. We've seen so much of this. Zain Ahmed gets clipped here. I think he's okay, though. And just looking at the corner of my eye, I saw him go down, and he's having a look at the guy he makes contact with. This little clip. So Zain Ahmed, I think he's getting ready to clip this, but you don't want to be running in the way of Cameron Ahmadzai, because if he clobbers you, you're in trouble. I reckon if Cameron Ahmadzai, if he pulled the handbrake, Zain Ahmed may have probably gone down and flipped this back in. But it's going to be 4 to start for Mohamed Moyes. And then he gets a slower ball. Oh dear, look at this one from Nuan Amjad. As he bowls a slower ball, he does slip and goes down. Then he knows the ball's being hit and he's just taking evasive action. Look, watch him go, get a minute, Bajol. He goes down and look, watch him. He's saving himself from potential injury if the ball's hit straight back to him. He had no idea where that was. So Numan Amjad, like 1 or 2 others have, just slips. This one taking on the run, and we'll get there. Some Mohamed Moyes gets another. So yeah, just going back to that. So they've got to take all the 4 points here, though, because you can't allow France to get a point. Because if they only win this one, so you can say, yeah, but if they win this one, they can get 4 against Hungary. The problem is, if they don't get 4 here, France get a point, and France move to 15. So it then becomes not possible. So they've got to try and get all the points out of this one. If they can, then they've got a good chance. If they can get a victory over Hungary. Ahmad gets played away. No run this time. And, well, it gets fired in by the fielder. Basically saying to Vasu saying, if you don't want to get in, I'll have a go. So Sahini out there with Moyes to start off with. Uppish, but over the point fielder. 4 more runs. A good hit on the up. Vasu Hussaini. He batted so well when we saw him get into flow yesterday when he scored that 62 not out of 17. Don't forget, we also saw a good knock from Moisey as well. So he scored 44 in the same match in that 7-over-a-side match against Hungary, which then eventually, after Romania's first innings, got abandoned. So you've got 2 batters here that can score and score well. All right, goes for it. It's a slower ball. I think he's going to get lucky. Is he? No, he's not. Oh, wow. We've seen some delightful catching here. And that one is sensational. Yeah, he'll get hugs all round. The fielding in France, I've said this so many times, I feel like I'm repeating myself, has been extraordinary. It really has. And that is a great catch from Rahula Mangal. I thought this is going to drop in the Bermuda Triangle, that nobody's going to get there. But Rahula Mangal doesn't give this up. And he, like his brother Ramatullah, are superb fielders. That is a great catch. It really is. It's a wicket from nothing. You never saw it coming. So it's going to be the end of Vasu Saini, who will depart. It's 9 for 1. And, well, Vasu will consider himself very, very unlucky. 21 matches since the golden ball. Well, you saw me give you an early prediction. I have a feeling that Italy could deliver tomorrow. Or maybe we could deliver one here today as well and have a hat-trick of them. Or maybe we can have one international style as well. Captain Vasu goes for 4 of 3. And that means Vasisht is going to be the new batter. He's going to be at the non-strikers end as Kamran Ahmadzai bowls his first. Well, these two have had one battle already, and it's not going to work well for Moyes. And this one is taken by Zain Ahmed. So Mohamed Moyes, when he was bowling to Kamran Ahmadzai was sort of getting the better of him. And there's a chance for payback for Moyes. But Moyes goes for the big hit. It goes high, but he doesn't have the distance to beat Zain Ahmed, who takes the catch. And both openers back in the shed. Moyes goes for 5. Good catching, though. I mean, that one's probably a straightforward one. Kamran Ahmadzai takes the wicket. That's after, remember, scoring a fine 41, his high score on the European Cricket Network. And it's not just that he got to 41, it's the manner in which he did it. That clubbed it of just 14 deliveries. Then he had to do that, really, because France stuck with Christian Roberts out there, who in the 24 balls he faced only scored 27. So Ahmadzai really helps them get to that score. That's uppish as well, but gets this over the point area. A couple have gone into this area. I wonder if the captain, Usman, will be thinking about maybe making a change here, because a couple of shots have gone in that area. You can see that there's a few fielders suggesting to Ahmadzai that maybe he goes with that change in the field, because he will bowl that heavy ball outside the off. So that's a shot that's definitely on. So Aryan Mohammed gets his first ball away for a boundary. Oh, well, almost gifts a catch to the keeper. Well, Jackson can't get to it, as I'm not sure whether he plays at this or tries to get out of the way of it. This might give us a better look. Oh, I don't think he plays this. He tries to get out of the way of it. It hits the bat. Unfortunately for Arian, it continues to go over Jackson, who can't get anything on it. And this time into the body. No run there. To France. Creating issues once again. Romania need a partnership. We know that Chantal Vasisht has managed to get some runs on the board. He scored a fine 30 last time. That's a nice looking shot. Guides it away, but Oli will be a singles. That gets fielded nicely there by Christian Roberts, patrolling that third man boundary. And now that change from Ahmadzai, he gets the Zain Ahmed, who was at the mid-wicket boundary, to come into the circle, and he does put backward point on the boundary as well for that uppish shot that has been played from a few times, but that's been clipped and straight to Zain Ahmed. Well, the field change worked a treat, and it's going to be a simple catch for Zain Ahmed. He's second, and Shantu Vasisht will go first ball. It's going to be a golden duck. Oh, an international golden duck as he tries to clip this away. Now, I reckon this is just the mindset, really, of the batter thinking, all right, third has been brought up, I'll go for it, but he doesn't. Clipped it in the air. It's an easy catch. And that's Golden Derek. And, well, lately it's been good weather for ducks out here. Of course, France, they quite like the old duck, confit de canard, a slow-cooked duck where the meat just falls off the bone. Well, maybe that is a golden confit de canard. This is the standing so far, 14 for France. Points here sees them get an unsaleable lead, and they will be the victors of this European Cricket Series. But they like to do it in style. They don't want to drop a game here. And that gets played away. They take the single on, and in comes the throw. Quick release from Sajjad Stanikzai. It'll be maybe the sole spinner of this one with no Dawood Ahmadzai playing. I see Dawood to my left. Remember, he picked up that injury. He's walking around. He's moving around. I think it's just a case of not wanting to make it get any worse, really. Yes, Rahula Mangal gets ready to come in again. And just leg side-ish, gets whipped away. Remember, nobody back there on that boundary because there was that field change. And it's a nice looking shot from Fernando. Few more darker clouds starting to blow this way. This one is at the fielder. They're taking it on. In comes a throw, and he's gone. He's gone. Absolutely brilliant. Well, 2 catches and now a run out. Zain Ahmed, he is in some form at the moment. You know what? You'd have to really search long and hard if you're to find somebody who can surpass him as the MVP at the moment. Scoring runs, and when he doesn't score runs, he does things like that. Incredible. Zain Ahmed, he scored 2 half-centuries, one yesterday, one here today, 84-26, remember, against Hungary. And in this one, 2 catches and the run out. That is just brilliantly done. Absolutely brilliant. You see it again, just pick up, throw, and takes out the stumps. And disappointment, Fernando departs after hitting a boundary. That will be his only joy as he gets run out by a bit of class there from Zain Ahmed. Zain Ahmed, take a bow. Unbelievable. Manmeet Kohli, the new batter, and he feels Harian can't make up his mind what he wants to do here. Harian Mohammed feels the need to attack, doesn't he? And Manmeet Kohli, the first bit of action that he's involved in is trying to calm down Harian. Probably saying to him, well, that is not going to help our plight, is it? Oh, that's a really good delivery. It's a little teaser, isn't it? A little teaser. Short of a length, gets the movement away, draws the batter into the shot. Watch him, he's drawn into it like, the carrot's been dangled, isn't it? Well, if they wanted to test themselves, France, to see how they would do if there wasn't a big score on the board, well, I think at the moment they're passing with flying colours. Similar delivery, and this time it's just been left by Harian. Well, Harian had a rush of blood when he wanted to go for a big shot. Well, now he's decided he's probably better off just leaving those be. It's the end of the power play. 23 for 4, 20 behind of where France were at this point, but also have lost 2 wickets more. So it doesn't look good. They're going to need something quite exceptional to get themselves back in this match. They're also, just to add to their worries, they need to go at 15 per over to even stay up with the rate. So France really are stamping their authority on proceedings here. Hello to Christopher Ward, who joins in the chat. He joins the likes of Terry Richmond and Dave. Lovely to hear from you. And, of course, Nick as well. Hello, Nick. Hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday. Yes, it is a Sunday. And I hope you had a nice, relaxing start to the day. Maybe a little bit of breakfast in bed before you joined into the proceedings here. And hope you're able to stay tuned for the remainder of this one. And, of course, we still have one more match to come. And it's going to be Hungary taking on Romania. And it could be the battle to see which team finishes runners-up in this tri-series. Wait is the call. That's Cameron Ahmadzai. Bowls the four. So they, interestingly enough this time, where they quite easily could have done, going to the spin of Stanek Zai. They've always gone to spin, but normally, I'm sure if Dawood Ahmadzai would have been playing, he would have probably come on here. Well, Action Jackson gives us a little bit of action on a day which is all about the National Superhero Day. He flies through the air. There you go. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman? No, it's Action Jackson who makes a fantastic stop. Flying through the air was Jackson there. Ahmadzai now gets it right. Amit Conley, not off the mark just yet. Speaking of days, global Pay It Forward Day today. And very good. I'm loving this day. Paying Kindness Forward is a day celebrated in over 80 countries. Swing and miss again. And it's all about encouraging us to collectively perform random acts of kindness in a bid to pay forward some of the kindness that we may have been shown in the past. I love this day. I love it. So, Global Pay It Forward Day. Kiss Your Mate Day as well. So, come on, if you're sitting next to your loved one, give them a kiss. Go on. And if they're not your loved one, ask permission first, because you don't want it to turn into a different kind of day. Dot balls mounting up here as Cameron Ahmadzai bustles in and bowls those heavy length deliveries, testing the batters outside the off slump. And more of the same. And this over isn't the over that was needed here by Romania. They needed to get things going. And in fact, the only run from it so far has been as a result of that one wide that was dramatically stopped by Jackson on this day. In 1967, at the height of the Vietnam War, American boxer Muhammad Ali refused induction to the U.S. Army. And that's the end of the over, just a one run from it. So 23 for 4 becomes 24 for 4. I'm pretty sure now, will we get a bit of spin? I think if there's time to do it, this would be the time, I suppose, when you're well ahead of the match. Yeah, and Muhammad Ali at the time citing religious reasons as subsequent conviction. But that was eventually overturned by the US Supreme Court. Yeah, of course, that's something that has made its way into history and a lot of movies as well. Muhammad Ali, well, what a legend he was. Speaking of legends, on this day, back in 1984, Clive Lloyd became the first West Indian to play 100 tests in the fifth test against Australia. That got underway in Jamaica on this day. It was also, coincidentally, the 100th test to be played in the Caribbean. Lloyd was caught behind of Jeff Lawson for 20. But the West Indies would breeze to a 10-wicket win that gave them a 3-0 series victory. There are plenty of things happening on this day today and in history. And also on this day, we're seeing France showing their dominance in this tri-series. And still no spin as Rahula Mangal continues. Well, look at the movement here from the batter. A lot of movement, but for nothing. At the moment, can't get bat on ball, the number of dots continue. So just cannot get anything going at the moment. So we have seen, I'm going to talk to you about this after this. Delivery. All right, well, this one's up in the air. It won't be a dot this time, so that will bring to an end what we saw from the third over, the last one that was bowled by Ramatullah Mangal. There was 3 dots followed the run out. Then we saw an over there from Cameron Ahmedzai where it was just the 1 wide. 2 dots before finally we see a ball hit for 6. And this one's hit down the ground. Fielder coming across and won't stop this one either. So finally the runs start to flow again as Ramatullah gets hit for another one down the ground. So Ramatullah Mangal and Rahula Mangal. Rahula, of course, coming into the side because of the injury there of Dawood. This time it's back outside the off and just trying to get the uppercut going here. As Aryan Mohammed doesn't get it right, so another one gets through. Hello to Monica Ramos and also to Daniela. Hello Daniela, hope you're well. Looking forward to hopefully seeing you again soon, maybe when the European Cricket Network once again revisits the beautiful Wanavasia ground for the European Cricket Series happening there in, well, a few weeks' time, really. Hope you're well. No, Daniela's been playing some cricket now as well. How's that going? How's the women's team going there? I know a lot of exciting times ahead for women's cricket in Romania. I know I've been speaking to Abdul here at the ground, who's travelled with the Romanian squad, and he was telling me about a lot of training camps happening soon. A lot of good things happening with women's cricket in general, and a few camps happening in July. Hello to Paul, who also joins in the chat. All right. Time for the captain. So still no spin, interestingly enough. This one, oh no. I don't see this as wide, if I'm honest. It has to miss the line. That doesn't miss the line. Getting a few of these which are not being called correctly. I suppose consistency is important. Well, this one gets smashed. And it's going to go for a big 6. Well, I thought maybe Sandakuma was fancying taking the catch there, the coach, but he says no. He says, if I put it down, the coach, my players would never let me get away with it. So he just steps out of the way and says, nah, I'll leave it. Uh-oh, this could be trouble. And, well, it hits the batter as he's running back. There's a few appeals from 1 or 2, but I don't think he knew anything about it, really. He wasn't deliberately. See, he starts to run back. He's not changing his line, and, well, the ball is never in danger of hitting the stumps anyway as the throw comes through there. Well, that's a pretty good shot, isn't it? Gets hold of this pretty well. Does Ariane. Just that little period, the period that I talked about earlier, where they went through practically almost 2 overs without scoring hardly any runs and hitting any boundaries that have put them way behind here. But there is a way back, and that's the way to do it. And this one will be just a single. Usman Khan, the captain, bowling this the 6th over. Right, this is catching opportunity, and they've been so good. I won't see them put this down. And Numan Amjad, who did put down absolute dolly yesterday, but it was off Dawud Ahmadzai. And Dawud Ahmadzai afterwards was complaining to me. He said, and Numan was there, he said, why is it? And Numan actually did agree with this because it's happened so many times. He said, why is it every time this guy drops a catch, it's only off my bowling? And Numan didn't have an answer to it. That was an easy one. And, well, from the catching standards we've seen already from France, that was quite a straightforward one as well. No mistakes there. Numan Amjad takes the catch. And that's the end of Monique Kohli. And it's a 7-ball duck for Kohli. Doesn't get anything happening, and that's disappointment for somebody who's normally quite a talented player. Just couldn't get anything going. Amjad takes the catch. And he rewards his captain with a wicket. And then that ball there, the last of the over from Rusman, is basically nothing in it at all. No pace. It hardly gets to the other end. It's that clever, slower ball that Mr. Bombay Mix bowls. Bombay Mix, because you never know what's coming out of his hand. 49 for 5. There's that scorecard. Only one real contribution so far worth mentioning. Arya Mohammed is still there, but that rate now has got to the 20 runs per over mark. So they're going to have to score at 20s off the next 4 if they are to get there. Sundarawun, who has made some good contributions in the field. We've seen him take an absolute beaut of a catch and then almost takes an unbelievable one. Let's see what he can offer with the bat. Ariane just guides this away. And it'll be a single as, well, we see the other Mangal, Rahula, now comes on to bowl. Both the brothers in this match, both Ramatullah and Rahula, both of them played for President's 11, but I don't think there was a game where both of them were played at the same time. So this is a bit of a first this time round. Played well into the ground. It's a nice looking shot from Sundarawun, and quite in the same sort of area that he would feel. Kanasane makes a really good stop, gets down, gets dirty, saves the ball getting past him and potentially going to the boundary. Wide outside the off, not the right shot really to play here from Aryan Mohammed. He should be really looking just to open the face of the bat and trying to guide this in the gap between third on the boundary and backward point. All right, gets plenty of this. And that will go all the way. Bully, bully, bully. A nice shot. Kinna zona. Shaka lagia. It's a bit more like it. But is it coming too late? And the thing is, one every few balls doesn't really cut it. It's got to happen consistently and regularly if they're to do it. Hello to Monica Ramos, who's saying hello to me. And, well, that's more like it. Well, we said he needs to back himself up and go back to back. Well, he is going back to back. Well, that one's gone right up there in the conker trees. And Monica saying back, and Daniela saying yes, looking forward to seeing me at the ground. Yeah, likewise. And Abhishek Tiwari asking why Stanley's are not bowling. I don't know, Tiwari. It's an interesting one. I thought that France would have stuck with the plan that's worked for them all the way along, and President 11 been doing this as well, where spin would have come on at the end of the third over. But maybe they're just feeling that with no Dawud Ahmadzai in the side, that they don't want to put too much pressure on young Stanek Zai. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't bowl at all. Maybe they're trying to put the game beyond reach of Romania before they go to him. But I don't think that's the reason, to be honest, because he's come on to bowl when he's been challenged properly, when teams have been on top. So I just think it's an opportunity perhaps when you've got both the Mangals playing, Ramatula and Ruhula. Probably the captain wants to give them both a chance to turn their arm over. They might even go to Roberts as well. So we'll wait and see. Well bowled, takes the pace off this one. It's a much slower one, coming from a different angle as well. It will be the end of the over, 63 for 5. 3 overs to go. Well, let's wait and see if they do go with Sajjad, Stanexai, and maybe they want to finish one. Then maybe they'll get this one on the last. This is what's coming up. Speaking about the last, Hungary will take on Romania. This is how we started the day. Romania weren't able to get too many runs on the board. 103, and Hungary knocked them off with 9 balls to go. Hungary, you see there at the bottom, winning the toss and electing to bat first this time. So looking to bat Romania out of the game and seeing if they can get the win, which would see them finish behind France in this series. Well, Stanexai does come on to bowl, and he starts off with that slightly quicker one of these that he tries to skid through the deck. This one has rewarded him with a few wickets, the young spin sensation. And keep an eye out on the social media as well, because we will try and catch hold of the young man, the young sensation. All right, high in the air. I get the feeling this is going to be a catchable opportunity. And Zain Ahmed, well, how about this? How about this? Zain Ahmed, it's not Zain Ahmed actually. It's look at them, they're having a debate here. The catch has been taken, but this is quite sensational. Ramatullah Mangal says, I want it. He literally gets in front of Numan Amjad. It hits his hands, comes out, and Numan Amjad takes the catch and said, "Dekhiye main tene kiya si mera catch hai. Emi pare, ja pare, kenda ja pare." Oh, I'd love to see that again. That it will be the end of a good knock from Arian. He'll go for 47. Let's have a look at this catch again. Okay, mera catch, mera, kenda tera, mera pare ho ja. And then he puts it down, and Numan Amjad said, "Dekhiya, kaddu, main tene kiya si mera catch hai. Main phal liya ki nahi? Oh, ja pare. And then they start making all sorts of gestures to everybody else. Stanexai gets another wicket, and now it'll just be a dot. Oh, that was just an absolute classic. You could see Ramatullah, he wants it. He sort of pushes Numan Amjad out of the way. But fortunately for him, it eventually does get taken. This one gets past Cameron Ahmadzai and will go to the boundary. Well, just in case you're wondering, we are in France, and of course, it's where the French cut originated, and that has been, well, the French cut used against the French by the Romanians. Thank you very much. And it's going to be Luca Petre who gets an opportunity. He gets off the mark. He gets a boundary. Luca off the mark. Well bowled. And this is defensively played by Luca. And now they're running. Well, Sajjad picks it up, has a shot, hits the stumps, but I think he does get back. We're just going to check this just in case. It's an interesting one, really. Let's see the whole thing again. So it's played here, and it gets taken. Now, I'd wonder if that ball is still live. I don't know about that one, because he's in the process of handing it back to the bowler, and there's the throw. And I reckon if we see, I don't know if that's a run. I don't know. I think I see that ball as probably dead, actually, because, you know, the wicketkeeper checks, nothing's happening. He tries to pass it back to the batter, to the bowler rather. Ooh, he's a little bit lucky here that he deviates this away from the stumps. See this again. I think there's a bit of, yeah. I think if he doesn't touch it, well, he hits it back onto the toe of Jackson. So Jackson's not happy about it. I tell you who is happy is young Sajjad Stanexai. He picks up another wicket. And that over went for 6 runs. And he does get the wicket, the important wicket, I suppose, of the one man who has stood firm in this otherwise rather disappointing innings. 47 of 24 from Ariane. It was Amjad who finally takes the catch as he had to wrestle with Ramatullah to take it. To the fielder, no run. He'll get sent back. So France well in control here. Numan Amjad back into the attack. 1 for 9 so far from him. He's bowled well here today. All right, and he should get another. Should be a straightforward catch. Kanasani comes in, says thank you very much. Luca Petre did hit his first ball for a boundary, but that's the only joy he gets really. 5 of 5. Easily caught there with Kanasani. So you can see that losing Ramesh Satheesan has really hurt Romania. And haven't really been able to find the depth required at this level. And Moyes and Saini haven't been able to make things happen. And they're obviously missing the likes of someone like Taranjit as well, who's off duty. And chance to take 2 in 2. It will be taken 2 in 2. As Lauren to Gershom hits this ball pretty well, but he's going to go for a golden duck as well. And now, just like that, Numan Amjad, who has already taken a hat-trick in this series. We'll see. We got a chance to see he's already on there. The catch does get taken there by Rahula Mangal. So, golden duck. Now, look, that was earlier today. 4 for 10. A hat-trick taken by Numan Amjad in match 7 of this series. And now, just like that, he's on another. Could he do it? Surely not. It's solidly played. And Matupathu says, no, I am not going to be that statistic, he says. 69 for 8. That's nicely played. Just drops the bat on this. They'll take the single. So Sundarwan will go to the striker's end to see if he can fend off one more delivery here from Numan. Here comes Numan. Can he pick up another 4 for? Gets worked away quite nicely. Picks the length on this pretty well. I think that's a slightly slower delivery. Zain Ahmed, hasn't he been sensational today? 84-26 in that win against Hungary. And then in this match, 2 magnificent catches. And also a superb run out to remove Fernando. Fernando started with the boundary. And then the very next ball, taking on the run. Zain Ahmed picks it up and direct hit, knocked the stump clean out of the ground. And that's what really started the rot here. 71. Then for 8 with an over to go. And the captain says, I'll bowl it. It's probably young Stanley, I thought he would get the last, but Usman says, nah. I want to get the victory. I want to get the wicket, and he gets the wicket. So that's now 9 down. That's that slow delivery that Usman delivers. He finished with a ball similar to this. His first over, which was a dot with a batter didn't pick at all. Gives himself a little bit of room. Does Sandruwan. Misses it. And the ball, well, it just kisses the stump. If we can maybe see that wicket again. Well, it is Kiss Your Mate Day. And the Grizzly, he says, well, that off stump is my mate. I'm just going to give it a little kiss on the way through. Mwah! As the bail has come off. All right. 71 for 9. A very disappointing innings for Romania, and disappointment really for the Romanian supporters, and a lot of them are tuning in. And I'll say mulțumesc for tuning in as well. Thank you very much. All right, Usman Khan. Swing and a miss. It's the big figure of Singh out there now. But Jalinda Singh just had the one bowl today. It didn't quite go to plan. Now, let's just say it's a big unit. If he does make contact, it could go a long way. Well, he places out onto the offside and takes a single. Atupathu, I suppose, probably feels that if he could get a boundary or two here, the remaining few deliveries, it'll make his score look pretty respectable. And he waits for it and pushes his down as Rahula makes the stop. So Baljinder once again gets an opportunity. Remember, one more match to come here today. So listed to start here in about 10 minutes time, but just keep an eye on the screen. It might start maybe just a little bit later because we were running just slightly behind. I'll just give you an update here. Yeah, the last match will start at local time 15:40, so about 21 minutes from now. So we'll start 22 the hour. Oh, spot ball, just that slower delivery again. And that will be that. It's 2 for 17 for Usman. It's a very comfortable victory for France here. Made it look easy once again. But just playing some really good cricket. And even though they probably didn't get as big a score as what they probably could have if they made some little subtle changes to the batting order. They finished on 129, but it was more than enough as Romania set 130. Only get to 74 for 9. And only one highlight really when you have a look at that scorecard, and that was Ariane, who made 47 of 24. Next match, the last of this international series, and sadly also the last one that we have here in France this time round. It will be Hungary taking on Romania, and this will all be about which team can get to the second spot, because Romania, disappointingly there, they don't even pick up a point. Remember, they needed to get to 90 to even get there. So all the points here for France. France victorious. They cannot be caught. But now it's really the battle of who can finish second, as we see some amazing scenery from around this ground. It started off with, well, almost a wipeout of the main man. But you know what? When you get knocked down, you have to get up again. And I tell you what, Zain Ahmed, he may have got knocked down, but he did get up again. As this was, though, the first catch. That was a wonderful catch. Absolutely brilliant. That was Rahula Mangal, who came from nowhere. And then Zain Ahmed says, yeah, I can take him as well. Obviously, somebody maybe was trying to put him off on the boundary, but it was Zain Ahmed who had the last laugh. Well, a little bit of laughter there and a bit of luck for the batter. Then this one, it just clipped up into the air. Zain Ahmed takes his second catch, and that was Vashist who went for a golden duck. And needed something, didn't they? Ariane started to get going, but then this was just disaster. That was what they didn't want. That was Fernando run out for 4. And it's Zain Ahmed again who gets the throw right on the money. And, well, is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman? No. It's Action Jackson who was flying through the air and made that stop. A couple did fly through the air. Mainly Juan Bata. That was another biggie. Went for 6. And a little bit of a mix-up here. But fortunately, Bata was able to rush back and get back in. That was Mamit Kohli. But Kohli had a disastrous time, really. And couldn't get off the mark. Played 7 balls before he would go for a 7-ball duck. Ariane, meanwhile, just kept on finding a way to score. And the two Mangals were having a chat, and then he said, "Pari ho ja mere catch, nahi mera, main tenu kaise mera ki karda tu? Tera dimag kharaab ho gaya? Georgiatenu. In the end, a mix-up between the two. That conversation will continue, I think, deep into the day as France will sit back and watch the last match, as it was Rahmatullah Mangal and Numan Amjad that ended up getting in each other's way. Took the catch. Speaking of the catches, that was nice and easy. But Kalasane comes across, and Numan Amjad was once again on a hat-trick. Kalasane takes the first, and then Rahula Mangal, not first time, needed a second attempt to take it, but takes another. Numan Amjad, of course, already taken a hat-trick in the day, was on another, wasn't to be. And Usman decided that he would take over from Stanik Zai. And off the first ball of the last, he picked up a wicket. And just 4 runs coming off that last over. As Romania, well, I suppose at least they weren't bowled out, but 74 for 9. And that scorecard doesn't make happy viewing at all. 47 the highest score. The next highest score, joint 5 from Moyes and also from Luca Petre. How about that on the extra front? Just the 2 wides as well. And even those, well, one of them was a tight call. The other one was an amazing stop from Jackson, diving down the leg side. 3 wickets to Numan Amjad again. What a fantastic day he's had. A 4-for and a 3-for. 2 wickets also to Cameron Amanzai. And we saw wickets also from Stanik Zai, who once again shows what a prospect he is and what a shining star he is. And we saw 2 wickets also from Cameron Amanzai, 2 for 10. So a fantastic performance from France. They will be the victors of this European Cricket International. They finish on a very credible 15 points and won both their matches yesterday. Got a good win against Hungary first up by 57 runs. They also then won that 3-over per side match against Hungary, 44 to 35. And then today they were victorious against Hungary, chasing 129. And then this time they defend 130 quite convincingly. Well done to them. They will be absolutely delighted. I'm sure they will be pretty jubilant as they now sit on the side and watch the last match. But plenty to play in this match, as second place is up for grabs. Both teams, Hungary and Romania, are on 7 points, and those two will do battle. That's coming up. We'll update the time there. It says 5 minutes, but add another 10 to it. It will be starting at 22 the hour. So just to remind you, 15 minutes before the start of the final match here, match number 9.
European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the final match of this international series between the host France and Romania and Hungary. France unbeaten means that they will be crowned the champions. Well played to them, but there's still something to play for as both Hungary and Romania are on the same number of points. Whoever wins this match will at least finish runners-up, so still plenty to play for. Earlier, the tournament referee Charles Croucher was out there in the middle with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Match 9, Hungary versus Romania. Romania to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
But
Bat first.
Well, it's great to see two youngsters out there, Marc Desfontaine of Hungary and also saw Luca Petra there of Romania. Hungary winning the toss and are going to bat first. They'll be looking to do the same sort of thing that we just saw France do to Romania. Once again, be looking to get to a 130 plus score. And if they can do that, they will probably bat themselves to get the defence in. Romania, as we've said already, they've of course been hindered by the injury that Ramesh Satheesan picked up yesterday. So we haven't seen him at all today. He's got a big issue with his thumb on his right hand, so he can't hold a bat, he can't bat. That's unfortunate. Also no Taranjit Singh here as well. So batting is their weakness, which means that somebody from their side has to really put a big score on the board if they are to be competitive with the bat. Hungary favourites in this one, and I don't think there's a real surprise there. Remember in the earlier match between these two, the start of the day, when conditions were very different, it was still pretty rainy, it was still wet and slippery out there, and Hungary fielded really well. They contained Romania to 103 and then knocked off the runs with 9 balls to go. Vinod Ravindran, the captain, was by far the player of the match, 54 not out of 23, and he's had a good series so far. He'll be looking to seal it off with a victory and finish the runners-up here in France. Get a good look at the field. Also, temperatures pretty comfortable at the moment. The sun popping in and out as the match goes on, and hopefully it will stick around for the duration as Kohli starts with the ball. And up in the air, and it's up and over. This, in fact, goes all the way. So 6 runs to start with. Boom! Shakalagi out from the captain, Vinod Ravindran, and he starts the way he means to go on. He's very strong and very powerful in this area. I'm just wondering if this time around that Romania will try and plug those gaps that Vinod likes to hit out on the offside. So first ball, 6 runs. Romania, they don't have too much time, or they didn't have too much time to sort of get over that last disappointing loss. They only scored 74 with the bat, so they're looking to come back on a high and pick up and throw. I think the batters do get in, though, comfortably, as Vinod and Sheikh Rasik are the openers. Rasik gets ready to face his first delivery. Look at Vasu Saini. He knows he has to play a big part here in motivating the team and getting a good performance from them at the same time. Short, Gandhi down the leg side, and that's just an easy hit for Vinod. I think the idea here is to go a little bit straighter. That's Rasik who latches onto this, and both batters are very strong. And the captain congratulates Rasik for getting off the mark with a 6 as well. They're setting a precedent, aren't they, these two? They're good hard hitters, and they want to make the most of this opportunity in the last match of this international series. It's the last match. It's great to have you all with us as well. I know a lot of people getting involved in the chat. It's down the leg side as well, but this time it gets missed out on. Kohli needs to find the sort of form and rhythm in that very first over that he bowled in match number 1. And the first one, if you remember, went magical. Was Hungary got off to a great start, but he came back with a beaut. Only 1 run came from it. He beat the batters outside the off. So he knows where he needs to be. He needs to be outside the off, hitting the seam, and getting that movement away. And there you go. That's better. That's the areas. It's a good comeback from Curly. And can he get the next two in the same areas? Hello to Wazo, joins the chat. And of course, is the last innings from France. It's been an absolute blast. It really has. Thoroughly enjoyed myself. I know Vinny has said his goodbyes to everyone here at the ground. He's probably on his way to the airport as we speak. So safe travels, of course, to Vinny Sandu. You'll hear from him tomorrow from Italy at the European Cricket Series in Brescia. Fires it in and he's backing up. It gets backed up. Like that from Romania. Both these teams will certainly be having a go at the stumps. They've got good standards in backing up. Good field etiquette, as I like to say. Yeah, so safe travels to Vinny. To catch up with Vinny, of course, tomorrow. First thing in the morning as that series in Brescia kicks off. Possibly too wide this time from Coley. So he does try to keep it in that off-stump corridor, but this time goes too wide. And yeah, that's a good definition of the wide regulations now. That's catching none of the line. And a good call there from umpire Atif, who's out there with Sushar. Vignesh is the third umpire. And of course, all the umpires have done wonderfully well and been very well led by the Sheriff. Chance Croucher as the over does come to an end. It goes for 15. He recovers pretty well after being under attack. And these are the squads that we saw here. And congratulations to them all, particularly, of course, to France. Usman Khan as the captain leads well, but didn't a man that we know who's been captaining before him, and Amjad, do well. He bowled brilliantly today. Took 4 wickets and 3 in the 2 matches that played. So just an excited youngster, watch out for him in time to come as well. But well done to the other 2 teams. Vinathruvindran will be hoping that he can lead his team to second spot as Vasu Saini. It's nice to see some young national talents in those lists of players as well. And certainly we'll be seeing more of them through our 2024 season. That's clipped away. It's out of reach from the fielder. And if it gets past you, it's going to be 4 runs because the outfield, after the wet start this morning, has dried up pretty well. A combination of wind and glorious French sunshine. Oh, that's been smashed, and that's going to be 1 bounce. 4 runs. Vinathruvindran, powerful stroke from him. Clean out of the middle, that one. It's a lovely time shot as that. The sound of the willow onto the grizzly sounds beautiful around this ground. And what a ground this has been, people. I know that a lot of people that have been tuning in, of course, a lot of the messages I've got. And thank you to everybody that have been on the social media sending me the messages. But so many people have loved this ground and said it looks quite spectacular. There's another one gets worked through the offside from Vinoth. And I think pretty soon they've got to think about this field. I get the feeling that once the power play comes to an end, they'll be keen to get an extra couple of bodies out there on the offside to Vinoth, who the captain of Hungary, looking to finish with the big score here. This time, better areas from the bowler. Does like to go wide, doesn't he? Likes to go wide and angle the ball in. There's Athapathu. Slight change in the field. Interesting, they sort of have gone with nobody back on the leg side, and they've pushed point on the boundary and long off on the boundary. So it's almost like Athapathu is going to try and keep this outside the off. He does. It gets played nicely, and it's a slide and stop from Vasisht. And he can hold his head up high. He's played some good cricket here today, and someone like Rihan as well. Man behind the stumps. But who's going to stand tall in this one? Can Vasu Saini finish with a good knock? Remember, we saw him score a fine half century yesterday. Moyes is good as well as this one gets lofted for a big 6. Shaba, Kinna Sona, que guay, que genial, que grande. Es a golpe. Es muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. What a beautiful shot this is. And it just looks effortless, and I love the way that Rasiq holds the pose as well. Beautiful strike. And this partnership continues, and the longer it continues, the more dangerous for Romania it will get. 34 without loss. The Pathu in that one goes for 19. Of course, 15 came off the first from Kohli. Mohamed Moyes. I was wondering why we didn't see him bowl earlier. He came on to bowl, and he did take a wicket of his very first ball against France. And goes for the full delivery. I like, even though the area is just a little bit towards the legs, but I like that ball. It's nice, it's pretty full. And this is what we've seen so far here. After the 8 matches played, we've gone approaching the 1,500 runs. Total number of sixes gone past the 100 mark. 112, and a healthy rate of sixes per innings, going at the 10 mark, which is what it was for the European Cricket Series here as well. So, of course, some of those runs were hampered yesterday with the weather, but certainly today we've seen some good scores and high scores. Gets inside edge onto it, but goes, I think, back into him, into his body there, you see. Batting a long way out of his crease. I wonder if the keeper, Ariane, fancies maybe coming up and trying to keep him in that crease. Always can put a bit of pressure on the batters. Right, changing the field again, so this time certainly to Rasiq. A long one goes back and backward point comes in. And now there's that edge. So a little bit of bad luck for Moyes, the bear from Romania, but suerte for Rasiq, as this edge will go to the boundary. Well, he sees the funny side of it. Moyes doesn't. It's a good old-fashioned slog. Gets the edge. And you can see despair for Moyes, but delight for the batter, Rasiq. Already looking to, once again, get to this 50 mark in the power play. That's been struck pretty well. I like the bowling of Saini. Wonder if he'll come on and bowl earlier here in this one. Just wicket to wicket. Just trying to jam those Yorkers in. 44 without loss. Last of the power play. And it elevates it, and that's a thumping shot. Volley. Well, that might be with the French team wanting to get a little bit of, well, rest time, or Rahula Mangal has to get up pretty quickly and try and fend off this as the Grizzly comes their way. So they will get to the 50 in the power play. 50 without loss after 3. Cracking shot. And that's a cracking shot as well, this ground, which a lot of people have absolutely loved seeing. I've loved being here. And once more, I want to say a huge thank you, firstly, to the French Federation for all the work they put in behind the scenes to make this happen. But also to the Dreux Cricket Club. It's their home ground, and what a beautiful ground it is. And thank you, of course, to their president, Niaz. And Niaz has been very involved with the umpiring as well, but making sure that all the other important things that need to be done around the ground are done as well. Thank you to Pierre, the local mayor of Dreux, and of course all of the support that we get from the Dreux Council, making this ground look absolutely spectacular. Okay, Singh comes on the bowl. He's first earlier in the day. didn't go to plan. They actually opened with him in that first match. And only just having 104 to defend, it probably wasn't the best of moves because he went for a magical 21. Let's see if in the power play he can be more productive. That's okay for me. That's right on the line. No doubt about that at all. And good umpiring this by umpire Sucher. I've been very impressed with Sucher and his colleagues. They've done a wonderful job with the men in black. This one's a little bit shorter, and I think the foot stays down. So this is better from Baljinder Singh. They do have Baljinder as a spinner, whereas we haven't seen any spin from Hungary, and I think that sort of hampered them a bit. Well, the covers have decided to have a mind of their own as they try and make their way onto the field. Well, when we needed auto covers, they didn't play ball, and now that the sun's out, they want to automatically make their way onto the pitch. That just won't do, as Baljinder flights this up as well, and that's been well hit. It's a clubbing shot, gets it over extra cover. 6 more, gets absolutely blasted. And they're making a change to the field. Thing is, you can't set a field to a shot like that. You know, they're just on song at the moment. He's looking in very good form. Remember, he started the day with a blistering half century to get a win for Hungary against Romania when they chased the score of 104 of just with 9 balls to go, losing 5 wickets. And he would have been disappointed the way that they finished their innings against France. They got to 128 when really at one point they were looking to maybe get to around that 150 mark. Oh, but that goes a little bit too wide this time in the eyes of umpire Sucher. As those bails have to be reset, or the stumps have to be reset and the bails put back on by the umpire. Umpire Tiff. Have a look at this one. I think that one actually goes right over the line as well. So it's almost like he allowed him one and doesn't allow him one. Tight call. Edge, and not for the first time. It gets away from the fielder. Fernando gives chase, but he won't get there. More mal suerte for Romania, but buena suerte for Hungary. And looking to get to a big score here. I think Romania, as soon as this gets past that sort of 120, 125 score, start to hurt them. This one, well stopped there by Kohli. Firmly hit, takes it on the bounce, makes the stop. And at the over, not the worst over from Baljinder. I don't think he bowled badly there at all. Some good variations, gets a couple through, gets a little bit of bad luck as well. I think it's certainly earned the right to have another go. 13 come from it. Hungary, though, continue to motor along. 63 without loss. Just checking this field out here now to Vinod. So what have they got? They do get, well, it looks like we've got maybe a slight delay here as Kohli temporarily, after making that stop, that last ball, didn't realise at the time, maybe he didn't realise at the time, but he's picked up a bit of an injury. As I can see that he's getting some first aid being done to him. Well, Vinny Sandhu has left us. We know where he's off to. He's off to Italy. Why? Because this is starting tomorrow. The Italy Brescia series. And see a number of teams will be in action. 2 groups, starting off with Group A. And tomorrow, Albano versus Bergamo. We're going to see Marco Milan as well in action, as well as Brescia CC. So plenty of good cricket happening there tomorrow. And remember, I called it a day before it even starts. I reckon they might even start with the golden ball. How about that, people? Do you reckon? Anybody feeling it? Anyone feeling could see something sensational? a sensational start tomorrow? Well, stay tuned to find out. And that, of course, is, at least, of course, here, France coming to an end. And, of course, always a sad day when you're finishing somewhere, especially somewhere you've never been before. Met so many good people here as well. It's been a wonderful experience. But, of course, we've got a very long season here on the European Cricket Network. We'll be going to plenty of places. And, of course, from Italy, we'll continue. We'll have the Medina Cup. So if you want to see more cricket from this venue, well, the Medina Cup is coming up, the T20 internationals here. So that's going to be fantastic. Obviously, normally would happen at the Marsa International Club in Malta. But Malta going through a bit of a revamp at the moment. But we will go to Malta later on in our season. I will be back in action in Estonia. It's going to take some time off, but I will be back in Estonia where we have the European Cricket Series. I'll be joined by Vinny Sandu. Vinny will finish Italy and probably join me towards the end of day one. We have then, very exciting, not just the European Cricket Internationals there, men's, but also women's international cricket as well. So that's going to be fantastic. Vinny Sandu will then, from Estonia, go to the Netherlands, where there's a lot of cricket on the cards. And there's T20 action there, of course, men's and women's and domestic. We then both will meet again in England for the start of Wimbledon. And well, it continues from there. Cyprus, Czechia, Romania. So we'll see Romania again pretty soon as well as Hungary. So we'll be visiting both those countries again and seeing a lot of these players that we see out there in the middle. So looking forward to what will be a very exciting, enjoyable and bumper season on the European Cricket Network, and plenty more events still to come on board. Remember, we haven't even started to talk about some of the night events, which will pretty soon be on our calendar as well. All right, we're ready to continue. Vashist is hoping that he can get a good over in here, over number 5. Shot. Ah, that is just beautiful. Beautiful timing. And Vinath Ravindran at the moment is hitting the ball so well that I just can't see him giving his wicket away. He looks like a man who's set. And he's saying, I'm going nowhere this time. He's already moved to 44 of just 15 deliveries. And he was behind Zain Ahmed at the start of this match. Zain Ahmed scored 180 runs in this series in the 4 innings that he had. And Vinoth, well, he's moved to 150. Oh, there's a little dabble at this one. With the third man up, you can see why he's trying to just get a little bit on this to get it past the close fielder. See, he rolls his wrist on it. He does open the face of the bat, but just needed to lean towards it slightly. Santanu Vashist searching for a wicket. Goes wide, and oh, it's the third to go in that area. And despite the desperate lunge from the wicketkeeper, Ryan, he can't get there. So Aryan Mohammed couldn't stretch any more than this, could he? Diving to his right, not going to get there. And the chase from Kohli in vain. It's another slice of good fortune for the Hungarian batters. 4 more runs. That's 3 now that have gone in that area. This one won't carry. Bounces once. And it's Saini that makes the stop. Kohli, who was in this area, had just received some attention. He did go back on the field to play, but you'll see he is now in that short third area. Can you imagine if that ball did go to him as a catching opportunity? That wouldn't have been the plan, because I think they're just trying to hide him a little bit, really. Shot. 6 more. Manos. Arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 más. And it puts him up like you just don't care, does umpire Atif. It's another good strike. And these two just rotating the strike and the big hitting very well between themselves at the moment. Rasik and Vinoth, 2 men that we have seen score and put big partnerships together on the network. And this is another one. He just waits for it and leans into it. Shaba, Ginna, Zona. Gia. Shaka, Lagia. 6 more. And Rasik is now catching up Vinov pretty quickly. I wonder if this one will come back. It's the end of the over. And 5 overs completed. And 86 on the board. And going along beautifully. So opportunity for me to once again invite you into the cube. And what a lovely day it's turned out to be. Quite fitting, really. It would have been horrible to have the last day or the last few matches be hampered by the weather as it were yesterday. We were promised a bit of sunshine here today, and we got some sunshine. Thank you all for tuning in. It's been great to have you here. I hope you've enjoyed our French adventure as much as we all have, as they do go back to sing to bowl over number 6. Baljinder gets this one through. Let's see if he can get a little bit of luck go the way of Romania here. This one's too short, but he doesn't quite get the middle of this. Oh, the fielder thinks he's in with a chance, comes in. That was Athupathu. And it's going to be 50 for Vinod Ravindran. He gets warm applause, reaching the landmark. It's his second in the day. Okay, this one gets past the keeper. I wonder if this is an opportunity. We might have a look at this side on, because just keep an eye on that foot. So this is an opportunity for Ariane. Yeah, it definitely is an opportunity. And now whether the batter would have got the foot back in time when the bails are taken off, we'll never know, but it gets through him. And now this is up in the air. Should be stopped. It will be stopped. In comes the throw. On course for that 150 plus score, which I think Hungary were disappointed they didn't get to with France, but they're not looking to make a mistake this time. That's been hit very, very well. That's 4 more. I said that Rasik is catching Vinod off pretty quickly. And you can see that as that's another glorious shot being played. A little bit too short this time from Baljinder Singh. And he's onto it quickly, gives himself some room and plays it delightfully wide of the fielder that's out there. Sandhu Warren has no chance to get to it. Okay, this one is... Oh, great save. Brilliantly done. Fantastic. Take a bow, Luca Petra. This is brilliant. Fantastic. Just watch this again. This is your standards. You're under pressure. And, well, he's not letting his head go down, is he? What a great save that is. Saves the boundary. And Baljinder Singh, he'd be quite proud of his efforts there. Only 20 of his 2 overs. Bear in mind, the last time we saw him bowl 1 over, went for 21. So he's come back well. But Hungary still looking in a very, very good and healthy position. And looking to bring up the big score. And at the moment, the way they're going, they'll be looking to go past that 150. You know, maybe even that a 165 to 170. But a wicket could change everything. They know that. I know there's plenty of good batting still to come from the Hungarian camp, but 1 wicket can make the change. So you're going to see Sundarun Wan come on to bowl here now. Let's see how he can start. Sundarun Wan, a little bit leg side-ish, and that's just going to sail over the fielder out there. You can't afford to bowl badly. And Tharindu strays on the pads, and he gets punished for it as well. So, lovely strike. Rasik now 1 big hit away from bringing up his half-century. 100 partnership on the board, and he misses it. That strikes him. Where does this get him now? Is that... Looks like he might have got it on his foot, or is that the knee? We'll have a good look at this, maybe side on. I reckon he might have clubbed it onto his own knee, you know. Yeah, it hits him on the right knee, and that's why Vinov doesn't run. Good look at this here. Ow. Ouch, that hurts. He's hobbled along, but he seems okay. Sundarawun comes now the other way. Launched. Gone. Big. Stand up and applaud, because that's another half century. 6 runs. Shaba Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. So both batters, Ravindran and Rasik, now have got their half centuries. And this partnership just continues to grow. I know that Vinny Sandhu mentioned these two in his intro earlier. 2 guys that, when they're together, can make magical things happen. We saw them do it back in Hungary last year in the international series there. And when we saw the Netherlands were there along with Sweden. All right. 3 balls, 12 runs. And gone. Well, he does get his 50. And then as he tries to get this one past and in the gap between third and backward point, he doesn't quite get the right contact. And Vasu Saini takes the catch and gets the wicket. So that partnership worth 106 between the openers comes to an end. Now let's see if one can bring a few more for Romania. It's a change in the order slightly. Liking this from Hungary. They've got off to a good start. And I think as a result of that, just slight change in the batting order. You could have gone here with somebody like Mars Bazi to come in. But they're going to go with Ali Farasat, who's going to get an opportunity. Also notice that in the lineup this time is Adam Gill. So no Ali Yilmaz. Also no Zishan listed to play in this one. So opportunities, and almost 2 in 2. And you know I said you can't hide anybody? Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. As Ali Farasat almost guides this one into the hands of Kohli. Doesn't quite carry. He drags this one away. A bit of foot fielding. This time from Baljinder Singh. Gets a foot on it. Now I've got a sweeper on the leg side. I don't think it had the pace to go all the way. So the over comes to an end. And it's 107 for 1. They do remove Rasik. Batted very well for his half century. But Vinith is still there. And where's Vinny? Well, he's on his way to Brescia. 15 teams. 57 matches will be played there. And which team will be stronger together? So enjoy the start of Italy, the European Cricket Series, Brescia tomorrow. And Vinny Sandhu will be there. And, well, Corey will be doing some of that series as well. France enjoying some leisure time now as they can unwind, enjoy the sunshine after a solid performance from them over the last couple of days. They are the winners of this international series. But who will finish runners-up as Vasu Saini comes on the ball over number 8. Well, almost takes a one-handed jalebi catch. Almost hits his hand hard. If it sticks, it would have been a jalebi catch, but not to be. Farasat living dangerously. And, well, spores are wide. You get the feeling that Ali Farasat has probably not had too much time out there in the middle. And you can see he looks a bit rusty, but it just takes a couple of good hits and you get going. And, well, running nowhere with this one as well. That's well bowled. This was where Vasu was very good. And with his 2 overs last time, very economical against France. He just got the ball in the right areas, took 1 for 23. The Vashist this time round was expensive, so that's why Vasu's come back. Well, that's going to be... We're going to have a look at this. I get the feeling it from behind the bowler's arm. It looks higher than it was. Let's see it one more time. Have they? They're calling this side on. Let's see. No, it's cleverly disguised. You can see the batter's in the crease. That one probably ends up being about Yorker delivery. So good slower ball. And that's played out nicely. So Vinoth does get on strike, but he's not able to get a boundary away as well. So this over so far is quite amazing, quite exceptional when you think how the overs before went. Just remember the last few overs. It wasn't a bad one for Majinda, the last one before this one. Up in the air now. Can the fielder get to it? Yeah, and it is Luca Petra. Remember him making a fantastic save on the boundary. And Ali Farasat has a go, but doesn't get going. Get just a couple of 7 balls that he faces. Good catch taken by Luca and Saini. Well done to him. Very good over that. 1 wicket taken. Just gives 2 runs away. And Hungary, who, well, at one point were definitely on for a 155 plus score with the couple of overs that we've seen here. Remember the one from Sundaruwan only went for just 13. This one goes for 2. I think the one before it from Baljinda probably was just around the double figures as well. So they've got back into this pretty good. 2 overs to go, 109 for 2. And they're now going back to Kohli. I don't know if I would have gone back to Kohli, if I'm honest. It gets played away nicely. So Vinoth has got to his 50, and the last few deliveries that he's faced haven't gone to plan. All right, Mark Desfontaine, we saw him out there at the coin toss. Now he gets an opportunity as well. MDF to face Kohli. Into the pads, no runs. Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? I completely understand the rationale to give some of the other batters go. Ali Farasat, and now here the youngster Mark Desfontaine. But with Vinoth not on strike, they're getting dot balls in. So it's been now, what we've seen, 15. Almost, no, it's not 15. Hang on, just get me, well, that's going to be a wide. But the worst thing is it's not just a wide, but they allow the strike to change. A disappointment there for Ariane, because this could work out badly. That was 10 balls. All right, this is a wide, so won't include this one. 10 balls since a boundary. And that's why his rate has really slowed down. And Vinoth now will feel the need to get back to hitting the ball over the rope. Kohli into the pads. It gets slipped away. Good footwork. Now, I think they might have to do a boundary check here. Well, 6 is given straight away, so I think square leg has seen this well. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, we mentioned to you about the way the overs went, and I don't think that Tharindu Sundaruwan bowled a bad over. He only went for 13. Kohli's first went for 15. He also took a bit of an injury, didn't he? So I would have just gone with what's working. Saini will probably finish things off, but yeah, this is a bit of a gamble for me. You go with what's working, and that's why it's a gamble. Next 2 balls from Vinoth have gone to the boundary. So just when Romania saw an opening to get back into this and slow things down, it hasn't worked. And also, what really hurts you there is the mistake there from Ariane, allowing the wide to get through his gloves, allows the batters to change ends, and now Vinoth is punishing them for it. And that's another one. So back to normal routine for Vinoth. Got to his 50, and a couple of deliveries where it just singles, he couldn't get him away. But just too short for Mamit Kohli. He's bowling runs, and Vinoth Ravindran is taking him apart. They'll be looking to get another boundary here. Another 6 takes them into close to that 140 mark. 130 for 2. And that's well bowled. This time, though, doesn't get past the keeper. That's good, because otherwise he would have gone back on strike. So at least he's not on strike for the last. But you'd feel that already with that 130 on the board. Remember, Romania really struggled to get to this score they needed for victory against France in the last one. So whatever runs get on the board here now, you'd have to say are just going to be bonus extra runs for Hungary. But a good over here now. Look, Vasu Saini, his last over only went just for 2 runs. Another over like that, and Romania will take that, especially when you think that at the halfway point, the score was an 86. It was 94 with that loss after 6. So they have come back into it. But that last over, especially those 3 boundaries from Kohli, the over game for in the 20s hurts. And now, well, that's a good shot. And that's the largest roar and applause that we've seen so far in the day. And that's for Marc Desfontaine. Hits his first shot and his first scoring runs, and his 6 runs. What a great shot that is. And Saini probably wasn't expecting this from the batter on strike. And that's a nice looking shot, but well stopped. Needed to be stopped, because I think if that one gets past Sandurawan, I don't think the fielder on the boundary is going to stop it. But it just means that Vinoth, who's on 71, goes back on strike. So 137 for 2, 4 balls to go in the innings. Oh, well, that's the quicker one and gets through Vinoth. The 2 captains have a duel at the end of this first innings. And that one, yeah, really does take off. It does bend his back in that one, bangs the ball into the deck. Gone. So it will be the captain of Romania who wins this battle between him and the captain of Hungary. He just takes the wicket and turns away. He knows that already it's an uphill task. Well, the battle may have been won between the 2 captains, but it was Vinoth Ravindran who, well, he does depart, but he's got 71 on the board. 71 of 29 deliveries, well batted. It's a great day for him. 54 in the win against Hungary earlier. And now here he gets to a fine 70, 71. And gets good applause, and so he should. 71 of 29. Arian takes the catch, and Vasu takes the wicket. New batter that comes out is Usama Mohammed. Goes back to the slower delivery. This one gets worked away. They'll take just a single. All right, 138. So Romania, they've got some work to do here, haven't they, if they're to get to this? But I think the man we're seeing here bowling has got to play a big part in it. He and Mohammed Moyes, I think, hold the key, with maybe some little cameos there from somebody like Vasisht and from Kohli. And Janith Fernando, maybe he can come good. Up in the air, it will be 1 bounce and a pluck. They think about the second, but the throw comes in and they'll decide that will do. So 139 for 3. And it all started, though, with that great partnership between Rosick and the captain, Vinoth. Rosick would finally get out on 51 on ball number 19. It's a good catch from Saini to get him. And just when they got that wicket, things did slow down a little bit, but not enough, really. But Romania, look, they've got the players in their camp that can do this. And even though they batted very disappointingly against France in the last one, they've got a point to prove. Let's see if they are going to be able to prove it against Hungary. That was a delightful shot from Rosick. He played a couple of beautiful shots straight down the ground. There was a little bit of luck involved in that first sort of 6 overs as well. There was about 4 balls that got edged, genuine edges to the boundary. This was Monique Conley that needed a little bit of repair doing to his left hand, and he was immediately moved to third, and that's the first time we see him in action chasing that one. He almost had one that carried to him as well. I mentioned about Rasik hitting straight down the ground, and it was a combination between good, clean, crisp hitting from him down the ground and some lovely shots on the offside from Vinov that got them to that partnership. That was an outstanding bit of fielding by Luca Petre. He would get his reward a bit later when he would take a catch, but this was the first to go. Vasusaini taking the catch to remove Rasik, and this one almost goes to Coley. Could have been 2-2. France, well, they are the winners, so they have time to enjoy their leisure time, and that one could have been a good one. It could have been Farasat going for one, as Saini had a quarter ball opportunity, but he wouldn't last too long as he does hoik out, and Luca takes the catch. Saini picking up the wicket, but then, well, Mark Desfontaine came out and he pulled off a marvellous strike down the ground, and this was it here. Just good, clean, crisp strike to get off the mark with a 6, and Vinov, he would swing and miss at a few and finally get an edge to reward his wicket, his scalp, to the captain Vasu. So the captain of the battle of the captains going to Vasu. He picked up his second wicket. What about his spell of bowling? 2 for 11. It's quite amazing. Does he come on the bowl too late? Second time he's done it when runs are being scored against them. I think if you look at the statistics there, you've got to turn around and say, if you can bowl that economically, remember he took 1 for 23 in the last match against France as well, then really perhaps he should be thinking about coming on bowl a lot earlier. But the damage was done, really, if you like, between the two openers. 106 partnership there, but remember at one point we were certain we were going to see a 150 plus score. I was calling it around about 160, 170, because at the halfway point 86 was on the board. So fair play to Romania, especially because of the bowling from Vasu. They do contain. I was very surprised that Sundaruwan didn't get the second over, and they went back to Mamit Kohli to bowl over number 9. That was a bit of a surprise for me, I have to say. And Kohli in that over did go for 21. So we're going to take a very quick break in the last match of this international series, and also, sadly, our last match on the European Cricket Network here in France. But I think we could end with an exciting one. If Romania can get a couple of batters that click, maybe the bear from Romania Moyes can click, and the captain Vasusaini can show the sort of form
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a beautiful sunny afternoon here in France. We're at the Dreux Cricket Ground, Dreux, a beautiful city at about an hour west from Paris, and it's been an absolute delight to be here and be around the city, which has got so much history around it as well, and plenty of fantastic sites to venture and see, some nice museums, including of course the Chapel Royale and also this lovely cricket ground. We're going back to this match. The bonus point equation is 97, but I think for the two teams here that's irrelevant. Whoever wins this match will finish second in this international series. France of course are the winners, the host nation, as they have been unbeaten in this series. So they will be getting their hands on the delightful trophy, and we've got the matter of the MVP to sort out as well. And well, this is all about which team will finish the runners up. Romania, they were in danger of being batted out of this contest, because at the halfway point, the score at 86 without loss and then 94 without loss, it looked like a 160 score was possibly going to be on the cards, and maybe even more than that. But a good fight back by some good bowling from Sundarawun, and also the captain, Vasusaini, who picked up 2 for 11, means that they do have, well, it becomes more realistic. 140 required, but they did stumble. Remember, trying to get to 130 against France. They were, well, just restricted to 74 for 9. Can they go well here? If they are to do so, I think these two really do have to perform. And Mohamed Moise and the captain, Vasu Saini, have to go well. There's the first from Prashar. And he only just keeps this on the pitch. I think the umpire will call a wide, just catching some of the pitch. Hasn't had it all his own way, as Abhidash Prashar. Early on in the day, he had to deal with slippery conditions, which is far from ideal for a bowler when it's still drizzly a bit and the outfield is pretty wet. But he is looking to finish well, and he's a quality campaigner. He's a great cricketer, and he's somebody who will battle and try all the way through. So it's been changed to a no ball, actually. So I thought it did catch some of the pitch, but on review, the third umpire, Vignesh, has decided it's no ball. So free hit, but Moise can't get anything on it. And Vasu, a little bit disappointed that Moise doesn't want to take the run. I think that's just Moise thinking, I know it's a free hit, but I should get something from it, but I don't want to get myself running to the danger end. No run. So gets away with it, there's Prashar. That's better. Now this is what I'm used to seeing from Prashar, that Yorker length delivery. I've seen him so many times getting these Yorkers in, the toe busters if you like. And Moise, they don't want to fall too far behind the rate either. They're starting, remember, needing 14. All right, changing the field, they elect to go back, square leg back and long on. So the third comes into the circle. Moise hits his hard, and he's going to get 4 runs to the first boundary after the no ball. He's played this shot well a couple of times, as Moise. Prashar trying to get something on it. He can't once it gets past him. As we already have seen on this beautiful outfield, the ball will just keep on going, and it goes all the way to the boundary. So Moise, he's up and running. It's really a couple of times he's gone for this one. Hasn't quite got it right, has he? He's going for power as opposed to getting his wrist in play. Look, he's getting a whole body going into the shot, but we're really, I think, if you can just get into a good position and just get his wrist involved, the ball will race away, because you've got the pace of Prashar coming through. This one hardly comes up. It's a good take from Mars behind the stumps. Wolfie doesn't really come up, and Marzi this time, well, he gets his gloves there, so he goes side on, but whereas a few times before, that ball has sneaked through, this time he gets the gloves there, makes a good stop. Just the 5 from the over. We'll settle for another boundary here with Romania. And, oh, they're not going to get one. It's a footbuster. It's going to be... I don't think they're going to get anything here either. It should have been put away, and it gets right on the boot of the fielder, who probably doesn't know too much about it, but makes a stop. 22 matches since that golden ball. But look, we're not going to get greedy. We've had 2 here, haven't we? So we should settle for that. Let's see who they go with here. Romania, though, just the 5 coming off that first. I suppose they've still got all the wickets intact. Well, they're going to need them because the rate now goes up to 15. And, well, this is going to be a nice moment as we're going to see Matthew Ainsworth is going to get an opportunity to get a bowl here. And I wish him well, his first bowl on the European Cricket Network. Matthew's moved back to Hungary now after spending a bit of time in the UK. It's from sort of the Ealing area. All right, Matthew. Bowling the first ball to Vasu Saini, the captain of Romania. And into the ground, and Moyes this time does run. He's running to the danger end, and he gets there. I think Vasu is probably a little bit confused. He's thinking, hang on a minute. When I'm coming your way, you don't want to. Yet, when you're running a tight one, and if it's a better throw, you'd be in a lot of trouble. You take it on. You've got to make up your mind. Are we taking these or not? Right, Moyes. He's had a few goes. Hasn't got too many away. But this time, he does get one away. That's better. And this time it's more what I was saying before. He's more using his hands and his wrists and not trying to throw everything into it. It's more controlled is the word I'm looking for. You see where before he was getting the whole body into it. He was getting his body in the way. This time he's keeping the head stiller and he works that one away. So, well, that will help. That's 6. That doubles their score. Ainsworth just drops a little bit too short to Moyes. They're still keeping square up. Right, goes for this, doesn't get it right. Fielder should take the catch comfortably and will. And Raseek gets the wicket, and well done to Ainsworth. Raseek is dancing, they're all dancing. What a delightful moment this is for Matthew Ainsworth. Picks up his first wicket, his first international wicket as well. It's a lovely moment. And well done to the young man. Playing for the first time, wearing the French jersey. And Matthew Ainsworth picks up the wicket. Congratulations to Matthew. And that's a moment that he'll treasure. And the young man is the highlight. And once again, the European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true, but not the dream that Mohamed Moyes would have wanted. He becomes the first victim for Ainsworth. And did get him away for one big hit, but then he goes and he falls for 10. So one good batter loses his wicket. Raseek, he just doesn't drop him, does he? And just with that one wicket, of course, the confidence now will really be flowing in Ainsworth. Good delivery. This is carefully watched by Shantu Vasisht. Key partnership this now, really, because after Vasisht, it has to be fair to say no other one of the Romanian players have really clicked with the bat. And it's up in the air, but will go to the boundaries. Played a lot of his shots in that part of the ground. Is, I suppose, similar to Ravindran in that area. He likes to go over the top on the offside. We saw him score 38 of 20, helping Romania to get to 103 in the last match against Hungary. So he has performed against the Hungarians earlier in the day. He's looking to do it again, but this time he's looking for support from his captain. Okay, up in the air. I think this one gets away from the fielders. They'll take one, and he wants to come back for the second. And this is, well, they're asking a question. Might go upstairs to have a look here. It wasn't the, let's just say, it's not the most convincing of appeals. It's like Marzi's asking the question, but he's not sure. But I reckon he's going to have his man here, though. The bails comes off. I think that's out. And Marzi, of course, he's got his back to the batter. He doesn't know, but I think when the bail comes off, yeah, when contact's made, even though the bail takes time to come off, it's a good throw. You see, he doesn't have too much to do. It's a nice throw over the stumps, and a disappointment, really. When you're in trouble, the last thing you want to do is give your wicket away, and Vasisht taking on a second here. He calls it, he wants it, but there's the throw, look, perfectly done. And Marzi in the perfect position. He doesn't know, really. That's why there's not too much celebration from Marzi. He's got his back, really, to the batter, but the camera doesn't lie. Great work once again there from Spring Media. So another disappointing dismissal. Vasisht does hit a boundary, but that'll be his lot. He'll go for 5, going back for the second. It's the end of the over. The score 17 for 2. Mark Desfontaine with the throw. Ariane Mohammed now joins Vasu. He watches this one go by. He will get the wide he's looking for. Prashar is not impressed. Let's have a look at this again. I thought he did sneak this in, if I'm honest. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, really. And you can see I'm with you, Prashar. I'm with you, mate. The bowlers union, I'm with you. Never a wide. Never a wide. That's harsh. But we've seen that a lot here today, where bowlers have been penalised. So if the first one was, then that one has to be given as well. But it won't be. You see, if we see this one, there's no difference between this and the one that gets called. That's probably a tad wider than the one before. So that's where the consistency goes a little bit, really, for me. Anyway, Prashar, he'll be happy that this time he gets the right call from the umpire. And it is the right call. Firmly played. Single will be taken, so Sahini. And I wonder what's going through his mind here now, the captain. Obviously would have been disappointed to lose Ramesh. Well, yesterday Ramesh, of course, scores a very good half-century. 51 of 26 in a match that would later get abandoned. They got to 114. France were 21 for 1. And then the weather turned nasty. And he took one on the thumb. I think the word coming through that he's got a hairline fracture in there, but you know, he can't hold the bat. He did try and play the next match, actually, where he went out and hit the ball a few times, and it was like, nah, I can't carry on. He was in too much pain, so he was retired hurt. And since then, we've not seen him. So when you lose someone like Ramesh Sathiesan from your side, and of course he's a huge player in the contents of the team. The rest of the team is probably a lot of new players in there, a lot of new talent. So they need the key players in there, the knowledgeable ones. But with him out the way, it just puts a lot of extra pressure on somebody like Vasu Saini, the captain. But he's still there. But he's got a fight on his hand as the rate just keeps climbing. 2 balls to go in the over. This is the third. Remember, at the power play, Hungary had already put the 50 on the board, so they're way behind. It's a good delivery. Pressure. I like this from Habitesh Prashar. I mean, a few calls haven't gone his way, but he hasn't deterred from what he should be doing, and that's keeping that ball in that offside corridor, just outside the off stump. He's got his third man back in case there is an edge. And oh, it's a chance. It's in and out. And that's Usama, who normally's got safe hands. I mean, it has gone quickly. So plays it, it's gone in, and it just doesn't stick. It's one of those. But it's a good over from Prashar. And he applauds Usama, and that's good. He's not giving him a hard time. It happens. He does save a boundary. That's the way he needs to look at this. So power play complete. You can see a big difference. 30 runs adrift from where their counterparts were. But don't forget, they did fight back pretty well. So they can't read too much in that. I think the main thing is to look, keeping an eye on where they're at now. The 17 per over. They've only just got past that in the last 3 overs, and that's where the battle is. And Matthew Ainsworth earns a right for his second. Bangs this one in. This might be a wide. So he's a tall lad, isn't he? And he just shows that he's got a bit of pace about him as well. This one sails over the head of the batter. But speaking of sailing over the head of the batter, it's in the head of the batter. Short ball. Now all of a sudden he's thinking, okay, well, this guy's got a bit of pace. Yeah, a few people saying that it's a bit disappointing the way Romania batting at the moment. And that one's, well, that'll be disappointing for Marzi. Just takes his eye off it, doesn't he? And maybe he just needs to take another step across. But not the best of deliveries, though. But he'll be disappointed that it gets away from him. So it's going to be another wide. So, yeah, does everything right. But it's that movement away when he goes side on. I think sometimes I can understand why you're doing it. But on that occasion, I think you just stand looking at the ball and getting your gloves to it. All right, goes for it, but doesn't get it out the middle. It just ends up just poodling past the 30-yard circle from Vasu. Funny game, though, isn't it? Yesterday, Vasu, the 62 he hit, he looked in extraordinary form. I remember saying to him towards the end of the day that it was quite an exquisite knock. Was getting everything out the middle, and yet today, when conditions you would think, especially at the moment, would suit the batters, he's not able to time anything. Ainsworth, 1 for 16, a couple of wides in this one, and trying to put him off, and gets it through in the gap, and it's going to be a long chase, but Usama will get there. He'll just get a couple there. So that part of the ground probably still is a little bit soggy. Well, for some reason, along the way, Vasu loses his bat just here and almost trips over it and then says, all right, don't worry, I'm batless, but I'll run. And he gets there. So a couple taken. Mentioned some of the days already today, but here's one for you. How about a little bit of blueberry pie? I know Americans are celebrating, and well, there could be a little celebration here for Ariane as well, and maybe he wants a slice of that blueberry pie as he hits the ball from boundary. Blueberry pie, he says, yeah, I'm in. Well, you've got to score a few runs first. Ariane says, all right then, I will, as he hits that pretty well. Yeah, in America, National Blueberry Pie Day. Yes, please. With a nice, well, especially now the sun's out, with a nice dollop of vanilla ice cream. Shot. Swivels on this. He gets a little bit of the old, going. And that will go all the way to the boundary as well. Well, he ends up sitting on the floor. Maybe he's sitting on the floor because he wants some more. And I'll have some more pie as well, says Ariane. Yeah, that's nice. I like this. And I'm just glad he doesn't kick his stumps over in the process of that shot. Just a little bit short here is Matthew. Let's see if he can go a little bit fuller outside the off. That's probably what Vinod is saying to him. Hey, look, get a full length delivery outside the off in. That'll serve you well. And he doesn't. He goes short again, and that's just easy hitting. This one, I think, well, force being communicated from square leg umpire. And I'd like to see it again, actually. I think it's pretty close. It's banged in. He's hit it pretty well. He gets a swivel on it again. A bit of the, oh, and yeah, one bounce four. It's a nice shot again. I mentioned, I like this one, Global Pay It Forward Day. It's all about encouraging us to collectively perform random acts of kindness in a bid to pay forward some of the kindness that we may have been shown in the past. So Pay It Forward Day. Isn't that nice? I like it. National Superhero Day. Who's going to be... There were a few superheroes here today. And, well, maybe Ariane wants to be a superhero. Do you notice that ever since I mentioned National Blueberry Pie Day, that Ariane now thinks, all right, if I have to perform to get a slice of blueberry pie, I'm in. Ever since he smelt the pie, he started to mash the ball pretty big. So that's been smashed away. Good shot. Also, Kiss Your Mate Day. Kissing is known around the world for its fond among people. And, of course, all people, no matter colour, age, religious beliefs or race, love to have a good kiss. And obviously there's different styles of kissing as well. You can experiment, of course, but if you love kissing your partner, you will love this day. So it's all about kissing your partner today. I did say partner, so that means somebody you know. So don't start, just grabbing somebody and giving them a kiss and starting the experimenting. That's not what it's about. It's right, good throw here. Could see him in trouble, but I think only a direct hit, really. So, Kiss Your Mate Day, amongst some of the days that we've seen, or that we're celebrating today. But, well, Superhero Day. Maybe Ariane Mohammed thinks he could be that superhero. It is good strike rate at the moment. Needed something to happen, and they got something to happen. That last over from Ainsworth did go for 28. 12 bowls. Jams the Yorker in his Ghani, and bat dropped on it this time from Ariane. I think Vasu hasn't really got going at the moment, but probably feel that he's thinking, all right, if Ariane has got a bit more of that in him, if I can start clicking, who knows? That rate did go from 17 to 15. That's not a good delivery. It's going to be gone. That's real disappointment. It's down the leg side. Good take from Arsbaji. This time you see him moving across nicely. Good movement. That's what this is all about. He stays on his feet. He moves across. And it's, a wicket rewarded for Abasghani here. But I think he's a little bit fortunate now. Well, in that celebration, he heard him say, it's down the leg side. And Vasu, it's just not been his day, has it? As he gets a little bit on this and offers a catch to Arsbaji, who says, thank you very much. All wicket keepers like to take one down the leg side. So Ariane was hoping that maybe Vasasani was going to stick around with it, but he won't, as he gets this, snicks it to Marzi. He's happy. He's happy, but the celebration goes wrong here. Watch this. Ow, he says. Ouch. Well, I don't know. Maybe just too strong. Is he? Just too strong. Is Adam Gore. Ghani picks up the wicket. 50 for 3. Disappointing for Ghani. Nice slow delivery. Gets worked away. So Fernando gets off the mark with a single. Obviously got an issue with that finger, hasn't he, Ghani? Because you can see he's keeping it well away from the ball. Goes for it. It's going to be a teaser, but it will go for 6. I think the umpire just wait for clarification. Put him up in the air. like you just don't care, because I can tell you that does go for 6. So, right, Aryan Mohammed, he's still trying, but he needs somebody to stay there with him. Can't do it on his own, and whoever that somebody is has got to play some shots as well. How long? Well, where's he gone here? And, well, let's have a look at this one. He follows him. I mean, he ends up batting sort of about a metre away from his stumps. What's the height on this light? Now, it is going upwards. Now, whether it would have gone over his head when he's staying in his crease, I don't know. I suspect not. It's definitely one for the over. And, well, this is where Abasghani says, well, all right, if you want to dance, I'll give you a little bit of chin music. And gets that one through. 57 for 3 at the end of 5. Way behind where they need to be. If you like, on this ground, well, Belgium and Malta will be here. And playing the Medina Cup. That starts on, well, not too far from here. Thursday, the 9th of May. I know that Charlie Hunt will be here. And Charlie, I can tell you this. You're going to absolutely love it. You really are. Because we certainly all have. So Medina Cup. As, well, Mark Desfontaine. We will get a ball. It's a wild swing, but they, well, I think they thought about it, didn't they? But I think it was on, but I think Ariane decided that it was too late because he didn't get the reaction straight away from his partner. He didn't want to run him out. So Fernando swings and misses. And leaves this one. That's a good leave because if you're not going to pump it to the boundary, there's every chance you could do what Vasu Saini did and get a little bit something on it. And Marzi takes another victim down the leg side. And it's that good movement there from Marzi. I think what Marzi's saying here is obviously the more time you spend behind the stumps, the more that you play, the better your rhythm comes. This one's hit firmly, but straight to the fielder. It'll be a single. Wickets fallen already. Mohammed Moyes was the first to go for 10. Caught by Rasik off the bowling of Matthew Ainsworth. Ainsworth picked up his first wicket. And then we saw Shantu Vasisht go. A run out quite crazily, really. Didn't have to do it, but he did. High in the air, right. It's going and gone. He doesn't really pick it. He's saying, I don't know where it went. Well, मैंने पता नहीं कितने गई, मैंने पता नहीं. और यार एन का जरिया पाइए ना, एन का लाला. He says, I don't know where it went, as Adam Gore. You can see he's protesting, saying, I have no idea, I lost it. Well, sunnies are too dark. They're too dark. एन का लाला फिर दिस पे नहीं है. Okay, that's hit pretty well. Fielder can't get to it. And I think the height is okay. It's a full toss, so it will be 6. I don't think there's any issue with the height. I think goes for the Yorker here. Mark Desfontaine doesn't get it right, but that comes out of the middle of that bat for Ariane Mohammed. So he's certainly giving it a go, isn't he? Yeah, so after Vashish got run out, we saw then the captain, a disappointing 4 from 8. As this one will go all the way as well. What a knock this is turning out to be for Mohammed. He now has moved to 46 of 13. And if only somebody else can find some sort of ability to hit a few boundaries and give him some support, this game does become on. It probably wouldn't be the area of the ground that I would choose to have a nap, I have to say. Well, what's happened here? And whatever it is, the appeal seems to have frightened the non-striker. Just have a look at the non-striker. Well, he's not in the screen. And there's the appeal. The bat comes out of his hand. And we'll see a good look at it here. It's like, boo. Oh, you scared me. End of the over. And 73 for 3. And at this point, the Hungary were 94, so they're staying around that sort of 20 to 30 runs ahead of where they were. That was the case in the power play as well. But if it wasn't for Ariane, well, they would be nowhere, would they? And can Fernando provide them with a little bit of support? See who they're going to use here. So, yeah, another new bowler, Usama. Usama Mohammed. Short. Tucks up Fernando. But Fernando gets bat onto ball. Rotates the strike. So, it's almost like Ariane Mohammed takes a big sigh and says, okay, I'll try and do it again, boys. I'll try and do it again. It's him or nothing at the moment, isn't it? Him or nothing. Oh, that's a real grunt. And I know that's often a little grunt, but sometimes I think I've been involved with umpiring where batters have said, hey, this guy's grunting so much, he's putting us off. And I have had to have a word with the bowler because sometimes, because the grunt is coming so early before he bowls. Firmly hit, but they've got the fielder in the right place. It's not getting past me, says the captain, Vinoth. What a good day he's had. It's a good series. I like the way that he leads. He's a genuine leader. A lovely personality. Scored 176 runs in this series. All right, this is another one that gets worked away, but they have set the field now to Ariane. Now they know where his go-to zone is. On that leg side, square leg is back, as is mid-wicket and long on. All right, Fernando, can he get one away? The rate creeps up every time he's not on strike. And it's a catching opportunity. Rasik doesn't drop him. So the answer is no. It's another disappointment for Fernando. I think very much what we saw him do in the last match. And he'll go just for 4 of the 6 deliveries. Caught well again by Rasik. He's always in the action as well, isn't he? Certainly. Well, he gets gentle applause from Marzi, but comes in, takes the catch. Well done to Usama. Picks up the wicket. All right, Manmeet Kohli. Can crunch it. Has got the ability. Also got a concern with one of his fingers as well. Remember, he had to have some attention. Wonder if that has any impact on how he goes here with the bat. That's gone. That's out for me. Ooh. All right, I called it early. Now we'll see it again. Let's have a look. Okay, it's pretty full. And I think umpire's call. But I think this is probably, for me, it's catching a bit of that leg stick, if I'm honest. But umpire sees it differently, has a good look at it, and in the end says not out. But that's a close shave, it really is. The over comes to an end. Remember that the European adventure continues, as tomorrow is the start of day 1 in Italy, in Brescia. Well, Vinny Sandu, you saw him here for part of the day. Now he's making his travels, probably at the airport by now, to get to Italy to bring you all the action tomorrow. That's well played. And this one is, well, it looks like it's stopped. I don't think there's any issues here. That's well done by Matthew. That's brilliantly done. We'll see it again. The question is, does he avoid touching the line at all? And that's what they'll be looking at here. I think he does. I think he gets down. I don't see any part of him touching the... I mean, we can't see the leg or the knee. So we'll just have to go with... Yeah, I think we go with that. It's okay because there's nothing there to suggest that he's touched the rope. We don't see the rope moving. So I think that's okay. Great work from the fielder. There's a good save for me, from Matthew Ainsworth. Yeah. All right, up in the air. All right, opportunity. Vinoth comes across and can't get there, and the ball will go through to the boundary. It's going to be 50 for Arian Mohammed. Look, well batted to him. If you have a look at this scorecard, there's nothing really to talk about. Moyes got to 10. Then we've seen Kohli 5, Vashist 5, Fernando 4, Arian Mohammed 52, not out. So good effort from him, really has been. It's been a solo effort. He's got no support really from anybody. And he's trying to somehow keep his team in the contest. Great effort to take the catch there from Vinoth, comes round. And they're not sure what they're looking at here. There's definitely 4 runs. So 4 runs. I'm not sure what the question is or what's been asked here, but there's no doubt about it being 4. Anyway, we'll just continue to talk about the batting here of Arian. Now, the 2 batters now come together. All right, the Sheriff is getting involved. I think it might be just a little glitch here with the scoring, so we're just going to look to take an opportunity for the scorers to get this sorted. So I don't know what's happened there. It's the Sheriff is it's whispering something there to probably Sam Williams. So we've got a bit of a delay here. That means that players will take on some liquids, and Ramesh Sathishan will take the opportunity to get out there and talk to the 2 batters. So remember, Monique Kohli has just got out there. And I'll go through the scorecard at the moment for you. So they need to be going at around about the 21s were over. Moyes was the first to go on 10 of just 9 deliveries. And then Shantu Vashist, I don't know what he was thinking really, to be honest. They didn't need to lose a wicket at that time. They were so far behind after only 5 came off the first over. And Matthew Entworth, not only did he take the wicket there of Moyes, who hoiked out to Rasik. There was then that run out in the same over. And Janith Fernando, very similar to his last innings, 4 of 6. So Arian Mohammed somehow here it just kept on going. I can see that what the issue is, that Moyes, not Moyes, beg your pardon, that Amit Kohli has got out there, but for some reason he's not registered on the interface. We can have a look at what's happening tomorrow. The start of Brescia. Albano will take on Bergamo CC in the very first match. So 5 matches today. Marco Milano then take on Bergamo. And we'll see there's 2 teams that we've seen already in play for matches 3 and 4. And then for Brescia CC coming to play as well. So 15 teams will feature. They've got 2 groups there. So Group A and B, they'll do battle to see who, after, 57 matches, will be crowned the champions there. So plenty of action to come. And remember this season, it's a long season. We'll go from here to Italy, then from Italy to Estonia. So I'll take a short break. There's the groups there. So you can just feast your eyes on that. So I'll take a bit of a break, go back to Spain and soak up some of the sunshine. And then I'll make my way to Estonia, where myself and Vinny Sandhu will be reacquainted again. And I want to say a big thank you, actually. While we got time, I know I'll give some thank yous later, but a big thank you to everybody here at this beautiful ground here in Dreux. It's been absolutely superb to be here. It's always great. It's always great to go to a new venue. And being here for the first time, didn't really know what to expect. We saw some pictures, and when I saw the pictures of the ground, I thought, wow, it looks pretty decent. But it's one of those grounds, it's a bit like, I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me a little bit like going to the Cartama Oval there in the beautiful province of Andalusia in Spain, because you don't see the ground until you actually go through that sort of little country lane and you go through the gate. And it's very much the same here. You don't see any of this because it's surrounded by the haunted woods. You don't see any of it, but to get here, and when you get through the gate, you just think, wow, this is amazing. Certainly took me back to a lot of my early cricketing days in the UK, when I played at a lot of grounds that were nestled in the countryside. And not only is the facility fantastic in terms of the ground, but the people have been amazing. So I really want to thank everyone here. Firstly, it was great to meet the mayor, Pierre, of Dreux. And he was talking to me about how he got involved in cricket and watching cricket. And he followed Dreux winning the 2023 European Cricket League. And the trophy, actually, is in the mayor's office. It's there. And he says it takes a, centre piece. It's the pride, the magical moment when people walk into that office, they see that trophy. So it's great to meet him. It's great to meet some people of the federation here. Savannah has been here as well. It's great to see him. Met him a few times with the national team on T20 internationals, but also great to see the work and the amount of work done behind the scenes here by Dreux, the likes of their president, Niaz, who's being supported a lot by the likes of Asif and Atif. These guys work hard here, and they get a lot of, the likes of Hamza Niaz, and good cricketers like him also working behind the scenes, and Kamran Ahmadzai, who we know also playing here for France. All these guys work hard together to make it happen, and that's wonderful. We do return, and they return to the action. That means we return to here. So he now goes and strike. They managed to sort out the graphics. I think he was awarded with runs, which I don't know how he got them, but he got them. But he goes back to what he is here now. All right. Can he provide a bit of support? He tries. He gets bad onto ball. I suppose that's one thing. So they'll take a single. So back to Ryan. But every time this ball is not going to the boundary and it's a single, that sort of hurts you in the over. So Ryan Mohammed has to go back to hitting hard. Yeah, that great over from Usama, I was saying. All right. Ayam Mohammed, a fine half century from him. And, that could have been a brilliant take. That would have been a fantastic catch. The catch goes down from Mars Barji, but he does spectacularly well to get to this. Gets a glove on it, but it doesn't stick. So that's going to be 4. We saw him take the wicket off Vasu down the leg side, but that one was easy. This one was not. And he almost pulls off a great catch. That almost sticks in the webbing. That would have been sensational. What a highlight that was. And I tell you what, if Wolfie, if he took hold of that catch, he would never have stopped talking about it. 93 for 4 at the end of the 8 overs. But once again, they don't get what they need from the over. 15 come from it. They're needing magical ones. And every time you don't get that magical over, the rate continues to go up. So needing 47 in 12. This has to be a big over. Bearing in mind that Usama Mohammed's first over only went for 5. Okay. I suppose it's good in a way. Even though that probably would have been a wide if he steps inside it. But at least he does get the man who's, if anybody's likely to do this, it's going to be Ariana Mohammed. Well, it is International Superhero Day. Ariana Mohammed looking to be a superhero. He's been a bit of a hero already, if you want. Well, that's why. That's big. It's 6 more. Absolutely smashed. And, well, what a catch that is. Well, these guys, they're just pretty amazing. That's Zain Ahmed again, isn't it? This guy, Zain Ahmed. All right, first of all, it's 6. It's a big hit. But look at Zain Ahmed. He's run away from his teammates. He wants the catch. He wants another highlight. Cricket in France, everybody. Cricket in France. Let's play cricket. Zain Ahmed. He's just a spectacular player. 6 runs, 100 on the board. Better areas from Usama is the grunted delivery. Dot ball. Dot ball's a gold dust. Swings hard but misses it. Third has come inside now, so if he does, even if it's a miscue, if he gets enough of it, it could fly over third. Then third is up because got the extra players on the leg side. That's up and over. Where will this one land? And let's see what the fielders signal. 4 or 6. 6 it is. Manos arriba, 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 Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. So, okay. That's the second 6. We had the 1 leg by as well. 2 more 6s. And we go into the last where it's still realistically possible. 34 of 8. 34 of 8. Ariane Mohammed, 73 of 23. Okay, works his way. Will he go to the back? He's got to try and think about coming back for 2, doesn't he? Oh, they run too slow. There was the not taken cleanly by the fielder. This is where you really got to push at this. All right, the 2 batters now having a chat. And it's simple. For me, it's simple. And it's all about, all right, Curly, hit it to the boundary. It does a huge favour. You don't want to take a single here. You need a boundary. And he gets that boundary. He'll get 6. So it keeps it interesting. It keeps this interesting. And by my calculations, that's 27 off the last. Romania, if only one other batter could have clicked in this, one other batter got 15 runs, for example, and Ariane continued to do what he's done here, they could have been in with a much more realistic shot. As it is, they are still in the match. 113 for 4. Can Ariane Mohammed be the superhero? So he is on strike as well. That over went for 20. The thing is, though, even though it went for 20, it still means that they're going to try and get 27 on the last. They needed probably a supersonic one to, dare I say it, make it realistic. Rasik hasn't bowled yet. First ball is so important, isn't it? If you can get this first ball away to the boundary, if it's not going to be a boundary, you just don't run. You stay put. All right, that is huge. That is absolutely huge. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna zona. Shaka lagya. Ariane Mohammed on day of the superhero. Will he be a superhero? 21 now of 5. Well, what happens here? I thought that maybe Ariane Mohammed was going to do something spectacular, but he says, hang on a minute, I've got to do my shoelace. Is this mind games? Hey, look, he may not get the win for him, but it's just been amazing. It really has. Oh, that was there, you know. He knows it as well. That was there for the hit. It'll be nothing. Oh, dot ball. It was short. It was there. And he misses it. 21 in 4 balls. It's got to go, hasn't it? It's got to go. Oh, it's a wide. They'll take that. So 20 off 4. 20 off 4. Vinoth, the captain, just had a chat with Rasik and saying, hey, don't you actually want another one out on the leg side? Why don't you go for it? And Rasik says, nah, it's all right. It's good. Shot. Big. 6. Game and dream. Still stays alive. It's 6 more. What are we seeing here, everybody? What are we seeing? So another huge 6 gets smashed. Oh, I tell you what, Romania, I don't think even they can believe what's happening here. They are sat in their seats and not moving and not flinching. You can see Vasu Saini saying to everybody, stay as you are. Nobody move from this spot. You sat there, you stay there. Because if you move, you could be guilty of, well, maybe making the difference here. Superstition comes into play. 14 of 3 deliveries. Oh, and that one is, you got to say, that one is the match, isn't it? unless he bowls a no ball or something. 14 off 2. I tell you what. You know what I'm thinking, everybody? You know what I'm thinking? A wide and 2 sixes. You know what I'm thinking? It's not going to be. So they'll hold their nerve, won't they? They'll hold their nerve. It's going to now be impossible, really. That one had to go to the boundary, and then you hope you get an extra. Maybe take it a golden ball. So Rasik's gone 13, but it's enough. But what a knock this has been from Aryan Mohammed. And he'll hit this pretty well as well. He'll finish with 4. He'll finish with 90 of 30 deliveries. It's quite an outstanding knock. It really is. And when you got your backs against the wall and nobody else is performing in your side, something like that is a marvellous look. Look, everybody from everyone coming around to congratulate Aryan Mohammed. It's quite an amazing knock. Look at that from Rasik as well. That over goes for 17 in the end. Aryan Mohammed, he has pulled off something, or almost pulled off something that was amazing. He finishes on 90, and they only finish 9 runs short in the end. So I think Romania will have a good look at how they batted, not just in this match, but in the last. And they've got to take something away from it. And one thing you've got to take away from it is that there's always somebody that can click. But when that somebody is performing well, all you need is somebody. All they needed was one other person to put in a little good performance. A couple of more big shots in there, and they could have won this game. That was quite incredible. Absolutely sensational. And one man who's kept his team in it all the way through. You know what? I know we saw a great knock there from the captain, Vinod Ravindran, 71 of 29, who got his team to that score. But for me, if I'm being honest, I know he ends up on the losing side. My player of the match in that one is quite simply Aryan Mohammed, because that was quite an amazing knock. And if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have even been a contest. They do give it to Vinod in the end, which I understand it. But I think being a neutral and being a cricketer, if you look at this scorecard, and we'll have a chance to look at it a bit later, but if you look at this scorecard, there is no match. There is no match, or there is no competition if it wasn't for that knock from Aryan Mohammed. Let's have a look at the highlights for Hungary. They were hungry for a victory here as they make their way out there. And Mohamed Moyes, he got one away, but he just didn't look right, did he? And after hitting one boundary, he finds the safe hands of Rasik, who is celebrating. He's celebrating. I tell you why he's celebrating, because Matthew Ainsworth picks up his first wicket. Big smiles for him, and congratulations to him as well. He does get his second over, but the second one goes for 28, and it was all about Aryan Mohammed, who smashed those balls away. And if it wasn't for him, things could have been different. But this was a run out. I don't know why they're taking that run. Little things like that. If Vasish, we know he's a good player. If he stayed there, things could have been different. And it was, well, I suppose, a one-man highlight. Aryan Mohammed, who almost made a difference. What about that shot when he throws himself at that to hit the big shot away? So, sensational performances. That one was Basusani. He'll be really disappointed as well as he gets a little snick on this one from Ghani. A good catch, though, from Marzi. And he almost takes an incredible one later as well, which would have been quite amazing. But sometimes, and you know, a little lesson there for people that are watching. It ain't over till it's over. A lot of people would have been watching. And, you know, good lesson for all the youngsters. Just basically to say that never give up, because something is always possible. Rasik holds on to that one. Another good catch from him as Fernando. He chews up 6 deliveries. How about a stop like that? How important is the fielding there? Saves that one on the boundary. It's a really good stop. And this one, Vinod diving forward, just not able to get to it. And that would have been an incredible catch. That would have sealed it, really, if Marzi was to hold on to that. He does, for me, he does superbly well just to get a glove onto that. Gets a bit of the webbing. Talking about one man who's been superb, well, that's Zayn Ahmed. This guy's just been absolutely everywhere. Even when he's not playing, he's taking catches. Sensational bit of work from him. But it didn't count because he wasn't playing. And not so good from this man. I don't know who he is. He's undercover the hoodie. I reckon that's Cameron Armandai, who's also trying to take a catch off the park. But it wasn't to be. We went down to the wire, and it almost ends up being, well, it could have been something sensational, wasn't it? They fall short by 9 runs, so that's absolutely amazing. So there's the celebrations and handshakes all around on what has been. And, well, it's been an absolute marvellous performance. So well done to Hungary, who get the win. And that means that they will get second spot. But look at that scorecard. Have you ever seen something like that? That's quite remarkable. It was a remarkable match. And the only reason that they stay in the contest is because of that fantastic 90 there from Ariane. It was quite an amazing knock. And look at the bowling figures there. I mean, some good bowlers there that suffered a lot of pain and a lot of punishment as well. And a wicket there for Abbas Ghani, who was good, but that was a great catch, taking Mamazi down the leg side to get him the wicket. And we're going to leave you with the match summary there. And what we're going to do straight after that is, I know that we're running out of time here, but we, of course, will do a very quick presentation ceremony of this international series. But before I do that, I just want to give some very quick thank yous. I know that myself and Vinny Sandhu have said this all the way along, but first of all, I want to thank the French Federation for all of the work that they put into our time here in France. It's a sad day always when we have to say goodbye to a place, especially a place like this where we've been, the whole crew, everyone from the European Cricket Network have been made to feel so welcome. The hospitality here from the French Federation and also from Dreux and Dreux Cricket Ground. Of course, this is their home ground, from the likes of Niaz and also Atif. And Asif has been absolutely fantastic. So first of all, I want to say thank you on behalf of the European Cricket Network to Niaz. He's the president of Dreux. Thank you very much for your hospitality. You've made us feel so welcome. You've been absolutely amazing. Thank you. And of course, thank you to the French Federation for showing us what cricket in France is all about. We've had a fantastic time here, had a fantastic European Cricket Series. Congratulations again to Dreux for winning on their home ground. But this European Cricket Series, of course, was hampered a little bit yesterday with the weather, but we knew it would come good here today, and it did come good. France were absolutely outstanding. They were the winners. And what about that for a final match there where Hungary almost, thanks to an incredible knock there from Ariane, get the win. But it was the captain, Vinith Raviran, who stood firm in the end and got the win for his side. And so thank yous all around. I want to thank the umpires as well. It's not an easy job. The umpires here, I think, did a fantastic job. Well done to Charles Croucher, the sheriff as well. He led the umpires really well. And of course, talking about the umpires from one good team to another, the ECN crew, I want to say a very big thank you to Sam Williams, who did a fantastic job. Now, we're not going to see Sam for a while on the road. Sam is going to be doing a few other things, but I'm sure we will see him back later. So I want to say a very big thank you to Sam Williams. Been absolutely brilliant. He's led the team very well here, and everyone else at the ECN crew been absolutely wonderful. I know that a lot of you don't realise, but these guys are here before the cricket starts and here once it finishes as well. From one team to another, the immediate partners here, Spring Media, been great. Thank you to Chris Tapps, who was here and started the series off, to Andis, to Arthurs and Martins. You guys have been brilliant. So thanks to everyone. And of course, thank you to Vinny Sandhu, who probably now is probably boarding a plane to make his way to Italy. And remember, that series starts tomorrow. So big thanks to everyone. And all that's left for me to do before we go to the highlights of today is to give some awards and presentations. The first one is for the MVP for this international series. Now, there was a number of candidates that could have picked this up. Vinod Ravindran, the captain of Hungary, what a great knock from him again. So another half century from him. He finishes with 176 runs in this series. I have to mention the bowling of Numan Amjad as well. Picks up 9 wickets, including a hat-trick as well. That knock there towards the end there, Aryan Mohammed, that certainly gets him in the reckoning as well. A superb 90. But in the end, with 2 half centuries of his own and scoring 180 runs, the MVP, and I'm pleased to say that he's here with me now. Can I welcome Zain Abid, the MVP of this series. Zain, come through. I'm just going to put the headsets there on you. And firstly, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Zain, I have to say, you are just a performer. Your batting's been sensational. 2 half centuries there. The last knock of 80 as well. Great catching as well. So, like I say, it was very close between you and maybe someone like Vinod there in the end. But great catching, good run out. And even when you're not playing, you're taking catches. So I'd like to present you on behalf of the European Cricket Network. Very well done. The
Thank you so
MVP,
much. Thank
the
you.
player of
Thank you.
this tournament. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Anything that you like to say? Any thank yous you like to give?
Nothing but thank you for ECN team to be here in France first time. It was a good tournament. It was really enjoyable for everyone. So thank you so much. Yeah.
It's our pleasure, and we should be thanking you for entertaining us. Thank you very much. I'll remove these from you. And next, it's my pleasure. Once again, a round of applause for Zain. Well done. Very well batted. And now, of course, it's time to present the winner's trophy. This beautiful trophy, pretty heavy as well, to the winners of these international series. And I would like to ask the captain to come forward. Usman Khan, congratulations. We'll put these on you first. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
First of all, how does it feel? I mean, first time captaining the side in the international series. A little bit of pressure on you, but you absorbed that well. How did it feel to be out there and captaining Team France?
Well, it was exceptional. So it was my first time that I was captaining France team, and it's an honor for me to represent my country. And it was a very good tournament with some exciting teams coming here.
It was a good tournament. We saw you perform very well playing for Drew as well. So that was a winner for Drew, and now a winner for this beautiful trophy. So first of all, I want to present this to you and say congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done indeed. Now, your own performances and the team performances, you've got to say that having somebody like the MVP there, Zain Ahmed, in the side, he clicked when you needed him to click with the bat, right?
Yeah, a very good talent, very special talent, and he's got a bright future here.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I think when you look at the games on reflection, I think maybe where you possibly won it, first of all, good batting from Zain, and he got good support from some of the other batters. Yeah. But we've got to talk about the spin that you have in your team. I know everybody's talking about him, Dawood Ahmedzai, who didn't play the last game you played because of an injury. But what about the youngster, Sajjad Stanikzai? We saw that he was the MVP in the European Cricket Series. I mean, tell us a little bit about him and how you feel about his talents.
Well, I'm a huge fan of him. When I saw him bowling here, and of course he's very, very, talented, and he works really hard also to come here, and he always wanted to represent French national team. So I'm very, very happy for him, and he's got a huge future also in cricket.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think a great talent, and I think he's going to go stronger and better. I think we're going to see more of him as well. Who knows? Maybe we'll see him in the European Cricket Championships as well at the Cardiff Oval. So finally, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I know that you're also part of the home team here as well. So I want to thank you and all of your players, and just give you the opportunity to say a few words yourself.
I want to thank all the management, the ground staff, and very good environment here to play cricket. It's always a pleasure to play in Drew, and thank you to ECN to come here to give us opportunity to show our talent and play some good cricket.
Well, thank you very much. I know this is a very proud moment for you and your team. Enjoy the celebrations. And finally, the last note from me, I know the highlights are coming up, and I know we've got to pack up things here pretty quickly. So as I always say, be good, be kind, be safe. Thank you for watching. Shukriya.
Thank you.
And remember, European Cricket Series in Brescia starts tomorrow. Adios, mi familia. Ciao.